Chapter 1, 100 million in labor fees. Ah, asshole, what have you done to me? In the presidential suite of Tianyang City Couples Hotel, there is a stunningly beautiful woman with an extremely hot and sexy body. Her proud breasts cannot be completely covered up. Her rosy face is full of panic and shame. She is staring at Chen Feng, who is lying on the bed with his 8-pack abs. He is extremely crazy. The stunning and cold beauty is none other than Lu Menghan, a wealthy woman from Tianyang City who is only 23 years old but worth over 1 billion. She had been going to discuss business cooperation with her driver last night, but she had a car accident on the way and fell into a coma. But she could never have imagined that when she woke up, she would be lying on a big bed, with messy clothes all over the floor, and she would even sleep with this man whom she had never met before. Lu Menghan was struck by lightning and wanted to cry. After all, she had always been chaste and had never even had a boyfriend. I never thought that my first time would be lost to this bastard who looked so fierce. Who wouldn't collapse? Gurgle. Chen Feng, who looked unsatisfied, stared at Lu Menghan's curvy, almost tender body that could drip water. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, but said innocently, "No, beautiful lady, you should ask what you did to me last night. You don't know, after I rescued you from the car accident, you kept flirting with me and kept sticking to me, even saying that if I didn't give it to you, you would bite me to death. I only checked into a room with you out of humanitarian reasons and was forced to do so. You should compensate me for my mental damages." What? Lu Menghan's beautiful gem-like eyes widened, as if she had seen a ghost. It would have been fine if this bastard had taken advantage of someone else's misfortune, but he actually bit back? So shameless. Lu Menghan was so furious that she wanted to strangle Chen Feng to death. Asshole. Just wait for me. I will call the police and have you spend the rest of your life in jail. Whatever. Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders, looking nonchalant, and turned on his phone. But before you call the police, you'd better watch this video, otherwise it's not certain who will end up in jail. Lu Menghan took a look subconsciously, but her pupils shrank suddenly, because she was charming and seductive in the video, just like a tigress who was extremely hungry, launching a fierce attack on Chen Feng. Lu Menghan's head was suddenly a mess, and her face was red to her ears. What is going on? Chen Feng smiled faintly and said, "You must have been drugged. And I can tell you that when I rescued you, the driver was already dead, and 2 gunmen fed you something and were about to take you away by force. If you hadn't met me, you would have been raped a long time ago." Lu Menghan was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat when she heard this, but her pretty face was filled with resentment. Asshole, so not only should I not call the police, but I should thank you for saving my life? Chen Feng smiled wickedly and said, "You don't need to kowtow to me and thank me or anything like that. Just give me tens of millions or come with me again. You wish." Lu Menghan glared at Chen Feng fiercely and snorted, "Don't take advantage of me here and act like a good kid. This incident can only be considered an accident. Give me your bank card number. I'll transfer 100 million to you. We are even." 100 million? Is this true? Chen Feng looked at Lu Menghan in front of him in disbelief. Although he was the master of Jintian Palace and the close disciple of the 3 beautiful island masters of Qingtian Island, with incredible strength and extraordinary power, this was the first time he met such a generous woman. So, Chen Feng naturally didn't believe it. But he never expected that just as he gave Lu Menghan the card number, a text message of the mobile phone balance came. Chen Feng's eyes widened instantly, and he was shocked. "Oh my god. A transfer of 100 million really? Hiss. This is a real rich woman." Seeing Chen Feng like this, Lu Menghan's eyes flashed with contempt, and said coldly, "I warn you, since you have accepted the money, you must keep this matter secret. If I knew that you were gossiping outside and affecting my reputation, I would never let you go." As she said that, Lu Menghan quickly put on her clothes, which made Chen Feng's blood boil. It was not until Lu Menghan walked out of the door that Chen Feng reacted. He frowned and shouted, "Damn it. Even if you are a sex buddy, you should at least tell me your name, right? Fuck buddy?" Lu Menghan turned around slightly, wishing she could eat Chen Feng, but she gritted her teeth and spat out 3 words, "Lu Menghan. Goodbye." After saying this, Lu Menghan left in a hurry. Chen Feng snorted coldly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, "Never see you again? Do you think I'm a duck? Since you gave me your first time, don't even think about escaping from my 5-finger mountain." As he spoke, Chen Feng took out his cell phone and dialed, saying in an unquestionable tone, "Help me find a woman named Lu Menghan right now. I want all her information. Besides, send any clues about my sister's disappearance to my phone immediately." After explaining all this, Chen Feng jumped out of bed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. At this moment, his phone received a message. Looking at the message on the phone, Chen Feng looked in the mirror. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his eyes were as cold as stars. Du Hailong, the underground king of Tianyang City, you probably never dreamed that I, Chen Feng, was still alive, right? Now that I, Chen Feng, am back, the blood debt must be settled one by one. And you are the first one. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng took a taxi to Yunyan Mansion in Tianyang City, which was Du Hailong's lair. A few years ago, Du Hailong was just a blood-licking gangster on the roadside, but now he is an underground king who is second only to one person and above 10,000 people. Not only does he have a large number of thugs under his command, but he also owns 30% of the nightclubs in Tianyang City. It is not an exaggeration to describe Du Hailong as a local tyrant. Therefore, there are only a handful of people who dare to come to Yunyan Mansion to cause trouble. Chen Feng, who was standing at the gate, looked at the Yunyan Mansion, where every inch of land was worth a lot of money, but his expression was extremely cold, with only infinite murderous intent surging. He shouted in a voice like a bell, "Who is Du Hailong? Come and die." Swish. As soon as these words came out, the entire Yunyan Mansion suddenly became as quiet as death. Unbelievable. Full of shock. I never dared to dream that someone would dare to be so arrogant. Openly shouting at Du Hailong, even threatening to let Du Hailong get out and die. This is definitely going against the will of God. In an instant, 10, 20, or even hundreds of well-trained burly men holding sharp blades rushed out in unison, staring at Chen Feng intently. "Boy, you are so brave. How dare you show off your power here? Do you think you have 9 lives?" At this time, the arrogant Du Hailong, wearing a tang suit, also came out and stared at Chen Feng with a sneer on his face. "Boy, are you really that brave? Dare to threaten me? Do you believe it or not? I can kill you in a matter of minutes with just one sentence?" But who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng just raised his hand slightly, and buzz. The terrifying sharp blade was like the most terrifying cutting machine in the world. It was pushed out horizontally. Puff, puff. The necks of hundreds of sturdy men were broken. There's blood all over the ground. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they were killed en masse. What? How is this possible? Are you a martial arts master? Upon seeing this, Du Hailong took a deep breath and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, filled with shock and fear. Master of martial arts? You're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Chen Feng smiled coldly, and then, with one hand, he grabbed Du Hailong, and in an instant, he was out of control and fell into Chen Feng's palm. Du Hailong's soul was about to die, but Chen Feng's expression was as indifferent as water. "Tell me, who ordered you to kidnap my sister? Also, is my sister still alive?" Du Hailong struggled frantically, his entire body soaked with cold sweat. "I don't know. I am only responsible for kidnapping your sister." "Huh?" Chen Feng frowned, his eyes instantly turned cold as ice. "You're looking for death." Du Hailong panicked and shouted desperately, You dare to kill me? The Sea Shark Gang is standing behind me. The leader of the Sea Shark Gang is even above the Grandmaster. Bang! But the next second, Chen Feng crushed Du Hailong's head into a ball of pulp. Blood mist filled the sky. It was a horrifying death. It simply interprets the 4 words decisive and ruthless to the extreme. The rest of the people were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. However, Chen Feng crushed the remaining half of Du Hailong's body with 1 foot, and then he swept his eyes across the whole place, looking down on everyone. "Is the leader of the Sea Shark Gang that awesome? Give me a message to the leader of the Sea Shark Gang. Within a day. Come before me and commit suicide to make amends. Otherwise, the entire Sea Shark Gang will be reduced to purgatory." I, Chen Feng, said so. Chapter 2, Coming Back from the Dead. Am I qualified to be a gigolo? Mad. Crazy and lawless. Everyone present was unable to describe Chen Feng's arrogance and domineering nature. They couldn't imagine what terrible price Chen Feng would pay when the Sea Shark Gang leader became furious. However, seeing Chen Feng's killing ruthlessness, which was even more terrifying than the god of death and hell, all the people who were still alive in Yunyan Mansion prostrated themselves on the ground, shouting in fear, Yes, 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 we will definitely bring this message to you." A minute later, Chen Feng left Yunyan Mansion. Du Hailong's tragic death immediately caused quite a stir in Tianyang City. What? Du Hailong was killed? This person even threatened to ask the leader of the Sea Shark Gang to commit suicide. Hiss. Who is this person? He is so bold, isn't he? Humph, no matter who he is, the leader of the Sea Shark Gang will make sure he is killed without a burial place. Just wait. Tianyang City was soon in turmoil, but Chen Feng didn't care at all. He returned to Tianyang City to bury all those involved in the incident with his sister. Now he just needs to wait for the leader of the Sea Shark Gang to come and die, and then get useful information from him. At the same time, everything about Lu Menghan was also sent to Chen Feng's mobile phone. Chen Feng took a casual look and saw it clearly written. Lu Menghan, the female president of Fifen Group. At the same time, he is only 23 years old, but his net worth has reached more than $1 billion. Not only that, Lu Menghan has never had a boyfriend. As for the car accident involving Lu Menghan, there are 3 suspects. First, her second uncle's family. Second, the fanatical pursuer, the wealthy young man Wu Donghao. Third, our competitor Shanda Group. Seeing this information, Chen Feng couldn't help but raise his lips slightly, and said with interest, with such an identity, she is barely qualified to be my woman. And this is your first time. From now on, I, Chen Feng, am destined to intervene in your life. As for the person who wants to attack you, no matter who he is, I, Chen Feng, will make him pay the price. After putting away his phone, Chen Feng hailed a taxi according to the address and quickly went to the Lu family. About 10 minutes later, Chen Feng arrived, but was stopped by 2 security guards at the door. What are you doing? Chen Feng smiled and said, My name is Chen Feng. I am the boyfriend of your Lu family's eldest daughter Lu Menghan, and I will be your Lu family's son-in-law in the future. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the 2 tall security guards burst out laughing. Ha ha, did we hear it right? Boy, have you taken too many drugs? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? How can you be worthy of our eldest lady? If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, we will have to fulfill our security duties. Chen Feng couldn't help but shook his head when he heard this, and sighed. Haven't you heard the saying that you can't judge a person by his appearance? After saying this, Chen Feng glanced over, and in an instant the 2 security guards lost control and knelt down in fear, feeling that their legs were about to break. You are actually a martial arts master? Take good care of the gate. Chen Feng was too lazy to say any more. He flashed and entered the villa like a ghost under the shocked eyes of the 2 security guards. Now, on the 2nd floor of the extremely luxurious villa. The atmosphere in the huge room was very depressing and not good. On the big bed not far away lay an old man who was about 60 years old, with a pale face, terminally ill, and dying. The surrounding was full of people, including the direct descendants of the Lu family, the senior executives of the Lu family, and the descendants of the Lu family. In addition, Lu Menghan, who had a hot body, cool makeup, and flawless appearance, was also there. However, at this moment, Lu Menghan's baby-like face was filled with worry and anxiety. She couldn't help but ask a respected old man who was giving acupuncture, Dr. Su, how is my grandfather? Dr. Su wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and said with a serious look, Miss Lu, your grandfather's internal organs are all rotten, and he is too weak to be saved. I'm afraid he won't last more than an hour. What? Boom! Hearing this, Lu Menghan was struck by lightning. Usually, her grandfather loved her the most and doted on her since she was a child. Now that her grandfather Lu Tsunhai had died, Lu Menghan could not imagine how much her emotions would collapse. Lu Menghan's parents, Lu Donghai and Zhao Linfei, also changed their expressions and couldn't help but ask anxiously, Dr. Su, is there no other way? You are a famous doctor in Tianyang City. Can you save the old man again? Dr. Su shook his head and said with a grim look, if the old man hadn't caught a cold, he might have been saved. But now he is in such a weak state that even a god can't save him. You should prepare for his funeral. No. Lu Menghan looked extremely distressed. Dr. Su, I don't want my grandpa to die. Please save him. As long as my grandpa can live a few more years, I am willing to give everything. Dr. Su looked embarrassed and said, I'm sorry, Miss Lu, I really can't help you. At this time, Lu Menghan's second uncle and second aunt, Lu Chungjun and Yuanli in the crowd showed joy on their faces. Then, Lu Chungjun stared at Lu Menghan with a fierce look and scolded, Lu Menghan. If you hadn't taken the old man to the park to blow the cold wind before, the old man's condition would not have worsened. You have to take full responsibility for this matter. In my opinion, you should be expelled from the Lu family and hand over all rights of the Fifen group. Lu Donghai's face darkened when he heard this, and he said angrily, Second brother, aren't you too cruel? Even if it is because of my daughter that the old man's condition worsens, it is unreasonable for you to let my daughter bear such a big responsibility. Humph. Lu Chengjun snorted coldly and said forcefully, I'm merciful for not asking her to pay for the old man's life. That's right. Yuan Li also exaggerated and said, and now the Fiefan group is in Lu Menghan's hands and there are all kinds of problems. If she continues to control it, the Fiefan group will probably be finished sooner or later. And now, it is the wisest choice for my husband and I to control the Fiefan group. Lu Menghan laughed angrily, and said with a sullen face, second uncle and second aunt, Grandpa is not dead yet, and you are already calculating these things, are you still human? I'm telling you, I, Lu Menghan, will never watch Grandpa pass away like this. I will definitely find a way to rescue Grandpa. Yuan Li sneered and said sarcastically, even Dr. Su has issued a death notice, what can you do to save him? Ridiculous. I think you want to let the old man's body be warm. You. Lu Menghan was furious. But just when Lu Menghan was powerless to refute and felt heartbroken, suddenly, an extremely calm and shocking voice resounded throughout the room, who said he can't be saved. As long as I want, it won't be a problem for the old man to live another 100 years. As soon as these words came out, the whole place suddenly fell into deathly silence. Lu Menghan turned around subconsciously, also frightened, and her pretty face unconsciously flushed a little. Asshole. Why are you here? Do you want to chase me and eat my free food? Is it not possible? Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with a coquettish smile, brother has 8-pack abs, is strong and sturdy, and has the best endurance in Tianyang City. I'm second to none, and I'm eating your bread, you should be secretly happy. Shameless. Lu Menghan's face flushed immediately, and she said in shame and anger, asshole, get out now. I don't want to see you again. Chen Feng smiled calmly and said, I can go, but if I leave, your grandfather will be dead. You should think about it carefully. Lu Menghan was silent. She didn't know whether Chen Feng was bragging or coming to cause trouble. Yuan Li looked at Chen Feng and sneered, boy, don't you look at your own character. Even Dr. Su couldn't bring the old man back to life, what can you do to save him? Chen Feng glanced at Yuan Li with disdain, and said calmly, he can't bring the dead back to life, which only means that his medical skills are too poor. As for me, Chen Feng, I will let anyone live if I want him to. What did you say? Dr. Su was furious when he heard this, young man, how dare you question my medical skills? Where do you get the courage? Chen Feng shook his head and smiled calmly, I'm not questioning your medical skills, but your medical skills are not worthy of being compared with mine. How arrogant! Dr. Su was furious, young man, since you are so confident, let me make this clear. If you can save this old man, I will quit the medical profession. But if you speak nonsense, I will make sure you will pay for it. Lu Menghan was speechless and looked at Chen Feng. I beg you, please stop pretending here, okay? Get out now. We'll talk about our business later. If you offend divine Dr. Su, you'll be stuck in Tianyang City. Since you said I was showing off, then I will definitely show off. Chen Feng smiled playfully, and then slapped Lu Menghan on the back. Lu Menghan's delicate body trembled, and she glared at Chen Feng fiercely. However, Chen Feng was still unsatisfied, and licked his lips and said, don't look at me like that, this is the interest I got from saving your grandfather. TSK. Also, my wife, your butt is so big, you can definitely give birth to a son. You damn pervert. Lu Menghan wanted to bite Chen Feng to death, but Chen Feng flashed and came to Lu Xanghai's bedside, and then pulled out all of Dr. Su's silver needles. Dr. Su's eyes widened and he was shaking with anger, asshole. The old man is relying on these silver needles to survive. You are going to kill the old man on the spot. As expected, after all the silver needles fell, the old man's head tilted and he was completely motionless in an instant. You little bastard, you're looking for death. Lu Donghai's eyes suddenly turned red with anger, and he was about to rush up to fight with Chen Feng, but Chen Feng randomly tapped Lu Xanghai's chest a few times, and then inserted dozens of silver needles into Lu Xanghai's various acupuncture points, and then took out a blue pill and gave it to Lu Xanghai to swallow. At this time, Lu Xanghai's fist had already arrived in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not dodge, but counted down calmly. 3, 2. Seeing that Lu Donghai's fist was about to land on Chen Feng's head, Lu Menghan felt a little bit reluctant and subconsciously wanted to shout to stop. But at this moment, Lu Xanghai, who was already dying on the bed, opened his eyes in vain, and his whole body was full of strength. He couldn't help but shout, it feels so good. Oh my god. The old man is really alive? Such a scene shocked everyone. Lu Menghan also widened his eyes and shouted with surprise and excitement, "Grandpa!" Dr. Su was even more stunned, almost in shock. Unheard of. Unheard of. A medical miracle. A medical miracle. Chen Feng, however, looked at Lu Menghan, staring at her extremely hot body, full of pampering and amusement. "Wife, am I qualified to eat your soft rice now?" Chapter 3, The Promise to Increase the Market Value Tenfold. Lu Menghan's face flushed, but she was more embarrassed. She could never have imagined that the man she had only had one night stand with could have such great medical skills. The most important thing is that if you look closely, this guy is quite handsome. He had saved my life before, so it seemed like there was nothing wrong for him to stay with me and live off me. The only thing I'm worried about is that this guy seems to be very strong in that aspect. If he does something crazy, can I really handle it? After all, her thing still hurts a lot. After learning from Dr. Su and Lu Donghai that the person who saved him was Chen Feng, the energetic Lu Sanghai was full of admiration and said with a smile, "It's good to be a gigolo. Especially someone as handsome as my little brother. Little brother, it seems that you know my granddaughter and you like her very much. If you don't mind, I will make the decision and let my granddaughter marry you, how about that?" Lu Menghan was shocked and said subconsciously, "Grandpa, you are too casual. I have only met him once. How can marriage be a joke?" Lu Donghai also raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, "Yes, Dad, you are too arbitrary. Menghan is at least the female president of Fifan Group, second only to the president. And the number of people pursuing Menghan is enough to circle an entire street in Tianyang City. We haven't even figured out this guy's identity yet, so how can he be so casual? No matter what, we have to test his abilities other than medical skills to see if he is worthy of Menghan." But the old and shrewd man could tell at a glance that Chen Feng was definitely not a simple person. Just when he was about to insist on his own opinion, Chen Feng changed the subject and said with a faint smile, "Father-in-law is right. If you want to marry a stunning beauty like Menghan, you really need to show convincing strength. Let's do this. Let's make a pact. Within a month, I will increase the market value of Menghan's Fifan Group tenfold. This can be considered as my gift to Menghan, how about it?" Swish. As soon as these words came out, the whole place suddenly fell into deathly silence. Lu Menghan and others looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? In 1 month, the market value of Fifan Group increased tenfold? This is simply nonsense. Lu Donghai was amused and said coldly, "You said it. If you don't do it, get out of here and never bother my daughter again." Chen Feng remained calm. "It's a deal." Too arrogant. Lu Menghan couldn't help but shook her head and looked at Chen Feng with some disappointment. "Stalker, do you think making money is just playing house? The current market value of Fifan Group is about 5 billion. If you multiply it tenfold, it will be 50 billion. Looking at the entire Tianyang city, even a business genius can't do it. How can you fulfill your promise?" Chen Feng smiled slightly and said confidently, "Don't worry about this, I have my own way, but if I do it, you have to marry me willingly." Lu Menghan snorted coldly and said nonchalantly, "If you really have this ability, what's wrong with me paying for it?" Lu Changjun and Yuan Li looked at Chen Feng hatefully. If it weren't for this guy making trouble, they might have obtained the shares of Fifan Group today. Now Chen Feng, who came out of nowhere, ruined their good fortune, which naturally made Lu Changjun and his wife very unhappy. Lu Changjun looked at Chen Feng sarcastically, and said with a mocking face, "TSK, kid, you are really boasting without thinking. A guy like you who is not good looking wants to make Fifan Group 10 times more powerful than it is now. Did Jesus give you the courage? I'm warning you. We in the Lu family don't keep idle people. You want to eat and drink for free in the Lu family? Dream on." Chen Feng glanced at Lu Changjun with interest, and said with a playful smile, "Whether I am eating and drinking for free or not, you don't need to judge, as long as my wife is willing. It is you two who have evil intentions towards the old man. Now that the matter has not been exposed, kneel down and explain it clearly. Otherwise, when the old man enforces the family law, the two of you will be ruined and your life will be worse than death." After these words came out, Lu Changjun and Yuan Li's eyes became panicked, but Yuan Li gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Little bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? The old man is our relative, how could we do anything that would harm him? Ha ha." Chen Feng sneered and said calmly, "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. When I was treating the old man just now, there was something left in his body that smelled exactly like you and your wife. That is to say, you two fed the old man something he shouldn't have eaten, which made his condition even worse. And this thing is the holy snow fruit. Ha! Lu Songhai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Lu Chungjun and Yuan Li's faces turned ugly, but Lu Chungjun argued, "Humph. We did give the old man the holy snow fruit, but everyone knows that the holy snow fruit is a tonic. What right do you have to say that we are harming the old man?" Lu Songhai also nodded. "Saint Snowfruit is indeed a tonic, Xiao Chen, are you mistaken?" Chen Feng smiled calmly and said, "Saint Snowfruit is indeed a tonic, but the problem is that the fruit their father got is 500 years old. Anyone with a little common sense knows that 500 years old fruit is too cold. Once consumed, especially for seriously ill patients, it is easy to die. You two won't tell me that when you bought it, you didn't even know how many hundred years it was? This is simply impossible because the pharmacy will definitely mark it clearly when you buy it." Lu Songhai's eyes suddenly became sharp and shot directly at the two people. "You two, you really have ulterior motives." Plop. Immediately, Lu Chengjun knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, "Grandpa, I really don't know about this matter. This holy snow fruit was bought by Xiaoli." Yuan Li was also panicking, her body softened and she said, "Grandpa, I was wrong. I did buy the Saint Snow fruit, but I was forced to do so. Because I owed a loan shark, and the loan shark asked me to buy you 500-year-old Saint Snow fruit, and he would write off the debt. But I really didn't know that a 500-year-old Saint Snow fruit could kill people." "Shut up." Lu Songhai was furious, his face livid as he said, "You even disregarded my life just for your own selfish interests. Are you still worthy of being the daughter-in-law of my Lu family? Someone come. Immediately kick this vicious woman out of the Lu family." "No. Don't do it." Yuan Li felt dizzy, but it was useless. Lu Chengjun wanted to plead for her, but Lu Songhai shouted coldly, "If you dare to speak for her, get out of here too." Lu Chengjun didn't dare to say anything more. In the end, Yuan Li was dragged away by force. But before she left, Yuan Li looked at Chen Feng with great resentment, wishing she could peel off Chen Feng's skin. However, Chen Feng didn't care at all. Instead, it was Yuan Li who was murdered. If it was his wife, then Yuan Li would be dead at this moment. After this incident, Lu Songhai had an even higher regard for Chen Feng, and he immediately arranged for people to prepare a grand banquet. It was also announced that Chen Feng was the future son-in-law of the Lu family. He even arranged for Chen Feng and Lu Menghan to sleep together. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after Lu Menghan finished washing up, Chen Feng rubbed his hands and waited on the bed. When he saw Lu Menghan wrapped in a bath towel and with a great figure, Chen Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said with a fiery face, "Wife, look, your grandfather let me sleep in the same room with you. Shouldn't we do something we should do?" Chapter 4: Who will not survive tomorrow? Get lost. Lu Menghan glared at Chen Feng fiercely and said coldly, "Humph, Chen Feng, I don't know what your purpose is. But you want to have direct sex with me like before. That's impossible. Unless you can make me accept you from the bottom of my heart." Chen Feng was not happy, and pouted his lips and said, "If we can't have sex, then I can touch your legs and kiss you, right?" "No." Lu Menghan blushed and said firmly, "If you dare to do this, I will call the police and report you as a hooligan. Also, from now on, you sleep on the sofa and I sleep on the bed. You are not allowed to cross the line without my permission." Fuck. Seeing a beautiful woman in front of him but unable to eat her, Chen Feng couldn't help but curse. He gritted his teeth and said, "One day, I will make you kneel down in front of me and sing conquer." The next morning, after Lu Menghan got up and had breakfast with Chen Feng, she said to Chen Feng coldly, "Well, I have to go to the company. You are free to move around. Remember, don't use my name to cause trouble outside, otherwise you won't be able to share a room with me tonight." Chen Feng said with a smug look on his face, "No, I have to be with you recently. After all, you just suffered an assassination attempt. If there are any criminals, I can also help you out of danger." Lu Menghan thought about it and decided that it made sense, so she asked Chen Feng to get in the car with her, but warned him not to stay in the company and not to be associated with her as a husband and wife, but only as a bodyguard. Although Chen Feng was a little unhappy, he finally agreed. About half an hour later, Lu Menghan and Chen Feng arrived at the company. However, as soon as they arrived, the secretary Xiaoyang said with an unpleasant face, "Boss Lu, there is an uninvited guest in your office." Lu Menghan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked subconsciously, "Who is it?" "Your ardent admirer, the young master of a wealthy family, Wu Donghao." "Whom?" Lu Menghan was a little unhappy. He rubbed his brows and said, "Tell him I don't have time to see him. Let him go." Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, a very annoying and arrogant voice sounded. Dear, what do you mean? I came here specially to see you today. How can you live with your conscience by shutting me out like this? Ugh. Lu Menghan was about to vomit. With a cold face, Wu Donghao, how many times have I told you? There is no possibility for you and me. In my eyes, you are more disgusting than a worm. When Wu Donghao heard this, his expression suddenly turned ugly, but he said with a sullen face, Humph, Menghan, even if you disgust me, I will persevere for the rest of my life. But now, there is one very important thing. I heard that the Zhao family from the provincial capital seems to be very interested in the mine of Fifen Group, and they plan to transform your mine into an amusement park. You know the power of the Zhao family. If you don't want the mine to fall into the hands of the Zhao family, you will be in trouble. You'd better have a meal with me and cheer me up. What? The Zhao family in the provincial capital? When Lu Menghan heard this, her pretty face changed slightly, and she was a little timid. Seeing this, Wu Donghang smiled slightly, took a step forward, and said with a smile, Menghan, heroes have always been paired with beauties. Let's go, as long as you are willing to have lunch with me, I promise. Pa! Unexpectedly, before he could reach out his hand, Chen Feng, who said nothing, raised his hand and slapped Wu Donghao hard on the face, sneering, Look at what you are. You are not worthy of having dinner with my old boss. Roll. Wu Donghang was stunned, covering his burning cheeks, furious, asshole. Who are you? How dare you hit me? Lu Menghan secretly felt happy, but pretended to scold him. Chen Feng, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you that being a bodyguard requires bodyguards to follow their rules? Bodyguard? This bastard is your bodyguard? Wu Donghao was furious and gnashed his teeth. You bastard. You are just a bodyguard. How can you have the courage to mess with me? Court death. Destroy him for me. Swish, swish, swish. Following Wu Donghang's order, 7 or 8 strong and murderous followers rushed towards Chen Feng in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Menghan couldn't help but shout out with concern, Be careful. Wu Donghao touched the blood on the corner of his mouth, with a cruel look on his face, You bastards, they are retired from Southeast Asia. You can spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. What? Retired from Southeast Asia? Secretary Xiaoyan's face turned pale. Are you kidding? Those people in Southeast Asia are really ruthless and will bite the bullet. This bodyguard is probably finished. But who would have thought that as soon as this thought came to his mind, Chen Feng sneered, moved his body, raised his hand and slapped it horizontally. Bang! With one hand, they hit each other like a spinning top. All they heard was screams. 7 or 8 strong men were either smashed against the wall or fell to the ground. Their lives were worse than death. Hiss! Secretary Xiaoyang gasped, and Lu Menghan was also a little unbelievable. How is this possible? Wu Donghao's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, while Chen Feng bared his teeth and said sarcastically, Hey, what about the promise of spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair? Are you talking about yourself? Wu Donghao's face twitched and turned red, asshole. You dare to mess around. I am Wu Donghao, the son of a wealthy family. If you dare to touch me, I will make sure you don't live past tomorrow. But before he could even say the word, there was a crack. Chen Feng kicked Wu Donghao's thigh and broke it. Then he stepped on Wu Donghao's face and asked with interest, Who do you think will not survive tomorrow? Chapter 5 Beauty, you are sick. Looking at Chen Feng's harmless expression, Wu Donghao suddenly felt a chill down his spine. But just when Wu Donghao felt humiliated and at a loss, suddenly, the sound of the elevator door opening was heard, and then a large number of ferocious and brutal figures holding machetes walked over quickly. The leader was a man wearing a large gold chain and with a horrifying scar on his face. When Wu Donghao saw the other party, he was immediately shocked. Isn't this the third warrior of the underground king Du Hailong, the leader of the Tiger Hall, the Tiger? Why is he here? A dying follower covered in blood said sinisterly, Master, I notified them to come. We can't handle this kid. Master Tiger and the others happened to be nearby. So I called them over. Great job. Wu Donghao's eyes lit up, and he became energetic. He gritted his teeth, looked at Chen Feng with a grim smile and said, You bastard, I have to admit that you are a good fighter. But in Tianyang City, what matters is identity, status, and appeal. Do you know who this is? He is the leader of the Tiger Hall. People are terrified. Crazy, you motherfucker, try to be crazy to me again? What? The leader of the Menghu Hall? How are they involved? Lu Menghan couldn't help but feel a little nervous when she saw Meng Hu and others who came with ill intentions. After all, these people were the real killers and were extremely difficult to deal with. If these people wanted to harm the Fifan group and kill Chen Feng, it would be difficult for her to deal with it. Lu Menghan's expression became worried, and the beautiful secretary Su Xiaoyang was also subconsciously afraid. She subconsciously looked at Chen Feng with some pity. If these people attack together, no matter how powerful Chen Feng is, he won't be able to resist, right? But who would have thought that even in this situation, Chen Feng was not afraid? Instead, he looked at the tiger with interest, then hooked his finger at the tiger and shouted in a commanding manner. Come here. Kneel down. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was in disbelief. Unbelievable. They just felt that Chen Feng was really looking for death. This is a tiger. He actually told the other party to roll over and kneel down. Where did he get the courage? Where did he get the confidence? Meng Hu also frowned. He asked himself, since his debut, no one had dared to be so arrogant to him. He was angry. The killing intent could not be stopped from boiling up. Today he must teach this ignorant kid a lesson that he will never forget. But who would have thought that when Meng Hu looked up and saw Chen Feng's face clearly, he suddenly felt like he had gone from heaven to hell. He was out of control, completely out of control, his knees softened, and he fell to his knees in front of Chen Feng with a plop. Boss, spare my life. What? Such a sensational scene stunned Lu Menghan, Secretary Su Xiaoyang, and Wu Donghao. This is a fierce tiger who kills without blinking an eye and is notorious for his viciousness. He actually knelt down to Chen Feng so graciously right under their noses without saying a word? Is there still law here? Is there still law? Wu Donghao's brain froze for a while before he reacted. He yelled frantically, Master Tiger. Did you recognize the wrong person? This guy is just a bodyguard. What virtue does he have to make you kneel down for him? Hurry up and get up. Shut up. Meng Hu was sweating profusely and wanted to die. Chen Feng was a bodyguard? Damn. He could kill hundreds of people with one move, and even killed his boss Du Hailong with one slap. Those horrific scenes still linger in his mind. Chen Feng looked at Meng Hu with a smile and sneered, didn't he ask you to help him? Misunderstand. What a huge misunderstanding. Meng Hu explained anxiously with a horrified expression. Bang. But Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped the tiger in the face. Bang. Bringing people to show off in front of me? Bang. Act recklessly? Bang. You still dare to take people for a stroll outside? Pa pa pa. He slapped the tiger with one palm after another until his mouth was full of blood. He looked so arrogant, so arrogant. But the tiger just didn't have any temper at all. He lowered his head tightly, with nothing but fear in his eyes. He kept apologizing and begging for mercy. Oh my God. Secretary Su Xiaoyan covered her rosy lips with her hands, looking stunned. Boss Lu, where did you hire this bodyguard? This is too awesome. He is a well-known figure in the underworld, but he didn't dare to fight back after being slapped in the face by him. Too fierce. Wu Donghao finally realized how terrifying Chen Feng was. Chen Feng was definitely not as simple as he imagined. He subconsciously wanted to escape from here, but Chen Feng stepped on him and asked coldly, tell me, have you secretly asked someone to murder my boss Lu Menghan recently? Murder Lu Menghan? Wu Donghao was confused. He gritted his teeth and said, how could I do such a thing? I am her suitor. You still won't tell the truth? Chen Feng's eyes were sharp, and he said to Meng Hu calmly, drag him over and beat him to death. Until he tells the truth. Yes. Meng Hu didn't hesitate at all. He waved his hand and shouted fiercely, beat him to death. Wu Donghao was horrified, how dare you? I am the son of a wealthy family. How your mother? Beat. The tiger didn't care about that. After all, the person in front of him was scarier than the god of death. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Wu Donghao felt the beating from society. He was covered in blood. It was horrible. But even though he was beaten half to death, Wu Donghao still didn't admit it. Chen Feng then gave up. He was basically certain that Wu Donghao should have nothing to do with this matter, so the only one left was Shanda Group. Even the Wu family in the provincial capital. Throw it out. Remember. If he dares to come to the Fiefan group and act wild again, I will beat him up every time I see him. Understood. Meng Hu and the others immediately dragged Wu Donghao downstairs like a dead dog. When Wu Donghao was dragged away, Lu Menghan finally couldn't help her curiosity. She stared at Chen Feng and asked, Chen Feng, tell me honestly, how did you know Meng Hu and the others, and how did you scare them so much? Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, smiled faintly, and said, really want to know? Then I'll tell you. I killed Du Hailong, the boss behind them. What? Lu Menghan and Su Xiaoyang almost lost their balance. Is he that cruel? But in an instant, Lu Menghan was amused. Chen Feng, you are quite humorous. Du Hailong is the underground king, and he has an innate master to protect him. Can you kill him? Chen Feng shrugged, believe it or not. Anyway, I, Chen Feng, will kill anyone who provokes me. While the two were talking, suddenly, a very eye-catching, full of sexual tension, showing off her curvy, pear-shaped figure to the extreme, wearing a wrap skirt, twisting her buttocks, and full of temptation, walked out of the elevator, complaining as she walked. I'm so pissed off. Lu Menghan subconsciously looked up and found that the person coming was her good friend Chu Shishir. She couldn't help but ask with concern, what's wrong? Shishir? Snort. I get angry when I talk about this. Chu Shishir put her hands on her hips, looking resentful. She was about to complain, but Chen Feng stared straight at Chu Shishir's big breasts and said in a shocking tone, Beauty, there's something wrong with your breasts. Besides, you have such a bad temper and your menstruation is irregular, I'm afraid there's something wrong with your breasts. If you trust me, let me stab you in the chest, a few times, and then prescribe some medicine for you to take. I promise that you will be safe and sound. Chapter 6, Helping My Wife and Friend. What did you say? Chu Shishir's eyes widened instantly. This bastard actually wanted to stab her chest a few times. Isn't this clearly a hooligan? Lu Menghan's pretty face darkened as well, and she glared at Chen Feng fiercely. Chen Feng, what do you mean by this? You're fucking my best friend in front of me? Chen Feng smiled faintly, curled his lips and said, Wife, what are you thinking about? What I said was, use my silver needle to check her chest a few times. And you know my wife, my medical skills are very powerful. As long as she is willing to let me have sex, I can definitely cure her illness. When Chu Shishir heard this, she was surprised and said, Damn, Menghan, did I hear it right? He just called you his wife, have you already had sex? Vulgar. Lu Menghan frowned slightly, rubbed her eyebrows, and said helplessly, Since you are my best friend, I won't hide it from you. Something unexpected happened between me and this bastard, which led to me giving him my first time. So, he is also my boyfriend in name only, and he also saved my grandfather's life, so as a thank you, I will keep him by my side as a bodyguard for the assessment. Chu Shishir couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. Hey, this guy looks frivolous, and he doesn't have any outstanding qualities. How can he be worthy of a phoenix like you? It's really a good pen, but it's all wasted. Hearing Chu Shishir's blunt words, Su Xiaoyang couldn't help but cough a few times in embarrassment, while Lu Menghan was a little speechless. Can you be more civilized? Do you think I want to give myself to a man casually? Sometimes fate is something we can't choose. As for you, since Chen Feng said that there is something wrong with your chest, then you probably have a problem. You should worry more about yourself. Chu Shishir pretended to be calm and snorted, don't listen to his nonsense, this guy is just trying to scare me. If there is something wrong with my breasts, then why do they still look so beautiful and even grow more and more proud? Chen Feng smiled slightly and said calmly, It's simple, because there is a problem inside your chest, so from the outside, there is basically nothing abnormal. If I'm not mistaken, you've been having palpitations lately, and most importantly, you often can't urinate, right? This time, it was Chu Shishir's turn to be shocked. She frowned and was a little flustered. How did you know? Chen Feng said seriously, I am a doctor. Look, smell, listen and feel. For me, it's just a daily routine. Besides, you are in the early stages now. If you delay it to the later stages, even gods may not be able to save you. Of course, if you can undergo surgery, just go to the hospital. Chu Shishir's face turned pale when she heard this. No. What I fear most is surgery. As long as you can cure me without surgery, I will give you any amount of money. Chen Feng stared at Chu Shishir's huge breasts and said with a playful look, If it's someone I don't know, I'll give him at least $1 million or tens of millions of dollars for each shot. However, since you are my wife's best friend, I can treat you for free. But now, I need your cooperation. Chu Shishir immediately nodded obediently. Cooperate, I will cooperate no matter what. As long as you can cure the problem on my chest. Real? Real. Well, take off your clothes first, and then sit on the sofa obediently. This? Chu Shishir blushed and said shyly, this is not good. I am Menghan's best friend. If you ask me to take off my clothes, wouldn't that mean I am cheating on Menghan? Lu Menghan also gave Chen Feng a murderous look. Chen Feng coughed slightly and explained innocently, wife, please believe me, I am a doctor, and I will never have any improper thoughts about your best friend. Besides, I, Chen Feng, am a very conservative man. Once I choose a person, she will be the only one in my heart. In other words, even if your bestie stripped naked in front of me, I wouldn't even blink an eye. Lu Menghan thought for a moment and said coldly, Xiaoyang and I will wait for you outside. If you mess around, I guarantee that your third leg will disappear from this world. Hiss. Chen Feng took a breath and laughed awkwardly, don't worry, my wife. I will protect a man's chastity. Roll. Lu Menghan rushed out of the door, and Chen Feng looked at Chu Shishir and said with a smile, as the saying goes, my wife's best friend is my best friend, come on. Chu Shishir was extremely nervous and subconsciously covered her chest. Asshole, please don't be tempted by beauty. Soon, the treatment began. During the whole process, Chu Shishir was extremely shy, fearing that Chen Feng would take advantage of her. But what she didn't expect was that Chen Feng was concentrating on treating the disease and using acupuncture throughout the whole process, which made Chu Shishir doubt whether Chen Feng was really a man. But what she didn't know was that although Chen Feng was focused, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, what a great guy. About a few minutes later, as the treatment progressed, Chu Shishir couldn't help but let out a low moan, as if all the haze was swept away. Lu Menghan, who was standing outside the door, suddenly woke up with a startled look on her face. She couldn't help but rush in and roared, Chen Feng. I will kill you, you shameless pervert. But just when he was halfway through his words, he saw Chu Shishir had already put on her clothes and was looking at Chen Feng with admiration. She exclaimed sincerely, Menghan. Your boyfriend is so awesome. I can feel that all the discomforts in my body have disappeared. It's no exaggeration to describe it as a miracle cure. Lu Menghan's expression relaxed, a hint of pride flashed across his face, but he still said with a straight face, this is just the first time, it won't happen again. By the way, I just heard you complaining non-stop, are you in any trouble? Chu Shishir swallowed her saliva, looked at Chen Feng in confusion, and then sighed and said, is this so? Didn't I need a loan before? I found the head of Huifeng Bank and signed a contract. But I didn't expect that when I went there today, the head of Huifeng Bank turned his face against me and even asked me to sleep with him for a night before he would give me a loan. Shameless. Lu Menghan couldn't help but get angry. If that's the case, then sue him. Chu Shishir said helplessly, well, I want to sue, but do you know who is behind Huifeng Bank? It's the Black Tiger Group. You know how powerful the Black Tiger Group is in Tianyang City. I can't afford to offend you. Lu Menghan also had a headache, but at this moment, Chen Feng suddenly said, isn't it just a loan? Come on, I'll help you get it back. I want to see which bastard is so bold as to blame my wife's best friend for the debt. You? Chu Shishir couldn't help but chuckled when she heard that. Chen Feng, are you kidding? The Black Tiger Group is behind the Huifeng Group. You must not seek your own death. Lu Menghan also said seriously, Chen Feng, the Black Dragon Group is not someone you can mess with. Just swallow your anger. I will lend this loan to Shishir. Chu Shishir's eyes lit up, and she said awkwardly, that's so embarrassing. Chen Feng smiled faintly and said, wife, if you hadn't met me before, maybe you could take a step back and let the world be broader. But now that I am here, there is no one in Tianyang City that I, Chen Feng, can't afford to offend. Let's go. Let's go now. I, Chen Feng, will settle this account. Half an hour later, Chen Feng, Lu Menghan and Chu Shishir arrived at the gate of Huifeng Bank and went directly into the office of the supervisor Su Dalong. However, Su Dalong was not here. Instead, a man in a suit and tie was playing games on his phone. He raised his head slightly and sneered, Ms. Chu, it seems that you have considered it? TSK, Manager Su is so lucky tonight. I'll book a presidential suite for Manager Su right now. But who would have thought that Chen Feng would take a step forward, snatch the phone from the man in a suit, Wang Yun, and smash it on the ground? Wang Yun immediately flew into a rage, asshole. Alpaca. My credit score. Believe your mother. Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped Wang Yun to the ground. He sat down in front of the computer desk, crossed his legs, and said calmly, "In 1 minute, let Su Dalong come to see me and obediently hand over the loan. The interest will be halved. Otherwise, Huifeng Group can close down." Chapter 7. Chen Beinan arrives, as arrogant as ever. Arrogant. The arrogance is simply outrageous. Chu Shishir was stunned. She thought Chen Feng would use some legal means or something, but she never expected that Chen Feng would just do it right away. This man is so domineering and manly. But the problem is, this is Huifeng Bank. One of the best private banks in the entire Tianyang city. Chen Feng started fighting as soon as he disagreed with something, which was definitely provoking trouble. Lu Menghan also frowned. Although she also liked domineering men, she didn't like to act on impulse without considering the consequences. If Chen Feng only has violence but lacks the ability to deal with the aftermath, then Chen Feng's image in her heart will plummet. Wang Yun, who had received a fiery slap and was seeing stars, stared with his eyes wide open. He was about to explode with anger. He couldn't even dream of it. Someone actually dared to do that to him. Even though he was just a dog of Su Dalong, this was Huifeng Bank, and he was definitely a cut above the rest. Chen Feng was so bold. Wang Yun gritted his teeth and stared at Chen Feng. "You bastard. You dared to hit me? You're done. You will never be able to leave Huifeng Bank today." "Oh? Really?" Chen Feng smiled with interest, then took 2 steps forward and stepped on Wang Yun's right leg to the ground. Crack! With a crisp sound, Wang Yun screamed in pain like a pig being slaughtered. Chu Shishir's eyes widened, but Chen Feng didn't mind making a big deal. He said condescendingly, "If you say one more word, your other foot will be the next tragedy? Do you believe it? Madman. You lunatic." Wang Yun was completely scared. He never thought that Chen Feng would be so bold as to break his leg. He knew that the situation was beyond his control. He quickly took out his cell phone and dialed. "Wait. You wait. I'll call Manager Su right now." Seeing Wang Yun about to call for help, Chu Shishir knew that things had gotten out of hand. She was a little scared and quickly tried to persuade him. "Chen Feng, stop messing around. If you do this, I'm afraid not only will we not get the loan, but we will even have to pay out of pocket. Hurry up and leave." Lu Menghan also shook his head helplessly. "Chen Feng, don't you know there is a saying that impulsive people can't accomplish great things? If you make things contradictory again now, you will only bring trouble upon yourself." Chen Feng smiled calmly, not panicking at all. "Wife, only the weak are impulsive, the strong are the ones who deal with things objectively. Wait. Today, all the senior executives of Huifeng Group must kneel before your best friend and beg for her forgiveness." Wang Yun laughed angrily, and said with a malicious grin, "Ha ha ha. Awesome. You are really awesome. You beat someone up and still have delusions. All the senior executives of Huifeng Group kneel down and beg for forgiveness. I think you are either very brave or crazy." At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door, and then a pot-bellied, lustful man walked in quickly with dozens of security guards holding sticks. This person was none other than the supervisor Su Dalong. When he saw the scene in front of him, his face suddenly darkened and he said gloomily, "Chu Shishir, you really don't want to drink the toast? I'm kind enough to ask you to go back and think about it. How could you bring someone to mess things up? Why, do you think that Huifeng Bank is a soft persimmon?" Chu Shishir's face looked a little ugly. She gritted her teeth and said in a weak tone, "Manager Su, it's not what you think. My friend just can't stand what you are doing. Stop talking nonsense." Su Dalong said with a cold smile, "Originally, I wanted to give you this loan, but now you have someone taking action, and the situation has escalated. Not only will you have to pay for the medical expenses, but you will also have to sleep with me for one more night. Oh, by the way, I have a special liking for black stockings, you'd better wear them. Otherwise, this matter." Chu Shishir couldn't help but feel a chill. If she was forced to wear black stockings and sleep with Su Dalong, it would be better for her to be killed. But just when Chu Shishir was a little upset, Chen Feng spat on the ground, pointed at the ground, and said calmly, "I will give you a chance too. Roll over here and lick your face clean. In this case, I will let you go peacefully." Hiss. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into deathly silence. Unbelievable. Their scalps went numb. They looked at Chen Feng as if he was a fool. Everyone thought there was something wrong with their ears. This is Su Dalong, Huifeng Bank, gold level executive. Chen Feng not only had no sense of fear, but he even dared to threaten Su Dalong. This is simply seeking death. Su Dalong was also stunned. He never thought that Chen Feng would be so arrogant. He was extremely angry. He twisted his neck, and his cold eyes almost swallowed Chen Feng alive. Scumbag! I have seen many heroes saving beauties. But I'm really curious. You have no money and no power. Who gave you the courage to cause trouble here? Chen Feng's eyes were calm as water, and he spoke word by word. Do you want to lick it? I'll lick your mother. Su Dalong was furious. He waved his hand and shouted with murderous intent, beat me to death. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. These few words immediately made dozens of Huifeng Bank's security guards' adrenaline surge. Then, they stepped out one by one. They shouted at Chen Feng like a storm, kill him. Chu Shishir didn't know Chen Feng's strength, her pretty face turned pale, and she subconsciously shouted, be careful. Su Dalong was gloating, crossing his arms over his chest, fuck. You dare to act pretentiously in front of me? Don't you even know how much you weigh? Do you know who they are? From Jiaolong Security Group. Even special forces can be defeated. But who could have imagined? As soon as the words fell, Chen Feng flashed in front of dozens of security guards like a ghost, and before they could react, he kicked the first one to fly away like a dead dog. Bang! The sound of ribs cracking resounded, and the man fell to his knees on the spot, wishing he was dead. However, this is just the beginning. Bang! From Jiaolong Security Group? Bang! Special forces can be defeated? Bang! How impressive! Bang! So invincible! Pa, pa, pa. One palm after another, in just a few seconds, dozens of people were lying on the ground in all directions, bleeding all over the ground. It was a horrible sight. Seeing this scene, Chu Shishir was stunned. Oh my god. This guy is too fierce. Su Dalong's face twitched fiercely, and he was filled with fear. Who are you? I'm someone you can never afford to offend in your life. Chen Feng smiled coldly, then flashed in front of Su Dalong, raised his hand and slapped him. Bang! Threatening my wife's best friend while she was sleeping? Bang! A fox is taking advantage of the tiger's might? Bang! Act recklessly? Hand after hand, Su Dalong was beaten until he was dizzy and his mouth was full of blood. He was terrified, but he roared fiercely, you son of a bitch! You're dead! You're dead! Do you know who is behind Huifeng Bank? It's the Black Tiger Group. The boss of the Black Tiger Group is Chen Beinan, who is well known in the Tianyang city's killing circle. Master Nan. When everyone heard the word Master Nan, there was a look of genuine awe in their eyes. Even Chu Shishir and Lu Menghan were a little afraid. But who would have thought that Chen Feng would laugh teasingly upon hearing this, and directly crush Su Dalong's ankle alive? Ah! Su Dalong let out a terrifying scream, and Chen Feng said with great interest and looked down upon everything. Black Tiger Group, is Chen Beinan that awesome? Don't even mention that he dares to take charge of this matter. As long as he dares to appear in front of me and support you, I will respect him as a man. Hiss. Everyone was scared to death after hearing what Chen Feng said. Too arrogant. Too ignorant. If Chen Beinan knew that someone dared to look down on him like this, he would probably make Chen Feng disappear from the face of the earth in a matter of minutes. What you fear will come true. At this moment, suddenly, an extremely low and majestic voice rang out. He. I've seen a lot of people who are just starting out. But I, Chen Beinan, am the first one to see someone like you who is so determined to die. Tell me, do you want to be torn into pieces or torn into pieces? Everyone turned around, their blood freezing in fear. Master Nan. Master Nan is here. I didn't expect that it would really alarm Master Nan. This kid is completely finished. Chu Shishir's face turned pale, and she almost lost her balance. This time we really hit a brick wall. Chen Feng, just for a loan, I'm afraid we have to go to see God today. Lu Menghan was also a little anxious. The appearance of Chen Beinan meant that things were getting really tricky. However, Chen Feng just glanced at Chen Beinan casually, calmly and arrogantly. I asked you to come, and you really came. Since you are here, let's settle this account. Don't accuse me of bullying you. Cut off one of my arms, beat your dog to death, and then kneel down in person to apologize to my wife and best friend. Then I will reluctantly spare your life. Chapter 8. The Zhao family from the provincial capital comes to visit. Even Chen Beinan was threatened. Everyone in the audience was almost scared to death. Chen Feng is definitely the most courageous man they have ever seen. Chu Shishir was so scared that her beautiful legs were shaking. My dear brother. This is Chen Beinan. You even dare to offend him. Do you really want to die? You're looking for death. Chen Beinan's expression instantly turned extremely cold. Ever since he became the sole person in charge of the Black Tiger Group, no one had ever dared to challenge his position and identity. Chen Beinan's fists clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound, and his murderous intent was so strong that it was indescribable. Boy. Originally, considering that you and I have the same last name, I was planning to let you die a quick death. Since you don't value your life, I, Chen Beinan, will let everyone know today what terrible consequences will come if you repeatedly anger me, Chen Beinan. Master Xian. Come out. Swish. Following Chen Beinan's order, an old man who looked energetic, but with empty eyes and extremely creepy, slowly walked out from behind the crowd. The most important thing is that the warrior aura of this old man is extremely cold, as if he enjoys killing people every day and is extremely cruel. When Su Dalong saw the old man, he was even more excited. Master Xian. This is Master Xian. Master Xian is the only junior martial arts master under Master Nan. Rumor has it that if Master Xian takes action, he will die. No one can survive 3 moves in front of Master Xian. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng, you ignorant brat, I'll see how you can act so arrogantly in Huifeng Bank this time. How can you act so arrogantly in front of Master Nan? The murderous intent was boiling, and the arrogant Xian Lao stared at Chen Feng with a cruel face, and said word by word, boy, you really shouldn't have provoked Master Nan. You have great courage. It's a pity that after you become a dead person, you are nothing. Even though Master Xian only spoke a few words lightly, the temperature dropped sharply, and a terrible feeling of suffocation swept the entire audience. Although Lu Menghan and Chu Shishir were not warriors, they could sense that Elder Xian had murderous intent and his strength was absolutely terrifying. Once he takes action, Chen Feng's life will be in danger. But look at what Chen Feng did. Chen Feng didn't even look at the so-called Xian Lao. He just looked bored and said calmly, old man, don't say I look down on you. If you can get even a little closer to me, I, Chen Feng, will lose. How domineering. How arrogant. What a provocation. Rampant. Old Xian was completely furious, his eyes glaring like a King Kong. A loud bang. Bang. The floor tiles under his feet all exploded. It was terrifying. The terrible sonic boom roared over. Xian Lao's fist was like the most deadly weapon in the world, and he rushed straight to Chen Feng, little beast. Die. Boom. The fist blast exploded. The area where Chen Feng was located was shaking violently. But Chen Feng did not move. It was as if he was waiting to die. 1/1000th of a breath later. Here it comes. Everyone's heart almost jumped into their throat. Chen Beinan's eyes were as cold as ice. In his eyes, Chen Feng was already a dead man. At this time, Chen Feng finally moved. Randomly. He raised his fist very casually, and then faced it. Instantly. Bang. It sounded like a bomb. But what no one expected was that Chen Feng didn't move at all. The two men's fists collided violently. Xian Lao retreated dozens of steps. From the outside, he was not seriously injured, but what no one knew was that Xian Lao's heart had been turned upside down. He was so scared that his pupils almost exploded. Fear. The only thing left in his heart was terror. Everyone was stunned, because in their imagination, even if Chen Feng didn't die, his entire arm would be covered in blood. Could it be that Master Xian showed mercy? Chen Beinan was also shocked, his expression turned ugly, and he said to Master Xian in a deep voice, Master Xian, what's going on? Keep attacking. Elder Xian took a deep breath, forced himself to walk to Chen Beinan's side, resisted the urge to spurt blood, and said with an extremely depressed look, Master Nan. This man is invincible. Get out of here now. Otherwise, you and I will surely die. What? How is this possible? Chen Beinan was horrified and looked at Xian Lao with a deathly look. Are you kidding me? Ha ha. Elder Xian smiled miserably, his pupils turning white with fear. Master Nan, you probably don't know that my internal organs were shattered by that punch just now. If I don't deal with it in time, I'm done for. Hiss. Chen Beinan suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Being able to injure Xian Lao so badly with just one punch, even if he was stupid, he understood that the Black Tiger Group had provoked an unparalleled terror. Trembling, Shen Beinan's body couldn't stop shaking. He was very sure that if Chen Feng wanted to kill him, it would be a snap of a finger. Suddenly, in front of everyone, Chen Beinan almost had difficulty breathing, his lips trembled, and he took the initiative to bow his head to Chen Feng. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, it's all because of my failure to discipline my subordinates. I, Chen Beinan, will bear all your losses today." How is this possible? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Stunned. This was Chen Beinan. He actually took the initiative to admit his weakness to Chen Feng. What on earth happened? Chen Feng looked at the terrified Chen Beinan without any smugness. He just said coldly, "I said, cut off one of my arms. Apologize to my wife and best friend. No conditions for granting loans. Don't you understand what people are saying?" The corners of Chen Beinan's mouth twitched fiercely. How could he, the helmsman of the Black Tiger Group, do such a thing? But seeing the murderous intent and indifference in Chen Feng's eyes, Chen Beinan suddenly woke up, gritted his teeth, and took the initiative to walk in front of Chu Shishir, broke his right hand fiercely, and knelt down again, and said sincerely, "Sorry. Ms. Chu. I'm sorry to scare you. I, Chen Beinan, apologize to you. At the same time, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter." Oh my god. Chu Shishir covered her rosy lips, her brain almost shut down. The boss of the Black Tiger Group actually knelt down in front of her. If this were to get out, it would probably be a big deal for 3 days and 3 nights. And all this was because of her best friend's cheap husband. For a moment, Chu Shishir looked at Chen Feng with stars in her eyes. Everyone admires awesome men, especially an awesome man like Chen Feng, who can make Chen Beinan admit defeat with just one sentence. Lu Menghan's eyes lit up too. For the first time, she looked at Chen Feng with new eyes. The man who forcibly took away her virginity didn't seem as bad as she had imagined. When Su Dalong saw Chen Beinan kneeling down, in his eyes, Chen Feng was no different from a demon. He was so scared that his legs went numb. "Ah! Master Nan. I was wrong. I shouldn't have abused my power. Please forgive me this time." Let you go this time? Chen Beinan was full of hope. Because of Su Dalong, he almost went from heaven to hell. How could he let him go easily? He stared at Su Dalong with murderous eyes and said coldly to the suit warrior behind him, "Drag him out and kill him." "No, Master Nan." Su Dalong was so scared that he peed and shit all over his body. But it was no use. He was dragged out quickly. After a while, the sound of his struggle stopped. After leaving Huifeng Bank, Chu Shishir, who got an interest-free loan, was still in shock. Lu Menghan also stared at Chen Feng deeply. "Chen Feng, tell me, how many unknown secrets do you have?" Chen Feng smiled slightly and licked his lips. "Want to know? Go back tonight and have a good discussion with me, and I will tell you. How about it?" Lu Menghan naturally knew what Chen Feng meant by sparring. Her face turned red and she angrily yelled, "Get lost!" Just when they were about to drive away, suddenly, a black Honda arrived, followed by dozens of men with ill intentions and sharp eyes who got out. The leader was a man in a suit wearing a blue shirt and a proud look. When he saw Lu Menghan, he smiled playfully. "Ha, you must be Lu Menghan, the president of Fifan Group." Lu Menghan couldn't help but frown and asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" The man in the suit, and he, said with a domineering smile, "Don't be nervous, I am one of the managers of the Zhao family in the provincial capital. I came here on the orders of our eldest young master to invite Miss Lu to a gathering. I also hope that Miss Lu will do me the honor of going with us." Lu Menghan said coldly, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in cooperating with the Zhao family in the provincial capital." And his expression suddenly darkened, and he said with a fake smile, "Then Miss Lu is going to drink a forfeit instead of accepting my toast, right?" TSK, Miss Lu went out without even a bodyguard. Tell me, if my people want to take Miss Lu away by force, what should Miss Lu do? Threaten. A naked threat. Lu Menghan's expression turned cold, but Chen Feng unbuckled his seatbelt and caught he off guard. He grabbed his neck with a bang, and his tone was extremely indifferent. "What if you become a dead man in the next second? Do you think you still have a chance to challenge my wife again?" Chapter 9. The Sea Shark Gang is here to die. Feeling the force coming from Chen Feng's palm, and he panicked and was also shocked. No matter what, he could not have imagined that Chen Feng would dare to attack him. He had difficulty breathing and said in a terrified voice, "Boy, you'd better calm down. The Zhao family from the provincial capital is standing behind me. Lu Menghan also realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly advised, Chen Feng, don't be impulsive. If you kill him, things have really gotten out of hand. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, let go of an he, and said in a cold voice, next time before you speak, you'd better think about it. Roll. But what was unexpected was that after he got the kick, he turned his nose up at him and said with a cold smile, huh? Boy. I thought you really dared to kill me. TSK. Obviously, you are still afraid. Since you are wary, it means you are afraid. Pretending to be awesome? Pretending to be tough? You're still a little naive in front of me. Get out of the car, the Zhao family in the provincial capital. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, as if he had completely lost his patience. And he smiled contemptuously and challenged him recklessly, well, I really think so. After all, if you dare to kill me, then just now. Crack. But who could have imagined that in the next second? Suddenly. Extremely suddenly. The neck was broken. And his pupils widened. His breathing stopped abruptly. Died on the spot. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Chen Feng withdrew his hand with a look of disgust and smiled coldly, you only have one life, obviously, you made a wrong bet. Chen Feng. Lu Menghan was shocked. This was the first time she saw Chen Feng kill someone. It was quite a shock. Chen Feng, if you kill him, it means you are standing against the Zhao family in the provincial capital. Have you thought about the consequences? Chen Feng said lightly, I'm sorry, honey, he was so mean, I couldn't help it. Don't worry. I will take full responsibility for this matter. What are you responsible for? Lu Menghan was extremely helpless. She rubbed her eyebrows and had a terrible headache. She didn't believe that Chen Feng had the power to surpass the Zhao family in the provincial capital. Zhu Shishir was so frightened that her chest was throbbing. She was shocked, Chen Feng, you are such a fool. You don't know how terrible the Zhao family in the provincial capital is. That's good. Push your wife into the fire. Dozens of men with sharp eyes looked at Indy's tragic death, each of them trembling with fear, extremely unbelievable, and extremely angry. Damn bastard. You dared to kill Managerin. You're looking for death. Swish, swish, swish. As they spoke, dozens of men with fierce eyes drew their weapons and stabbed at Chen Feng's neck and chest. Although Lu Menghan felt that Chen Feng's behavior was absurd and unsatisfactory, she still subconsciously shouted, be careful. Want to go down and accompany him? I'll help you. Chen Feng was not panicked at all, but his eyes suddenly turned cold. Then, he grabbed the man in front of him with one hand, lifted him up alive, and smashed him out. Bang! Like a butterfly effect. In an instant, the 7 or 8 people behind were all smashed into a bloody mess. They died on the spot. The remaining 2 or 3 people were so frightened that their breathing was stagnant, and their faces were extremely terrified. You. Chen Feng, however, was as cold as a river and said calmly, go back and tell the eldest son of the Zhao family that he can't chew the bone of Fifan group. If you know what's good for you, go back to the provincial capital. If not, I, Chen Feng, don't mind letting him stay in Tianyang City forever. How arrogant. How domineering. The remaining 2 or 3 people did not dare to say anything more. After all, so many people died tragically at the hands of Chen Feng. Chen Feng was even scarier than the god of death at this moment. Okay. We will definitely pass on the message. After these people left within his body, Lu Menghan looked as if he had survived a disaster. Chen Feng, do you think you are very manly? If you don't agree with me, I'll kill you. Have you ever thought about the position of the extraordinary group? The Zhao family in the provincial capital will definitely take crazy revenge on the Fifan group. Chen Feng was calm and composed, and said calmly, I have said that everyone is responsible for their own actions. I will take on any tricks from the Zhao family in the provincial capital. I can't take it. I, Chen Feng, will take the initiative to leave Fifan group and die to atone for my sins. Lu Menghan gritted his teeth and said angrily, okay. This is what you said. When the time comes, you can't do anything to the Zhao family in the provincial capital, so go and die. Don't come to harm the Fifan group. Having said that, Lu Menghan turned on his mobile phone and quickly sent a text message. This text message was sent to the president of the Tianyang Chamber of Commerce, hoping that the other party could mediate. Even if the fiefing group gave up the mine, he hoped that the eldest son of the Zhao family in the provincial capital would show mercy and let Chen Feng live. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng, Lu Menghan, and Chu Shishir returned to the fiefing group. Lu Menghan seemed upset and went to the project department with her secretary Su Xiaoyang. Chu Shishir and Chen Feng were the only ones left in the room. Chu Shishir looked at Chen Feng and said speechlessly, "Chen Feng, tell me, how are you going to deal with the Zhao family in the provincial capital next?" Chen Feng picked up an apple and took a bite, then said calmly, "What else can I do? If the young master of the Zhao family in the provincial capital wants to die, I will naturally send him off." You? Chu Shishir didn't know how to describe Chen Feng's ignorance. He was so calm even when facing death. You know, the Zhao family in the provincial capital is in Tianyang City, and even the big wealthy families can't afford to provoke them. Don't think that you can arm wrestle with the young master of the Zhao family in the provincial capital just because you can make Chen Beinan kneel down. Chen Feng stared at Chu Shishir's pair of proud buttocks when he heard this, and said with a playful smile, "Since you think I'm dead, why not take this opportunity to give me a good time, so that I can be a satisfied ghost, how about it?" Feeling Chen Feng's aggressive gaze, Chu Shishir couldn't help but squeeze her legs together, and her face quickly flushed. "It's already this late, and you haven't done anything serious yet. Besides, Menghan and I are best friends. How can I let you do whatever you want? If you really want to be killed by the eldest son of the Zhao family, I will let you kiss me at most." "A kiss? Okay." Chen Feng was immediately interested when he heard that. Regardless of Chu Shishir's reaction, he pulled her into his arms and forcefully pressed his penis against her rosy little mouth. Chu Shishir's eyes widened instantly and she uttered an unclear voice, "Asshole. Are you serious?" But it didn't matter what he said, he swallowed Chen Feng's lustful intention directly. Chu Shishir's face instantly turned red to her ears, but Chen Feng became more and more bold, kissing Chu Shishir dizzy, and even one of his big hands tried to climb under Chu Shishir's neck. Chu Shishir was scared, grabbed Chen Feng's hand, and pushed it away with all her strength, sweating coldly, "Asshole. Kissing is fine. You still want to play basketball?" Chen Feng licked his tongue, looking unsatisfied. TSK, I have to say it, your little mouth is so sweet. Remember, next time you seduce me, I don't mind, I'll even play with your pair of basketballs." Shameless. Rogue. Chu Shishir was furious, and said with lingering fear, "I was afraid that you would die a pitiful death, but you turned around and said that I seduced you." At this moment, Secretary Su Xiaoyang walked in. When she saw that one button of Chu Shishir's shirt was unbuttoned, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and said, "Miss Chu, what were you doing just now?" Nothing. Chu Shishir's face flushed, and she quickly made an excuse, "Ahem, I just felt a little hot." "That's right. What can I do for you?" Secretary Su Xiaoyang glanced at Chu Shishir in confusion, and then said to Chen Feng with a grim expression, "Mr. Chen. Just now a group of people came downstairs, claiming to be the Sea Shark Gang, and they looked as if you had killed their parents. I will cut you into pieces if I name you by name. You should find a place to hide quickly." "Damn it. Sea Shark Gang?" Chu Shishir trembled when she heard these 3 words, and couldn't help being frightened. "How many forces have you provoked, you bastard? It's over. Those people from the Sea Shark Gang kill without blinking an eye. If you go out, they will skin you alive. I didn't go looking for them, but they came to me looking for death." "Very good." Chen Feng's eyes turned cold, his killing intent was so strong, and then, he flashed and ran directly towards the elevator. It was as if the god of death was about to wash everything with blood. Chapter 10, the blood flowed like a river, and no one was spared. Seeing that Chen Feng was not afraid but extremely excited, with an extremely terrifying killing intent, Chu Shishir was so shocked that she exclaimed, "My dear brother. You really don't want to die." At this time, Chen Feng took the lead and arrived outside the lobby on the 1st floor. At this moment, there were hundreds of people standing outside with machetes in their hands, shouting and yelling for killing. Moreover, each of them held a machete, with murderous intent to the extreme. Even more than half of them are warriors. The leader was a strong man with a dragon-like physique. He had a cold face and a murderous intent that was terrifying. As soon as Chu Shishir and Su Xiaoyang arrived at the scene, they were frightened by the scene in front of them. Hiss, this scene is even more terrifying than a gang fight. Mr. Chen is probably in danger. The sturdy black wolf in the lead stared at Chen Feng with an icy look in his eyes, gnashing his teeth and full of hatred. "Boy. Are you Chen Feng? Fuck you, I heard that you even dared to threaten the Sea Shark Gang? Fuck. You are so brave. Why don't you kneel down immediately? Are you willing to die? You are willing to die. Chen Feng had a deep, playful, and bloodthirsty smile on his face. A little Karami dares to jump in front of me. Does Jesus give you the courage? Kneel down, roll over here and lick my shoes clean, and I'll leave you with an intact body. What? As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into deathly silence. No one could have imagined that Chen Feng would dare to be so arrogant in front of the third leader of the Sea Shark Gang, Black Wolf. Arrogant. This is definitely seeking death. Chu Shishir's body also trembled violently, and she felt that Chen Feng would be chopped into meat paste in the next second. Bastards! I can basically confirm that you are just seeking death. Kill him. I want him to die without a burial place. Boom! Following the order from Wild Wolf, hundreds of members of the Sea Shark Gang rushed over like a dark cloud covering the city, slashing towards Chen Feng. Chu Shishir couldn't help but tremble with fear, and didn't dare to look directly at him, but Chen Feng's face was calm as water, and he didn't show any fear at all. Instead, his body was suddenly pulled out sideways. Instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Flesh and bones were broken. The sound of blood gushing out continuously. There were hundreds of people fighting, and in just a few rounds, the ground was covered in blood. Corpses were everywhere. How is this possible? The wolf's eyes widened, shocked as if he had seen a ghost. So fierce. Chu Shishir and Su Xiaoyang's faces trembled, their legs felt hot, and they almost fainted. Hundreds of people died just like that. This man was simply the incarnation of a killing god. Chen Feng wiped his palms casually, looked at the wolf as if he was looking at a big joke, and said indifferently, "You just said that you want me to die without a burial place?" No, no, no. The wolf was shaking all over, his blood almost coagulated, and there was nothing but fear on his face. I'm kidding. Please show some mercy. You've already called someone to kill me, and you still want me to show mercy. Do you think I, Chen Feng, am a saint? Chen Feng snorted coldly, took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, grabbed the wolf's neck. The wolf looked suffocated and shouted subconsciously, "You dare to kill me? I'm the third in command of the Sea Shark Gang." Crack. But as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng broke the wolf's neck without hesitation, threw its body on the ground like a dead dog, and said indifferently, "Don't worry, the next one is the Sea Shark Gang." As he said that, Chen Feng took the initiative to walk towards the SUV, as if nothing had happened, and said to the driver who was sweating and frightened, "How to do it, I don't need to teach you, right?" The driver didn't dare to delay and stepped on the accelerator, heading straight for the Sea Shark Gang. Sea Shark Gang. A well-known and powerful gang in Tianyang City. It can be said that they even dared to kill the governor of the guardhouse. Therefore, there are only a handful of people who dare to provoke him. At this time, the Sea Shark Gang was filled with a solemn and quiet atmosphere. All the top leaders had gathered there. It looked like a gathering of dragons and tigers. It was quite terrifying. The leader of the Sea Shark Gang, Yuan Sihai, was currently offering incense to the deceased Du Hailong. As he was offering incense, he spoke in an extremely cold voice. "Hailong, you are my dog after all. Don't worry, I'll get that bastard down to accompany you soon. Have a safe journey." Also, a stray dog actually dreamed of coming back to overturn the case and avenge his damned sister. How ridiculous. Little do you know that our Sea Shark Gang has grown to an unshakable level. Even if you are full of passion, what does it matter? I'll lend you a piece of heaven as courage. Do you dare to come to my Sea Shark Gang and act wild? But who could have imagined? As soon as the words fell. Unexpected. Extremely abrupt. Absolutely amazing. Who is the leader of the Sea Shark Gang? Come and die. Boom. As this indifferent, contemptuous voice resounded, everyone was stunned. I couldn't believe it even in my dreams. Chen Feng really came to my door. And he came alone. Yuan Sihai's pupils also shrank, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. He obviously didn't expect Chen Feng to really come. Moreover, it seems that he, the third brother, has not been able to do anything to Chen Feng. He was furious. Extremely furious. Then, he walked out with all the senior executives. When he saw Chen Feng, whose face was as cold as ice and whose hands were in his pockets, he narrowed his eyes and grinned. "Chen Feng. You are braver than I thought. You are more courageous. But have you ever thought about what will happen if you rashly break into our Sea Shark Gang?" Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, "What's the ending?" "He will die without a complete body." She completely disappeared from this world. Yuan Sihai spoke each word with a cold heart. He licked his tongue and said with a sinister smile, "TSK, you may not know how miserable your sister's end was. I can tell you that your sister's limbs were broken alive. And then she lingered on like a dead dog. And you will be no exception. The four heavenly kings. Kill. Swish." Following Yuan Sihai's order, four dragon-like figures, like iron-blooded war gods, suddenly stepped out. They stared at Chen Feng intently. "Boy. Today, the four of us will break your ribs one by one. Die." Boom. As they spoke, the four great warriors suddenly stepped out. The heaven and earth shook. The killing power was off the charts. When Chen Feng heard Yuan Sihai's words, his eyes, which had already been cold, showed no emotion. He clenched his fists fiercely. He smashed them out violently. Bang! 5 fists smashed together like thunder in summer. But Chen Feng was unharmed. Instead, the bodies of the 4 heavenly kings exploded alive. Blood mist filled the sky. How is this possible? The people of the Sea Shark Gang were shocked. Yuan Sihai had not expected that the 4 King Kongs would be so vulnerable. He was furious. "Chen Feng, you dared to kill the 4 of them. I want you to be buried with me." "Kill the 4 of them? Today, I will slaughter your entire Sea Shark Gang." Chen Feng laughed coldly, and his domineering voice resounded through the sky. Yuan Sihai was furious and roared, "Go! All the elite troops, go! I want him dead. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Hundreds of elite members of the Sea Shark Gang rushed out. They were like hungry wolves in the dark night, choosing who to eat. Yuan Sihai felt that no matter how fierce Chen Feng was, he would definitely be seriously injured. But Chen Feng didn't even blink, and turned his palm into a knife. Like a death harvester. Wherever he went, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. In just a few dozen breaths, hundreds of elite members of the Sea Shark Gang were killed. You. Yuan Sihai immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, his eyes filled with fear. Chen Feng's terrifying strength made him sincerely afraid. "Chen Feng, let's talk nicely. I was forced into this matter regarding your sister. Kneel down." Chen Feng flashed and came in front of Yuan Sihai in the blink of an eye, and kicked his legs directly. "Ah!" Yuan Sihai let out a miserable cry. His eyes were ferocious and full of hatred, but he had no way to deal with Chen Feng. Chen Feng grabbed Yuan Sihai's neck and spoke coldly like the god of death in hell. "Tell me. Why did you arrest my sister? And who is behind all this? Explain." The sound was like thunder, shaking Yuan Sihai's eardrums to the point of breaking. He was so scared that he peed and shit, and trembled uncontrollably. "It's the Bei family, the mercenary family in Tianyang City. I am only responsible for capturing and torturing your sister. I don't know anything else. Please forgive me. I will never dare to do evil again." "The mercenary family, Bei family?" Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. He had heard of this family and they were quite powerful, but why would they target his sister? What secrets did his sister have? "I'm afraid only the Bei family, a mercenary family, knows everything." As soon as he thought of this, Chen Feng's eyes were as cold as stars, and he pronounced death sentence. "In this case, you can die now." At the moment of death, Yuan Sihai was completely panicked and shouted desperately, "Ah! No! Behind me stands the Iron Blood Army War King by Xiaotian. If you kill me, the Iron Blood Army War King will definitely..." Bang! Before he could finish his words, Chen Feng raised his knife and smashed Yuan Sihai's head into a pulp with one palm. Blood mixed with minced meat was all over the ground. His death was simply unbearable to watch. After killing Yuan Sihai, Chen Feng slaughtered the entire Sea Shark Gang. Not a single one was left alive. As for the Iron-Blooded War King by Xiaotian, Chen Feng didn't take him seriously at all. If he dared to come to Tianyang City to make trouble, he wouldn't mind making the entire Iron-Blooded army disappear from this world. Chapter 11, Wanton Provocation and Extreme Arrogance. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng left the Sea Shark Gang. The entire Tianyang City was instantly shaken. Hiss. OMG. The Sea Shark Gang was destroyed? Not a single one was left alive? Is this going to turn the tables? It's over. Tianyang City is going to be in turmoil. There was a small shock in the upper-class circles of Tianyang City, but Chen Feng had already returned to the Fifan group. At this time, Zhu Shishir and Su Xiaoyang were still waiting anxiously, and even Lu Menghan came downstairs. After a while, seeing Chen Feng appear safe and sound, Zhu Shishir and Lu Menghan quickly rushed over. Zhu Shishir shouted with concern, "Chen Feng, are you okay?" Lu Menghan punched Chen Feng and said angrily, "Asshole. Do you know how worried I was about you just now? You're going to the Sea Shark Gang alone. Do you want to die? They are the ones who don't want to die." Chen Feng smiled calmly, his eyes like water. "The Sea Shark Gang has been destroyed by me." "What?" Lu Menghan was shocked and thought Chen Feng was joking with her. At this moment, a 911 sports car happened to arrive, followed by a black van. Immediately afterwards, a group of people holding sharp blades, a middle-aged man in a long gown with a stern face, and Wu Donghao walked over quickly. As soon as he saw Chen Feng, Wu Donghao sneered and said with murderous intent, "The surname Chen. I've finally waited for you. Mad. How dare you humiliate me? Steal my goddess. Today, I will make you pay with your life." Chen Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He could feel that Wu Donghao had already started to kill him. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. However, Chen Feng didn't take this kind of thing seriously at all. He immediately said calmly, "I gave you a chance to live. Why do you have to seek death? Court death? Ha ha ha." Wu Donghao laughed so hard he almost cried when he heard this. He said in a very ferocious voice, "You bastard surnamed Chen. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Who did I bring here? He is the third on the killer list in Tianyang City. Mr. Morong Junmu." "What? Third on the killer list?" Lu Menghan's pretty face froze involuntarily, and she became a little depressed. "Chen Feng, according to legend, is third on the killer list, with a pair of iron wire fists, and is invincible. Hurry and leave." Then, she looked at Wu Donghao and said coldly, "Wu Donghao, can you not be so shameless? You hired a killer to solve a matter between two men?" Wu Donghao smiled teasingly and said sinisterly, "What? Regret? Are you scared? Humph. If you are willing to agree to be my woman right now, I will spare this guy's life. How about it?" Morong Jun, who ranked third on the assassin list, took a deep look at Chen Feng, expressionless, and said with murderous intent, "Boy, you have been entrusted by someone. If you have any last words, tell them now." Chen Feng said calmly, "You are talking about yourself when you say your last words, right?" Furious. "I don't understand what this is. Court death." Morong Jun was completely furious, and he leaped out. The sound of sonic booms resounded one after another. He was many times more powerful than the Sea Shark Gang. A pair of iron fists, just like splitting mountains and splitting rocks. Zhu Shishir and Lu Menghan were feeling uneasy. They thought Chen Feng might not be able to take even one round. Wu Donghao laughed even more sinisterly, "Mr. Chen, when you go to hell and reincarnate as a human, remember not to compete with me, Wu Donghao, for women." But just as he finished speaking, in front of everyone's astonished and shocked eyes, Chen Feng punched out fiercely. Completely hard fight. Bang! The sound of thunderous explosions rang out, but Chen Feng didn't move at all. Morong Jun groaned, and his fists broke like a tide, and blood gushed out. It flew across the sky. It hit the trash can. The trash can broke into pieces and shattered into slag. Morong Jun died on the spot. And the whole process didn't even take 2 seconds. Mr. Mu. Wu Donghao was immediately scared to death. This guy was the third on the killer list. He was killed by Chen Feng with just one punch. How terrifying is Chen Feng's strength? I dare not imagine it. Zhu Shishir and Lu Menghan were also shocked. Even Morong Jun was no match for Chen Feng. Could it be that Chen Feng was already a grandmaster? It's so awesome. Chen Feng looked at Wu Donghao, who looked like a lost dog, and sneered, saying word by word, "Have I ever told you what will happen if you mess with me again?" Wu Donghao was terrified and kept backing away. "No. I was wrong. Chen Feng, it's all my fault for not recognizing the great man. We can discuss it if we have something to say, we can discuss it. Let us discuss it in hell." Chen Feng had no expression on his face. He took a step forward and lifted Wu Donghao's neck up. Feeling the arc of suffocation, Wu Donghao was scared to death and kept struggling, "Grandpa Chen, don't kill me." And just when his life was hanging by a thread, suddenly, one luxury car after another came driving quickly. Then, a large number of men in tight clothes, murderous intent, and dignified faces all got off the bus, and the leader was a burly middle-aged man. He looked at the scene in front of him with angry eyes, and roared with bloodshot eyes, "Boy! Stop it right now! If you dare to touch my son, I will make sure you die without a burial place." Dad! When Wu Donghao saw the middle-aged man Wu Tiandi, he immediately felt like he had found his savior and shouted desperately, "Dad! Save me! Save me!" Wu Tiandi's fists creaked, his eyes almost popped out, staring at Chen Feng, his threatening tone reaching its utmost, "You bastard! I don't care if you have any conflicts with my son. But I only have this one son. Let him go immediately. Otherwise, I promise, everyone who has anything to do with you will surely die." Wu Tiandi, said so. Everyone can see that Wu Tiandi is vindictive. He is full of hatred and viciousness. Lu Menghan's body trembled. She subconsciously wanted Chen Feng to calm down. The atmosphere was extremely tense, but Chen Feng just glanced at the furious and ferocious Wu Tiandi casually, and then, in full view of everyone, he directly crushed Wu Donghao's neck. Blood all over the ground. Infinite excitement. Wu Donghao, dead. Everyone was almost terrified. Chen Feng, however, acted as if he had just killed a chicken, downplaying it, looking down on everything, and said in a domineering manner, "As you wish. I killed your son. If you are not convinced, I can send your entire clan off with you." Chapter 12 Warning again, head to violet. Overbearing. Indescribable tyranny. Chu Shishir just felt that this man was so domineering. He doesn't play by the rules at all. He will kill anyone who wants to kill him. Lu Menghan's body trembled slightly. If Chen Feng was impulsive before, then at this moment, Chen Feng was simply crazy. A madman who doesn't take anything seriously at all. Donghao. Wu Tiandi, who watched Wu Donghao die tragically in front of him, was completely devastated. He wished he could peel off Chen Feng's skin and drink his blood. His eyes were red with anger, and he shouted desperately, "Chen Feng! I, Wu Tiandi, swear. I will make sure you die without a burial place. Bury my son 100 times as much. Kill. Kill him." Wu Tiandi went completely crazy and threw Chen Feng's warning out of his mind. He only had one thought left: his son was dead. Chen Feng must pay the price. Following Wu Tiandi's order, the army suddenly surged forward, invincible. The warriors of the Wu family all rushed out one by one. Although they were paid a fixed salary, they knew that as long as Chen Feng was alive, they could leave. For a moment, the murderous intent reached its peak, and he rushed towards Chen Feng without caring about his life. But Chen Feng did not show any fear, only an extremely bloodthirsty arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Since you want your entire clan to go down and accompany your son, I'll help you." As soon as the words fell, boom! Chen Feng also pulled his body, and there was a crackle, crackle, crackle. The next moment, his scalp was numb, and an extremely shocking fracture sounded. The Wu family's warrior bodyguards didn't even have a chance to get close to Chen Feng before their necks were broken one after another, and they all fell in a pool of blood. How is this possible? Wu Tiandi was shocked, the hatred in his eyes almost overflowed. He really wanted to kill Chen Feng. But who would have thought that so many people couldn't even touch the corner of Chen Feng's clothes? This is enough to show that Chen Feng's strength is extremely terrifying. However, after Chen Feng killed hundreds of Wu family warriors, he looked at Wu Tiandi with interest, as if in the spring breeze. "So, a scumbag's son is dead, so he is dead. Why do we have to make fearless resistance and sacrifice?" Wu Tiandi was sweating all over. It was only then that he understood why Chen Feng was so arrogant. It was because Chen Feng had the capital to be arrogant. His mind was blank and he could not stop backing away. "Chen Feng, I will not avenge my son. We will keep our distance from each other from now on." "How?" "Ha ha." Chen Feng smiled coldly and said expressionlessly, "You and your son are really of the same character. When you have someone to back you up, you act recklessly like me. Once you lose someone to back you start to give in. What a pity. I, Chen Feng, will only give you one chance. So, you can go and be with your son now." Swish. As he spoke, Chen Feng's palm suddenly grabbed, and Wu Tiandi's body was completely out of control. He fell into Chen Feng's palm, and with a snap, his neck broke, his eyes widened, the head of the wealthy Wu family died. At this point, the entire scene was dead silent. Chu Shishir couldn't help but swallow her saliva fiercely. She could see that Chen Feng was a very ruthless person, and he wouldn't even talk big when he said he would kill you. Lu Menghan was still a little frightened. She didn't know whether it was right or wrong to keep Chen Feng by her side as her fiancé. Because Chen Feng is a killing god, and he is the type who will not harm the people around him. Especially thinking that we are now in a society ruled by law, Lu Menghan subconsciously pursed her lips and said to Chen Feng with some concern, "Chen Feng, you have killed so many people before and after, I am afraid that you have attracted the attention of the guardhouse. Once they start investigating you, I am afraid that you will inevitably end up in jail. Hurry up and find a place to hide from the limelight." Chen Feng smiled faintly and said calmly, "Wife, first of all, I basically killed warriors, and secondly, these people are actively seeking death. So, the guardhouse has no reason to convict me. Of course, if they insist on putting an accusation on me, I, Chen Feng, don't mind showing them what the real law is. Now you just need to work hard and manage your extraordinary group. I will take care of my affairs." Oh. Lu Menghan couldn't help but sigh. Having said that, she and Chen Feng had physical intimacy after all, so it would be a lie to say that she was not worried. Moreover, the eldest son of the Zhao family in the provincial capital is also facing many crises. If it is not dealt with in time, he will probably be attacked from all sides. But seeing Chen Feng's confident look, Lu Menghan didn't know what to say. She just said coldly, "I hope you have the ability to protect yourself. Lamb. Walk. Go and deal with the matters of the project department." After Lu Menghan and Su Xiaoyang left, Chu Shishir stared at Chen Feng like a curious baby. "Brother, who are you? You are cutting melons and vegetables like cutting so many warriors. Have you practiced some special and awesome skills?" Chen Feng smiled playfully, staring at Chu Shishir's curvy body and asked, "Why? You want to learn? Let me play with those big basketballs of yours and I'll teach you, how about that?" Chu Shishir's pretty face immediately turned red, and she couldn't help but curse shyly, "Get lost. My parents gave me this basketball, how can I just play with it whenever I want?" While she was talking, Chu Shishir's phone suddenly rang. She answered it subconsciously, but her pretty face instantly became a little ugly. "What's going on? Didn't Miss Yang agree to it? Why did you suddenly change your mind?" The voice on the other end of the phone spoke cautiously, "Boss Chu, I know exactly what happened. Maybe Miss Yang is just being a big shot. She shouldn't have acted like a big shot earlier or later, but she chose this moment. Miss Yang must have done it on purpose." Chu Shishir was a little angry, but she could do nothing about it. "Where is Miss Yang now?" "I'll go see her in person." "In the Violet Bar." "Good." After hanging up the phone, seeing Chu Shishir's worried face, Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, "Are you in trouble?" Chu Shishir said in a resentful tone, "Well, it's about the company. Yang Lucy promised to endorse our company's new product launch tomorrow, but I don't know why she suddenly changed her mind. This press conference is very important to our company. So, I have to find a way to make her change her mind." Hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but say calmly, "I happen to be free right now, I'll go with you. Have a drink, by the way. After all, bars are full of people of all kinds." Chu Shishir thought that it would be safer to go with Chen Feng, so she agreed. However, she still reminded him, "Chen Feng, Yang Lucy is a popular top actress. You'd better not make trouble, otherwise, it will be difficult for me to clean up the mess." Chen Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm just accompanying you to do something. As long as Yang Lucy is not a moron or deliberately making things difficult for you, I promise not to do anything." Soon, Chen Feng and Chu Shishir drove to the Violet Bar. On the way there, Chen Feng, for the sake of safety, had someone inform the young master of the Zhao family in the provincial capital once again, that if he was not convinced, he could come to him, Chen Feng, or get out of Tianyang city obediently, but if he dared to embarrass his wife and fiefin group, he would make Zhao Tianxi pay an unimaginable price. Chapter 13, Get close to the opponent and start the fight. Half an hour later, Chen Feng and Chu Shishir arrived at the entrance of Violet Bar. It happened to be evening at this time, so there were many luxury cars and it was very lively. After Chu Shishir got off the sports car, her pair of beautiful white legs immediately attracted a lot of attention. Chen Feng was 1.85 meters tall and dressed in casual clothes. The two looked like a perfect match made in heaven. However, before Chen Feng and Chu Shishir stepped into the bar, suddenly, a bald man with a big gold chain, a rough look, and an extremely arrogant look, and a few sloppy young men who looked like gangsters, walked over quickly. The extremely arrogant bald man's eyes lit up when he saw Chu Shishir. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and smiled lewdly, "Beauty, you are really beautiful. Are you interested in adding a prestige?" Chu Shishir could naturally tell that this arrogant bald man was a wretched man, so she immediately said indifferently, "Sorry, I'm not interested." The arrogant bald man heard this and his face suddenly darkened. He shouted angrily, "Fuck. Do you know what the consequences are for not giving me prestige?" Swish. When the people around saw this scene, they were all shocked. Isn't this Scarface, brother? It seems that Scarface has taken a fancy to this beauty. TSK, you're dressed so sexy and you dare to come to the Violet Bar. I'm afraid this is going to cause trouble. After all, no one on this street dares to disrespect Scarface. As expected, after Scarface yelled angrily, he laughed coldly, "Bitch, do you see how scared they are of me? Why don't you just surrender your prestige?" Chu Shishir's face turned pale. "Get lost. You're looking for death." Scarface was completely furious, and raised his hand to grab Chu Shishir's butt. Chen Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and then, he kicked Scarface out directly, bang. Scarface fell hard to the ground, and couldn't help spitting blood from his mouth, but he was furious to the extreme. "Son of a bitch. How dare you touch me? Fuck. Do you know who I am?" Bang. Chen Feng stepped on Scarface's chest, crushing it slightly. Leng Jun couldn't help but ask, "Does it matter who you are? My woman. You dare to ask for prestige? Are you really that brave? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Kowtow 3 times and apologize to her. If she's still angry, you can go die." What? Hearing Chen Feng's arrogant words, everyone present was stunned, because in their eyes, Scarface was like a devil. Chen Feng actually dared to threaten Scarface like this, and even trampled on Scarface's dignity. Ha ha ha. Scarface also laughed in anger, with a ferocious look on his face. "Bastard. Who the hell do you think you are? Kill me? Grass. I can tell you clearly that the person standing behind me is the big boss of the Violet Bar. I'll lend you my courage. Try to touch me again if you dare." But who would have thought that the words had just fallen? "Move you? What if I kill you?" Crack. Extremely domineering and abrupt. In front of everyone, Chen Feng smiled coldly and decisively, stepping directly on Scarface's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Scarface didn't even understand what was going on. Die. Oh my god. The whole place was in a state of panic. He actually killed Scarbrother. It's over. It's over. This Scarface is the nephew of the Violet Bar's boss. If he knew about this, he would definitely cut this guy into pieces. Scarface's brothers were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats and gnashed their teeth. "Boy. You've gotten into huge trouble. Don't leave if you dare." "Leave?" Chen Feng smiled coldly, with an indifferent look on his face, and said with contempt, "Why should I leave? Isn't it just a dead dog? The boss of the Violet Bar is so awesome? I, Chen Feng, am drinking inside. If he wants to die with his nephew, just buy himself a coffin." Crazy. Insanely crazy. No one could describe the extent to which Chen Feng was courting death, but Chen Feng dragged Chu Shishir, who looked obsessed, and walked quickly into the bar, as if stepping on Scar to death was a trivial matter to him. A minute later, Chen Feng and Chu Shishir came into the bar, and Chu Shishir quickly found where Yang Lucy was. At this time, young Lucy was drinking and chatting with a few friends. Chu Shishir went straight over, while Chen Feng went to the bar, asked for a glass of strong liquor, and started drinking it by himself. As soon as Chu Shishir saw young Lucy, she took a conciliatory attitude, walked over quickly, and called to young Lucy politely, "Miss Yang." Yang Lucy raised her head slightly, but showed a hint of displeasure. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Chu Shishir took a deep breath, and Kiki said politely, "Miss Yang, I don't know how our company offended you that you suddenly cancelled your attendance at the press conference." "Ha!" Yang Lucy sneered and said arrogantly, "How dare you ask me? When I went to your company, they didn't even do the basic red carpet and open the car door for me. Do you think I, Yang Lucy, am a little punk? Just for this?" Chu Shishir was a little speechless, but she still took a step back and said, "Okay. Miss Yang, my company didn't do enough in this matter. I apologize to you and make amends. Is that okay?" Yang Lucy, however, crossed her legs, with a domineering look on her face. "If you want to apologize, you have to have an apologetic attitude." Chu Shishir subconsciously asked, "Then how does Miss Yan want me to apologize?" "Easy. Yang Lucy put out her cigarette but in a glass of wine, then threw in some fruit peels, stirred it with a straw, and handed it to Chu Shirshir. She said with interest and a teasing smile, "Come on, drink this glass of wine, and light a cigarette for me, and this matter will be over." What? Chu Shirshir was horrified. She didn't expect Yang Lucy to make such an impolite and disgusting request. She was furious, but Yang Lucy's friends burst into laughter and gloated over her misfortune. Ha ha ha. Fun. Drink it quickly. This is made by our great star Yang himself for you, please don't be ungrateful. It was obvious that she was bullying Chu Shirshir, but Yang Lucy threatened again, "Miss Chu, you have to think clearly. Without my endorsement, how much will you lose tomorrow?" Faced with the double threat and inducement, Chu Shirshir was in a dilemma and tears welled up in her eyes. But at this moment, Chen Feng, who had drunk the wine in the glass, walked over quickly, patted her on the shoulder, and then picked up the glass of wine. Seeing this scene, Chu Shirshir was stunned and moved. Is this man going to drink this glass of wine for me? Woohoo! What a warm-hearted man. Yang Lucy saw this scene, but his face darkened. Boy, what do you mean by this? You want to drink for me? This is not in accordance with the rules. Wine substitute? Are you worthy? Boom. As soon as the words fell. Lightning and sparks. Extremely shocking. Chen Feng's figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of Yang Lucy, and then, in full view of everyone, he was extremely shocked. With an extreme emotional explosion, he grabbed Yang Lucy's mouth and poured the filthy wine into her mouth. Oh my god. Everyone's eyes almost popped out. I can't imagine it anyway. Chen Feng is so bold. This is the top popular actress Yang Lucy. How dare he? Chu Shirshir was also stunned. She was shocked. Gurgle gurgle. Yang Lucy, who drank it all in one gulp, felt a sore throat and almost vomited on the spot. However, Chen Feng sneered and said calmly, "How is it? It tastes good, right?" Ah! Yang Lucy's mentality exploded immediately, and she roared continuously, her eyes bloodshot, "You bastard! You're dead! You're dead! I want you to not leave this bar. I want you to pay with your life." Chapter 14. So why should I spare your life? Yang Lucy is very threatening. Pa! But Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped Yang Lucy's mouth, making it full of blood. He didn't mind the big deal at all. He spoke word by word, and said coldly, "Well, I am looking forward to you letting me pay with my life, but before that, what you need to do is to wake up and face the reality." Bang! As he said that, he grabbed Yang Lucy again, and slammed her exquisite face against the table, causing Yang Lucy to become dizzy and look so embarrassed and miserable. Come on. Apologize to my woman. Fuck you. Seeing Chen Feng torturing Yang Lucy again without knowing whether to live or die, Yang Lucy's friends almost had their brains shut down. They were so shocked. Chu Shirshir's pretty face was also numb. She never thought that Chen Feng would directly attack the top actress Yang Lucy in order to save his face. No, brother, you clearly promised me not to mess around. Seeing that the matter was about to get out of hand, Chu Shirshir subconsciously wanted to persuade them, but Yang Lucy raised her head with blood all over her head, her pretty face was extremely ferocious, and she roared viciously, "Bastard! I'll fuck your mother. I'll leave it here. If you have the guts, just kill me. If you don't kill me, then neither you nor Chu Shirshir will have a good time tonight. You're about to die, and you still dare to jump with me?" Chen Feng smiled, but his smile was a little bloodthirsty, and then he stepped on Yang Lucy's right leg and broke it. Ah! Yang Lucy was in so much pain that she felt like dying. She had been spoiled since she was a child and had never suffered such humiliation. She really wanted to skin Chen Feng alive. Such a commotion directly alarmed all the guests in the bar. When they saw that the injured person was Yang Lucy, they opened their mouths wide and were so shocked that their hearts almost stopped. Isn't this the top actress Yang Lucy? Is this kid crazy? Damn it! He even dared to touch Yang Lucy. I'm afraid he doesn't want to see the sun tomorrow. At this time, Yang Lucy's friends finally came to their senses. They were all shocked and extremely angry. Bastard! We think you're really brave. Kill him. Revenge for Luce. Superior. Swish, 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 several people picked up bottles, chairs, and other things, and rushed towards Chen Feng fiercely. This was a great opportunity to show off in front of Yang Lucy. If they could cripple Chen Feng, young Lucy would definitely look at them with new eyes. It is wonderful to imagine. How could a bunch of weak and frail drunkards be a match for Chen Feng? Chen Feng just raised his foot slightly and swept out. Bang, bang, bang. Several people were thrown out, hitting every corner. In great pain. Blood all over the ground. What? The guests in the bar suddenly widened their eyes. Young Lucy was also a little bit unbelievable, but she became even more furious. Asshole. How dare you touch my friend? I swear. I will make you live a life worse than death. You can't even take care of yourself, and yet you want me to live a life worse than death. You have great dreams. Chen Feng sneered, raised his hand and slapped Yan Lucy on the face, and said impatiently, "Can you call some truly powerful characters? If you can't, you can say goodbye to the entertainment industry completely." Farewell to the entertainment industry completely? Yang Lucy grinned, gnashing her teeth, full of hatred. Scum. I, young Lucy, have an amazing position in the entertainment industry. I am the best in the world. Who can shake my position? Wait. I, young Lucy, will not let you pay 10 times the price. I, young Lucy, will write my name backwards. As she spoke, young Lucy took out her cell phone, endured the pain of her broken leg, and made a call. Chen Feng was not in a hurry. Since young Lucy wanted to feel despair, he agreed. Then, he also picked up his phone and sent a text message, "Do something for me. I want a woman named young Lucy. In the entertainment industry, you will be ruined and never be able to recover." At this moment, suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded, and then a large number of people and horses filed in. Each of them was full of murderous intent, like the elite among the elites. The leader was a tall, dignified, middle-aged man who walked like a dragon and a tiger. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he was extremely angry and his voice was like thunder. Asshole! Who hurt Miss Young Lucy? Come out immediately. Hearing this voice, everyone turned around subconsciously, but they couldn't stop trembling all over. Hiss. It's Lin Huaxiang, the big boss behind Violet. Rumor has it that Lin Huaxiang is a truly ruthless person. Even some underground kings and families in the provincial capital don't dare to provoke him easily. I didn't expect that even Boss Lin was alarmed. This kid is dead. When Yang Lucy saw Lin Huaxiang, her eyes suddenly lit up. She pointed at Chen Feng with ferocious eyes and shouted, "Boss Lin. You came at the right time. This idiot bastard broke my leg. You should know who I am. If you can't handle this matter well, Violet Bar will bear the greatest responsibility." When Lin Huaxiang heard this, his expression suddenly turned hot and gloomy. He knew very well how much influence Yan Lucy's identity would bring. His eyes, as if he was a cannibal, quickly fell on Chen Feng, and he spoke word by word with a cold light. "Boy. I don't care who you are or what your background is. You dare to cause trouble in my bar. And you even hurt Miss Yang. Even if the governor of the guardhouse comes today, you can't get away with it. I'll only say this once. Kneel down. Cut off your legs. Apologize to Miss Yang. At the same time, take out 100 million as medical expenses. Did you understand?" Lin Huaqiang's aura is extremely strong, and his words are full of top-level oppression. The most important thing is that Lin Huaxiang is almost a dominant figure in this area. The guests in the bar felt that no matter how arrogant Chen Feng was, it was impossible for him to offend Lin Huaxiang as well. But who would have thought that Chen Feng just looked at Lin Huaxiang as if he was looking at an idiot, then raised his head slightly, and said in an extremely ridiculous tone and indifferent expression, "When I killed your nephew, did I tell you to prepare a coffin for yourself? How? From the sound of your voice, do you also want to be like your nephew, dead on the street? Mad. Crazy and lawless." Lin Huaxiang was also extremely angry. His face was so gloomy that water could almost drip out, but the most exciting thing was Chen Feng's first sentence, "You killed my nephew? Otherwise? You're looking for death." Lin Huaxiang was furious. He was almost shaking with anger. His fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. "Go ahead. I want him to pay with blood. He must die without a burial place." Swish, swish, swish. Following Lin Huaqiang's order, more than 30 elite men rushed out immediately, and they were all in unison and extremely ferocious. It is absolutely incomparable to ordinary warriors. The sharp dagger can kill everything. Lin Huaqiang's eyes were extremely fierce, and he said coldly, "Arrogant boy, I will let you die knowingly." They are the killing weapons that Su Hang has learned. Even a martial arts master can't last more than 3 rounds in front of them. Your death is a worthy one. What? Yang Lucy was excited when she heard such a terrifying fighting power. "You bastard surnamed Chen. Let us see if you survive this time. It's a pity that I can't kill you with my own hands." But just after these words were spoken, boom! Shocked. Unimaginable. Chen Feng's figure flashed. He completely disappeared under the overwhelming attack and then reappeared. Puff, puff. Countless blood holes, flashing one after another. More than 30 elite men were pierced through the chest. Death was like the wind. Mass death. How is this possible? Lin Huaqiang's pupils suddenly shrank. The blood in his body seemed to freeze. He looked at Chen Feng as if he was looking at a demon god. Chen Feng turned around slightly, like a bloodthirsty beast. He stared at Lin Huaqiang straight, like a spring breeze. "You just said that you wanted me to die without a burial place?" No. Lin Huaqiang's mouth trembled to the extreme. He could not stop retreating, his mind was almost blank. Mercy. I don't care about this matter anymore. Please. Spare my life. I would like to spare your life, but the problem is that you let your people kill you. So, why do you think I will spare your life? Chen Feng said faintly, and then, his figure flashed. Bang! A heavy kick came down. Lin Huaqiang flew sideways. The process of flying sideways. He was in indescribable pain. Terror. A heart-wrenching scream. Finally, he slammed heavily onto the wall. A huge human-shaped hole dented into the wall. He didn't even have a chance to struggle. He died instantly. Chapter 15 Backer? I was so scared. Boss Lin is dead. Seeing that Chen Feng had no room for negotiation, the big boss of the Violet Bar, he killed him without hesitation. All of a sudden, the guests in the bar were frightened to death. They could never have imagined that the people brought by Lin Huaqiang could not even last a single round against Chen Feng. Lin Huaqiang even died on the spot. Chen Feng's decisiveness in killing. His arrogance made them feel genuinely terrified. Xu Shishir's eyes were also blurred, and her mind was in turmoil. She had seen many awesome men, but she had never seen a man like Chen Feng, who dared to kill even the boss of the Violet Bar just because of a disagreement. Madman. You are a complete lunatic. Yang Lucy also took a deep breath. She never thought that Chen Feng would dare to kill Lin Huaqiang. This showed that Chen Feng either had a powerful background or was a madman with no concept of legal awareness. Of course, Yang Lucy prefers the latter. After all, the boss of the Violet Bar killed people without hesitation, so Chen Feng must be a lunatic. After Chen Feng killed Lin Huaqiang, he looked at the terrified Yang Lucy and sneered, "So, you, an actor, still think you were so arrogant? Am I discussing something with you? You?" Yang Lucy felt extremely humiliated. She gritted her teeth and stared at Chen Feng with resentment, saying, "Mr. Chen, I admit that you are very courageous. But I've already called someone. Do you dare to wait until I call for someone to arrive before you attack me?" Chen Feng sneered, his expression as calm as before. "Then you'd better pray that the person you call is not as useless as Lin Huaqiang. If not, I'm afraid my fate today would be even more miserable than yours." The words had just fallen. Pa. An extremely abrupt and cold slapping sound rang out. "You are really awesome. I, Xiao Donghui, am really curious about what kind of confidence you have to dare to humiliate my woman like this. Also, do you know what will happen if you dare to touch my woman?" Then, a young man in a suit and tie, who looked domineering and in control of everything, walked in quickly. Behind the young man, there were dozens of men with sharp eyes and uniform movements. In addition, there was a figure with an extremely dangerous aura and steps as steady as clouds. When everyone heard this sound, they subconsciously looked up, and their expressions suddenly changed. Hiss. "Mr. Qiao! It's young Master Qiao who's here." "Who is Mr. Qiao?" "Fuck! Don't you even know Master Qiao?" Master Qiao is the son of Qiao Beiyuan, the top director in the Tianyang city entertainment industry. Qiao Beiyuan is even known as the Du Yuesheng of the entertainment industry. His power and status can be said to be overwhelming. I never thought that young Master Chiao would be Yang Lucy's boyfriend. Even though Chen Feng dared to kill Lin Huaxiang, I'm afraid he would only be hung up and beaten when facing someone like young Master Chiao. When Yang Lucy saw Chao Donghui, she seemed to be a different person. She changed from her previous depressed and fearful state to an extremely excited one and shouted, "Darling! You are finally here. Woo woo. You don't know what I just went through. This guy not only killed Lin Huaxiang, he even wanted to kill me." Ha! Chao Donghui's expression darkened upon hearing this. His eyes were so cold that they could freeze. He stared at Chen Feng intently. "You even dared to kill Lin Huaxiang? You are so arrogant." Chen Feng glanced at Chao Donghui casually, poured himself a glass of wine, and slowly said, "It seems that you are the backer behind her, right? Good. Now that you're here, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Do it yourself and kill her. At the same time, find a better substitute than Yang Lucy to endorse my woman's company for free." Understatement. Eat and drink water normally. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience exploded. As crazy as ever. This is Chao Donghui, the son of the top director in Tianyang City. Chen Feng actually dared to ignore it like this. On what basis did he do that? What did you say? Chao Donghui was so angry when he heard this that he burst into anger uncontrollably. He looked at the man and said, "You bastard. Do you know what the price will be for challenging me, Chao Donghui, in Tianyang City?" In an instant, a strong sense of oppression swept across the entire venue, and everyone felt that the temperature was dropping rapidly. But look at what Chen Feng did. He picked up the wine glass and came in front of Chao Donghui without any hesitation. It was extremely shocking. Bang! It hit Chao Donghui on the head. Blood was splattered all over the place. Chao Donghui was stunned. He was stunned. Chen Feng smiled coldly and hit him hard again. Bang! Cost? Where's the price? Bang! I asked you to come here just to admit defeat. Bang! Pretend to me? You think you're so impressive? He hit Chao Donghui again and again, treating him like an ant. Everyone was terrified. Oh my god. This guy even dared to hit Master Chiao. Is this going to turn the tables? Yang Lucy was also extremely terrified. Her eyes were red as she yelled, "Wang Badan! You are hopeless. Master Chiao will definitely cut you into pieces." But the words had just fallen. Did I give you permission to beep? Chen Feng glared at Yang Lucy, then stepped on her again. Crack! Yang Lucy's other leg was also broken. Ah! A shrill scream resounded throughout the venue. Chao Donghui was completely furious and said, "You are looking for death. Destroy him. Destroy him for me." Following Chao Donghui's order, dozens of men with fierce eyes stepped forward, but they never expected that Chen Feng would just glance at them coldly. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of men actually fell to their knees on the ground, unable to move. It was worse than death. Chao Donghui was horrified, and the man standing not far away with a terrifying aura finally moved. He came to Chao Donghui in the blink of an eye. "Mr. Chiao, don't worry. I will make him pay the price." Chao Donghui was relieved because this person was from the Suang Special Operations Battalion and his strength was extremely terrifying. If he faced Chen Feng, he would definitely kill him. As expected, boom! Wei Bao, who came out of the Suang Special Operations Battalion, punched out fiercely. The killing power of several thousand kilograms was instantly released, like a tsunami. It roared away. Good for nothing. Chen Feng didn't even raise his eyelids and threw a punch at random. Bang! The two men's powerful punches collided in the blink of an eye. The heaven and earth shook. Chen Feng didn't move at all. But Wei Bao's fist exploded. Blood everywhere. He was thrown out. He was killed on the spot. What? Instant kill? When Chao Donghui saw this scene, his eyes were filled with fear. He finally realized the seriousness of the matter and felt very disappointed. He was very sure that if he didn't bow his head quickly in this situation, he would definitely die. Suddenly. Brother! No! Boss! Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Chao Donghui then looked at the driver behind him and shouted anxiously, "What are you still standing there for? Beat this bitch to death. Quick! Hurry up!" Yang Lucy was stunned, her legs trembling with fear. Mr. Chow. No. I am your old lover. And I am also a popular actress in the entertainment industry. Even if you don't look at my appearance, look at my value. You can't sacrifice me. But at this moment, Xiao Donghui received a text message on his phone. The content of the text message was: Young Lucy was completely banned. Xiao Donghui was really scared to death. No matter how dumb he was, he understood that Chen Feng was not only extremely powerful, but also had a terrifying background. He ignored everything and rushed to Yang Lucy, picked up the bottle, and attacked Yang Lucy. Bitch. I will beat you to death, bitch. Xiao Donghui kept hitting Yang Lucy until she was completely motionless. He then stopped, but he did not dare to delay. He fell to his knees in front of Chen Feng, extremely terrified. Boss. I have killed the person for you. Also, I promise to take care of your girlfriend's company. I am also willing to give you 100 million as compensation for your girlfriend's mental damages. Please be magnanimous. Give me a chance to apologize. Chapter 16, Zhao Tianxi, who was ignorant of the danger. Seeing Xiao Donghui's almost pissed look, Chen Feng looked down at him and said expressionlessly, You are quite self-aware, but do you think you are giving away 100 million to a beggar? I want 50% of your Chow family's shares in the entertainment industry. At the same time, since you dare to let others take action, there is no need to keep your legs. As soon as the words fell, without asking for Xiao Donghui's consent at all, he kicked Xiao Donghui's legs directly. Ah! Xiao Donghui was in so much pain. He was almost soaked in cold sweat. But he didn't dare to complain. He just gritted his teeth and said respectfully, Okay. Mr. Chen. I agree. As long as it calms your anger. Chen Feng then looked at Chu Shishir, who was in a daze and shocked the whole time, and said lightly, Since everything has been resolved, let's go. Forehead. Okay. Chu Shishir nodded mechanically, her heart was in turmoil. This man was too domineering. Too cruel. The most important thing was that even with such a big scene, he could still end it perfectly. It seems that the eldest son of the Zhao family in the provincial capital may not be a match for Chen Feng. And he is so handsome. So masculine. If he were my boyfriend, I would be very happy every day, right? After arriving outside the bar and getting in the sports car, Chen Feng fastened his seatbelt while looking at Chu Shishir with interest. He smiled playfully and said, I solved your troubles for you and killed so many people for you. Shouldn't you thank me? Chu Shishir blinked and asked subconsciously, Then how do you want others to thank you? You can't just pledge yourself to me, right? Chen Feng chuckled, boldly placed his hand on Chu Shishir's snow-white thigh, and said wantonly, Promise yourself to me? That's exactly what I want. Chu Shishir's face was getting hot. This is not good. I am Meng Han's best friend. If we do something out of line, I will be sorry for my best friend. I can't possibly fall out with my best friend just for my own selfish gain, right? Chen Feng couldn't help but shook his head when he heard this, and said with a faint smile, Forget it, if that's the case, then let's repay you in another way. As he said that, he stared at a certain part of Chu Shishir's body, smiled evilly and said, I helped you cure your illness before, now I will help you check whether your development is completely normal, how about it? Chu Shishir widened her eyes, tightened her legs slightly, and said with watery eyes, Then you must not push your luck. Of course. Chen Feng nodded, and then. A few minutes later, Chu Shishir glared at Chen Feng with great resentment, biting her flaming red lips and said, Asshole. How can you not be gentle with women at all? You're almost deformed. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was the secretary Su Xiaoyang calling. Chu Shishir quickly tidied up her clothes and answered the phone. Xiaoyang, what's the matter with you calling me? Su Xiaoyang pursed her lips and said with some concern, Miss Chu, Mr. Chen is with you, right? Yes, I am. I'm glad you're here. Just now, Ms. Lu received a call. It seemed that the eldest son of the Zhao family in the provincial capital wanted to discuss the conflict with her. I wanted to go with Ms. Lu, but Ms. Lu said that with the chairman of the Tianyang City Xinghang Chamber of Commerce as a guarantor, there shouldn't be any problems. But I'm still worried that Mr. Lu might be at a disadvantage alone, so I sent you the address. It would be best if you ask Mr. Chen to go over and take a look. What? When Chen Feng heard the news, his face darkened and he was a little cold. This stupid woman. If I don't tell you about the Zhao family in the provincial capital, can I handle it myself? Zhu Shishir couldn't help but roll her eyes and sighed. Hey, Chen Feng, according to my woman's intuition, my best friend should still have feelings for you. She couldn't bear to see you get hurt. Let's drive there quickly. If the young master of the Zhao family in the provincial capital is desperate, it will be more trouble than it is worth. Chen Feng nodded, his eyes were extremely cold. Don't worry, whoever dares to touch my woman, Chen Feng, I will let him go to hell. Drive. At this time, inside Haitian Hotel. Tianyang City's top 7-star hotel has always only received people of high status and influence in the upper-class circles. In the 808 Imperial Box, the table was already filled with high-end food, and Zhao Tianxi, the eldest son of the Zhao family in the provincial capital, was sitting in the main seat with a proud and sullen look on his face. Behind him stood 4 men, armed with daggers, short knives, and nunchakus, with ferocious, terrifying, and calm demeanors. These 4 people were none other than the ace personal fighters of the Zhao family in the provincial capital. Each of them had reached the strength of at least the 3rd rank of martial king. Sitting on the right was Feng Hong, the president of the Xinghong Chamber of Commerce, who acted as a peacemaker. At this moment, as the door opened, a tall, dazzling beauty, who looked like she had walked out of a painting, slowly appeared in the crowd's sight. Zhao Tianxi couldn't help but be slightly disappointed, because even though he had seen all kinds of women, he had to admit that Lu Menghan was outstanding in both figure and temperament. But Zhao Tianxi was still gloomy, looking at Lu Menghan coldly. As for Feng Hong, the president of Xinghong Chamber of Commerce, he stood up and shouted in a warm voice, Miss Lu is here? Come on, come and sit down. Lu Menghan nodded, then twisted her body and walked over to sit opposite Zhao Tianxi. From the bodyguards Zhao Tianxi brought with him, Lu Menghan knew that the words Zhao family in the provincial capital were of great value. She took a deep breath and said apologetically, Mr. Zhao. Excuse me. Your people are dead, and I should take some responsibility for this. But I don't want this to happen, so please give me a chance to resolve it properly, considering that we are all businessmen. An opportunity to solve it properly? Zhao Tianxi smiled coldly and said angrily, Miss Lu, do you know that he is one of the managers of the Zhao family in the provincial capital? Now he has been killed, and you actually said lightly, solve it properly? Do you really think I, Zhao Tianxi, am a vegetarian? Lu Menghan didn't dare to look directly into Zhao Tianxi's eyes. She bit her lip and tried to remain calm as much as possible. So what does Mr. Zhao want to do? Zhao Tianxi snorted coldly, his eyes suddenly became sharp, simple, kill and pay with your life. Lu Menghan's body trembled slightly, and her expression turned pale. Master Zhao is going to use my life to pay for it? Otherwise? Seeing this, Feng Hong took a deep breath and said to Zhao Tianxi respectfully, Mr. Zhao, calm down. I don't think Miss Lu intended for Steward and he's deaf. There must be a misunderstanding here. Besides, the dead cannot be resurrected. How about this? I'll be a witness and let Miss Lu transfer the mine to you. This can also be regarded as an apology to the Zhao family. In addition, I will give young Master Zhao 100 million yuan privately. How about that? Zhao Tianxi smiled coldly and said aggressively, you are too naive. In addition to the mine, I also want 80% of the shares of Fifan Group. And all the profits from the first 3 years will be given to the Zhao family unconditionally. Besides, my dad has always had a soft spot for beautiful women. She must go back to the provincial capital with me and stay with my dad for a month. What? Lu Menghan was a little angry when she heard this. In exchange for 80% of the shares of Fifan Group, she had to accompany Zhao Tianxi's father for a month. This was clearly a show of ruthlessness. She couldn't help but say in a deep voice, does Mr. Zhao really want to be so ruthless? Absolutely? Zhao Tianxi smiled coldly, stood up, and looked down at Lu Menghan as if he was looking at an ant. He said in an extremely arrogant manner, Lu Menghan, why don't you take a piss and look at your own status and position? Before, I, Zhao Tianxi, had always been friendly with you when discussing cooperation. That's because this is Tianyang City after all, and we have to follow the rules and regulations. But now when he is dead. To put it bluntly, I will use this as an excuse to directly destroy your Fifan Group. Does the mayor of Tianyang City dare to say anything more? Listen carefully. Listen carefully, either you agree or you die. Lu Menghan looked at the extremely arrogant Zhao Tianxi and clenched her fists. Although she wanted to explode, she still held back and took a step back, saying, okay, since young Master Zhao has said so much, I will go back and think about it carefully. I will give you a reply within 3 days. But who would have thought that before Lu Menghan could stand up, Zhao Tianxi smiled coldly, pressed Lu Menghan's shoulders, and said sinisterly, 3 days is impossible. Right now. Agree, I'll make you look decent. If you don't agree, I will force you to go back to the provincial capital and let everyone know that you are my father's plaything. Then I will slowly destroy your fiefdom group. Lu Menghan's expression suddenly changed, and he said angrily, Mr. Zhao. You better think clearly, we are in a 7-star hotel now, if you mess around. You will not have an easy time. Ha ha ha. Zhao Tianxi couldn't help laughing wildly when he heard that, not having a good time? Looking at the entire Tianyang city, who dares to make Zhao Tianxi have a bad time? Scare me? Believe it or not, even if I let my men rape you right now, you won't have anywhere to cry. Feng Hung broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this, and subconsciously advised, Mr. Zhao, please don't judge by appearances, but by the Buddhas. You. Get lost. Zhao Tianxi raised his hand and slapped Feng Hung hard on the face, cursing. I give you face and call you President Feng. If I don't give you face, who the hell are you? And Lu Menghan's fiefdom group is doomed to fail. Even Jesus can't stop it. I, Zhao Tianxi, said so. So if you keep talking, I don't mind crushing you, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, to death. But at this moment when Zhao Tianxi was extremely arrogant, lawless and self-centered. Bang! Suddenly, the door in the box was kicked open, and then, an extremely safe, cold, and indifferent voice suddenly resounded throughout the room. Believe it or not, if you don't remove your hand from my wife's shoulder within 3 seconds, I will chop it off and kill you, and the Zhao family in the provincial capital will also be completely destroyed because of you. Chapter 17. You're so slow, what are you going to do to cost me my life? What? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was stunned. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I thought there was something wrong with my ears. He threatened to chop off Zhao Tianxi's hand and even destroy the Zhao family in the provincial capital. How arrogant, how defiant, how insolent, how domineering and overbearing does one have to be to dare to say such a thing? Lu Menghan was also shocked, and a warm feeling suddenly came over her. He confronted the young master of the provincial capital Zhao family for her. Is this her man? And he came in alone. Lu Menghan was deeply moved, but she also knew the seriousness of the situation. Almost subconsciously, with red eyes, she shouted to Chen Feng, don't mess around. I can handle this myself. Chen Feng smiled faintly, his face calm. If you can really handle it, this situation won't be like this. All right. Matters between men should be resolved by men. Just stand behind me and watch me clean up the garbage. The word security enveloped Lu Menghan, but the word trash deeply stimulated Zhao Tianxi. He clenched his fists until they creaked. Uncontrollable anger, like a tide, filled his whole body. Bastard. Tell me. Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous with me, Zhao Tianxi? Have you ever thought about what kind of miserable end you will have? Chen Feng glanced at the furious Zhao Tianxi lightly, sneered, and said expressionlessly, do I need to show who I am to deal with scum like you? You just need to know that you will not leave here alive today. And before that, I said I would chop off your hand myself. As he spoke, Chen Feng took the initiative to walk towards Zhao Tianxi step by step. This scene immediately made Zhao Tianxi's followers and the 4 men holding short knives, daggers, and nunchakus sneer. Damn it! Who do you think you are? He also said that young Master Zhao didn't deserve to know who he was, and even wanted to chop off young Master Zhao's hand. If he had the courage of heaven, would he really dare? Seeing Chen Feng approaching in a serious manner, Zhao Tianxi also laughed angrily. His smile was extremely sarcastic, and there was not even a trace of fear in his eyes. He was full of provocation. He stretched out one of his hands and said coldly, TSK, you want to chop off my hand, right? Okay. My hand is right here. Chop one off and show it to me. Oh, by the way, you must not talk nonsense, because what I, Zhao Tianxi, hate most in my life is people who talk nonsense. If you don't dare to chop it off, well, I guarantee you will. Zhao Tianxi spoke proudly with a look of sarcasm in his eyes. Are you kidding? He is the eldest son of the Zhao family in the provincial capital. Even if he killed someone, the governor of the guardhouse would have to politely take a statement and finally let him go. As for Chen Feng, it seems that he is just a gigolo. Dare to chop off your own hands, Chen Feng can afford the price and consequences, but does he dare to bear it? I'm afraid that in the next second, I will have to kneel down in front of myself, telling myself that I just talked nonsense because my head was hot, and then I will be like a dead dog, letting myself be controlled by him. But who would have thought that this thought had just arisen? It came so suddenly. It really came so suddenly. Chen Feng had just arrived in front of Zhao Tianxi. A flash of knife light. A shiny table knife. He held it in his hand, and then it fell on Zhao Tianxi's wrist. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Flesh and bones were torn apart. The sound was clear and resounding. The entire palm fell off so cleanly. Ah! Zhao Tianxi let out an extremely miserable cry. Like a pig being slaughtered. An extremely piercing cry. The whole audience was in a state of shock. Deathly silence. Really chopped it off. Grass. This madman. The four men holding short knives, daggers, and nunchakus with fierce momentum all had their eyes trembling fiercely. Zhao Tianxi's followers and Feng Hong were also frightened to the point of shaking their legs. This guy is really crazy. He does things without considering the consequences. Is he really brave? Lu Menghan also had a lingering fear on her face. The Zhao family's eldest son's hand was really chopped off by Chen Feng. This man was really cruel. Chen Feng, however, looked down at Zhao Tianxi, who was pale, holding his severed hand, and looking in agony. He raised his hand and slapped him. Bang! I don't dare to touch you? Bang! Talking nonsense? Bang! The son of the Zhao family in the provincial capital? Bang! Very impressive? You know, I don't even need to use too much force to crush someone like you who doesn't know how to stand tall. Zhao Tianxi was slapped with one slap after another until his mouth was full of blood. His attitude was as superior as it could be and as contemptuous as it could be of everything. Zhao Tianxi had never been stimulated, provoked, or humiliated like this before. It was only at this moment that he came to his senses. Chen Feng really dared to do this, not just talk. But thinking of his background and identity, Zhao Tianxi's anger almost burst through his head, and his eyes were almost full of resentment. Fuck you. Shan. I, Zhao Tianxi, will not let you die without a complete corpse today. Cut your body into pieces. I, Zhao Tianxi, will crawl out of this door by myself. Zhao Tianxi threatened with extreme ferocity, and his murderous eyes frightened Feng Hong to death. He could see that if Chen Feng took any extreme action at this moment, Zhao Tianxi would never let Chen Feng go, not even himself. When Feng Hengzhen thought of this, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and shouted to Chen Feng anxiously, "Brother! Stop doing that! Mr. Zhao is not someone we can afford to offend. Consider this as a plea from me. Just because you can't afford to offend him, does that mean you can afford to offend me?" Chen Feng smiled coldly, then grabbed Zhao Tianxi's head and slammed it hard on the table. Bang! Again and again. Blood flowed out, staining the ground red. The scene was so shocking. Feng Hong was so scared that his heart almost jumped into his throat, but Chen Feng was not afraid of the trouble. He grabbed the half-dead Zhao Tianxi, and with a bloodthirsty arc on his lips, he said with a look of disgust and indifference, "Tell me about it. Any last words? I'll give you 1 minute, tell me quickly. After all, dead people don't stand a chance." Crazy. Completely crazy. Feng Heng's legs were shaking. This guy was so bold that he even wanted to kill Zhao Tianxi. Didn't he really know what the word background meant? You son of a bitch. You're looking for death. I want you to die without a burial place. Ah. Zhao Tianxi was so angry that his eyes were about to burst, and his body was shaking non-stop, but what he faced was that Chen Feng grabbed his other hand and broke his thumb alive. Snap. Ah. Zhao Tianxi almost fainted from the pain. His heart-wrenching emotions exploded. Chen Feng didn't care at all, and just said casually, "You have 52 seconds left. Mr. Zhao. Kill him. Kill him." For men holding short knives, daggers, and nunchakus were extremely angry. They roared and screamed like desperate beasts. The bloody smell was overwhelming, and they all rushed out. They surged and stabbed at Chen Feng's vital points, almost wanting to kill him with one blow. At the critical moment, Lu Menghan was extremely terrified and couldn't help but scream, "Chen Feng, be careful." Feng Heng's eyelids also jumped, and he was filled with fear. He's dead. But looking at what Chen Feng did, he ignored it, completely ignored it, until 4 weapons with cold rays emitting all directions came whistling, breaking through the air and locking onto him, approaching him ferociously. Then he raised his head and said in a very dark voice, "You are as slow as a turtle, what can you do to kill me? Retrain it." Boom. Decisive killing. An extremely domineering voice resounded. Chen Feng reached forward, yes. With his bare hands. Snap, snap. The weapon that was strong enough to penetrate the steel armor. It was actually broken alive. Then, it was the neck. 4 necks were broken one after another. Like a death harvester, life stopped, for bodies lay neatly on the ground, blood all over the ground, no more movement. Chapter 18, Zhao Tianxi's death comes to the Bei family. How is this possible? Seeing the 4 ace personal masters of the Zhao family in the provincial capital die in front of him in unison without any delay, Zhao Tianxi's pupils suddenly shrank and he could hardly stop looking at the fear in his eyes. The reason why Zhao Tianxi dared to be so arrogant in Tianyang City was because these 4 people were one of his trump cards. But now, the 4 of them died before their eyes as if in a dream or an illusion. This had a huge impact on Zhao Tianxi. Lu Menghan was also horrified. She thought that Chen Feng might get hurt, or that the fight might end in a draw, but she never thought that Chen Feng was just eating and drinking. It was easy to take care of the 4 people, or even wipe them out. This cheap husband of mine probably has an extremely mysterious past. He might even be a retired soldier from a powerful military unit. Feng Hong was also extremely shocked. With the strength displayed by Chen Feng, he was at least as strong as an 8th grade martial king. This level of combat power is definitely promising and unfathomable. No wonder Chen Feng dares to be so arrogant, he really has the capital. But Zhao Tianxi is the eldest son of the Zhao family in the provincial capital after all. He is very afraid of Chen Feng now, but he cannot afford to offend the Zhao family in the provincial capital. He must think of a foolproof plan. But just as Feng Hong was thinking with sweat on his forehead, Chen Feng walked step by step to Zhao Tianxi. The strong smell of blood almost made Zhao Tianxi faint. He looked pale and wanted to say something, but was overwhelmed by fear. Chen Feng, on the other hand, stared at him with interest, and said with a cold smile, "Huh? So you are afraid too? I thought you would be tougher than I thought. So now you know who you are messing with?" Zhao Tianxi's face was as pale as death, his teeth clenched, and he tried his best to stay rational. "Mr. Chen, I have to admit that I underestimated you. But you still have to figure it out. I'm from the provincial capital. The family in the provincial capital is more complicated than you think. If you kill me, I promise that the Zhao family in the provincial capital will use everything they have to avenge you until your death." Lu Menghan also knew very well that once Chen Feng killed Zhao Tianxi, it would be a fight to the death. She bit her flaming red lips tightly and pleaded with Chen Feng in a gentle tone, "Chen Feng, for my sake, let him go." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng looked at Lu Menghan in disbelief and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Do you know what it means to let the tiger go back to the mountains?" "I know." Lu Menghan took a deep breath, her eyes reddened, "But I also know the power of the Zhao family in the provincial capital. I don't want you and the Lu family to be trapped in the swamp." On the one hand, he was considering the Lu family, and on the other hand, he was still concerned about Chen Feng. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. He was determined to kill Zhao Tianxi, but seeing Lu Menghan's pleading eyes, Chen Feng finally frowned. Looking at the miserable Zhao Tianxi, he said with a chill in his bones, "Your life is worthless to me. But now that my wife has spoken, let you live a little longer. Roll. From now on, if you appear in Tianyang City again, I promise that you will die more miserably than those 4. Lu Menghan then breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the matter had come to an end, and the heavy stone in Feng Heng's heart finally fell. But after Zhao Tianxi struggled to get up, he looked at Chen Feng with great resentment, gnashing his teeth, his face full of ferocity, and his tone was almost cannibalistic. "The surname Chen. It's not that I, Zhao Tianxi, lost. But the powerful dragon cannot defeat the local snake. Wait. When I return to the provincial capital, I promise that within 2 days, you will kneel before me and beg for mercy like I did." Swish. As soon as these words came out, Chen Feng turned around instantly, his expression suddenly became cold and dull, and he looked directly at Zhao Tianxi. "So, I can understand that you are still not convinced, right?" Zhao Tianxi was extremely humiliated, his teeth were almost bleeding, and he was so cruel that it made people feel chilled. "Of course I can't accept it. How can I swallow your humiliation of Zhao Tianxi? However, you are very strong, so I, Zhao Tianxi, will tell you about the code of conduct. I will not touch your woman or your friends, but I will definitely make sure that you die without a complete corpse." Zhao Tianxi spoke every word with great seriousness, making it clear that he and Chen Feng would never give up. He also firmly believed that Chen Feng still did not dare to kill him. At least, Lu Menghan is his weak spot. This weakness meant that Chen Feng had to consider the consequences. Pity. Zhao Tianxi made the wrong bet. In that case, then you better go die. Boom. Extremely cold. There is no room for negotiation. Chen Feng said it lightly, with murderous intent and contempt for everything. He kicked the short knife under his feet suddenly, and it pierced Zhao Tianxi's neck in an instant. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Zhao Tianxi was terrified. He was extremely unwilling. He died on the spot. Ah! Such a scene immediately frightened Feng Hong, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, so much that he fell to the ground with a thud, his heart pounding with fear. Chen Feng finally killed Zhao Tianxi. Tianyang City is about to change. The Zhao family in the provincial capital will definitely go crazy. Lu Menghan also felt something was wrong. She almost retched in her throat and her body was shaking, but she didn't know what to say, because if Zhao Tianxi hadn't insisted on seeking death, Chen Feng would have spared his life. But now that the person is dead, there is no point in saying anything. Chen Feng, you better run away now. The Lu family probably can't protect you anymore. Moreover, the Lu family should be experiencing the biggest crisis in 100 years. Lu Menghan's heart was chilled to the bone, but Chen Feng looked at Zhao Tianxi's body with cold eyes and said calmly, "I'm sorry, wife, he was too eager to die, I really couldn't control myself. If you're scared, I will take the initiative to leave the Lu family and cut off all ties with them." After saying that, Chen Feng looked at Feng Hong with interest and said calmly, "President Feng, it's up to you whether you want to collect this body or not. In a word, let Feng Hong make his own choice. If he does not collect the body, it means that he has tacitly agreed to stand on Chen Feng's side in this matter. But if he collects the body and goes to Zhao's house in the provincial capital, it means that he is standing on the opposite side of Chen Feng." Feng Hong suddenly wanted to die. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Which side should he stand on? After Chen Feng looked at Lu Menghan with some doting, he prepared to leave. Lu Menghan's heart couldn't stop trembling. After all, the incident was too much of a shock to her. But if she really watched Chen Feng leave, it would be tantamount to admitting that she had given up on Chen Feng. Thinking of this, Lu Menghan's eyes finally turned red, and she chased after Chen Feng's back. "Asshole! Did I ever say I would cut off ties with you? Stop right there. Since I'm your wife, I will share the responsibility with you." Chen Feng couldn't help but pause, but his brows relaxed, he smiled slightly, took Lu Menghan into his arms, and said in a domineering manner, "Good wife. Don't worry, if the Zhao family of the provincial capital dares to set foot in Tianyang City, or even the Lu family, to avenge Zhao Tianxi, the Zhao family of the provincial capital will be expelled from the list." Lu Menghan's body softened, and she clung tightly to Chen Feng's embrace, smiling with tears in her eyes. "Well, I believe you." Half an hour later, Chen Feng sent Lu Menghan back to the Fiefeng group, but he went downstairs again, took a taxi, and left the Fiefeng group again. And because Feng Hong didn't collect Zhao Tianxi's body in the end, the news spread quickly. Suddenly, there was a magnitude 5 earthquake in the upper-class circles of Tianyang City. What? The eldest son of the Zhao family in the provincial capital died in the Haitian hotel? Moreover, the neck was pierced through? The death was extremely tragic? Hiss. Who on earth is so bold? Does he want his clan to be exterminated? I can already imagine this man being torn into pieces by 5 horses and being tortured to death. The other side. When the news of Yuan Sihai's Sea Shark Gang being completely wiped out reached Bei Yintian, the head of the Bei family, Bei Yintian frowned and stared at the person reporting. "Tell me, has Yuan Sihai made enemies with anyone recently?" The person reporting the incident knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "No, Patriarch. And the people who killed Yuan Sihai used extremely cruel methods, almost destroying the entire family. This method is very much like a blood feud. I suspect it has something to do with a beautiful girl we kidnapped a few years ago." Bei Yintian couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said in a deep voice, "You mean, the girl named Chen Tingting?" Good. Bei Yintian's expression became increasingly gloomy. Chen Tingting has no background at all, and only has a brother to rely on for survival. She is no different from a pariah. And his brother also fled Tianyang City at that time. That's not right. Could it be that Chen Tingting's brother came back for revenge? Damn it. It seems that if you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Pass on this family head's order to immediately search the entire city for this kid's whereabouts. I believe that after so many years, his appearance should not have changed much. Once we find them, we will kill them immediately. We cannot leave any hidden dangers. Yes, Patriarch. But who would have thought that before the person reporting the incident had time to turn around and leave, suddenly, bang! The sound of the manor gate exploding resounded, and then dozens of third-rate mercenary guards flew in, died on the spot, and blood flowed all over the ground. Then, as if the god of death had descended to earth, a cold and murderous voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire mercenary family, the Bei family, who is the Bei family's patriarch, Bei Yintian. Come here quickly, and the whole clan will die. Chapter 19. Ask me to stop? Who do you think you are? What? Hearing Chen Feng's arrogant, contemptuous, and extremely overbearing voice, the entire Bei family fell into deathly silence. Joke. The Bei family is a mercenary family that owns the strongest and most brutal mercenaries in Tianyang City, and each of them has fought their way out of a sea of blood and corpses. Therefore, the Bei family has an extremely strong foundation, but no one would have thought that Chen Feng would dare to break into the Bei family alone, and even let Bei Yintian's entire family be buried with him. This is simply outrageous and outrageous. Looking for death. Bei Yintian's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he immediately led all the high-level officials of the Bei family, as well as the mercenary masters and strong men to rush out quickly. When he saw Chen Feng with his hands in his pockets and an extremely cold expression, Bei Yintian narrowed his eyes, and his murderous intent boiled up. Are you Chen Feng? He. You are braver than I thought. I didn't go looking for you, but you took the initiative to find the Bei family. It seems that you want to go down and accompany your poor sister, right? Swish. As Bei Yintian said this, 10, 100, or even 300 Bei family mercenary masters surrounded Chen Feng. It seemed that as long as Bei Yintian gave the order, they would cut Chen Feng into pieces. But Chen Feng just looked at Bei Yintian expressionlessly, and then he said with murderous intent, Do you think these hundreds of ants can hurt me, Chen Feng? Tell me why you kidnapped and hurt my sister, and who is the mastermind behind it, and I can consider letting your entire Bei family die in a dignified way. As always. Arrogant and wanton. When Bei Yintian's eldest son heard this, he was so angry that he trembled all over, glared at him, and gnashed his teeth. You are such a fool. Who gave you the courage to challenge my father like this? I can kill you to dust with just one move, you are so pretentious. Die. As he spoke, Bei Dongyun suddenly stepped forward. He used the Bei family's most brutal and terrifying technique, the Purgatory Hand. Boom! As the Purgatory Hand was pushed out, the air was immediately filled with infinite blood, making people's scalps numb and unable to breathe. For a moment, all the mercenary masters of the Bei family were excited. The young master is so powerful. This brat will definitely be torn into pieces by the young master. But Chen Feng looked at Bei Dongyun, who was full of murderous intent and invincible with his infernal hand, and a trace of extreme bloodthirstiness and mockery crossed his lips. It's worse than trash. Are you qualified to show off in front of me? Ridiculous. Swish. As soon as these words came out, Chen Feng suddenly punched out. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying fist light whizzed out. In the blink of an eye, it faced the Purgatory Hand. Extremely shocked. Invincible. Bang. The Purgatory Hand exploded completely, and Bei Dongyun himself was stunned. His throat was shot through on the spot. Blood was everywhere. His eyes were wide open. He died with his eyes open. What? How is this possible? Hundreds of Bei family mercenary masters were all stunned, almost like they were dreaming. In their hearts, Bei Dongyun was almost invincible. But who would have thought that he would not even last a single round and would die on the spot? How amazing is Chen Feng's strength? Ah! Dongyun. Watching Bei Dongyun's extremely miserable death, Bei Yintian's mentality suddenly exploded. His eyes were bloodshot. He roared in anger. Although he had more than one son like Bei Dongyun was the best one, so seeing Bei Dongyun die in front of him was even more painful than killing Bei Yintian's mother. But Chen Feng just sneered and said in a murderous way, Don't be so upset. You will be downstairs to accompany your son soon. Adding fuel to the fire. Bei Yintian's mentality completely exploded, and he almost wanted to cut Chen Feng into pieces. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared, Ah! Kill him for me. Kill him. I want him to die without a burial place. All the mercenary masters of the Bei family. No. Including all the strong ones, attacked together. Kill. 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 The 300 Bei family mercenary masters and the 50 Bei family strongmen immediately joined forces. Their eyes were extremely ferocious, and they rushed out regardless of everything. They were overwhelming, with terrifying murderous intent. They rushed straight to Chen Feng. Seeing this scene, Bai Yintian suddenly became extremely cruel and shouted coldly, "Chen the lunatic. No matter how strong you are, this patriarch still doesn't believe that you can be safe and sound under the siege of so many people. Without a scratch." But who could have imagined? As soon as the words fell, I did manage to come out unscathed. It's a pity that they will die without a complete body. An extremely cold and arrogant voice resounded, and Chen Feng lifted his foot violently. Then, he pressed it down horizontally. Bang! Suddenly, the entire ground was like an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. The terrifying aura was almost despairing and daunting. Puff! Puff! Immediately afterwards, 300 Bai family mercenary masters and 50 Bai family warriors were like a broken truck. Their chests, their bodies, they exploded one after another. Their screams filled the entire sky. Oh my god! Such an invincible and terrifying scene immediately frightened the rest of the Bai family so much that their bodies trembled violently. It was as shocking as if they had seen the god of death in hell. You! Bai Yintian was also frightened and terrified to the extreme. He had thought that Chen Feng was strong, but he had never thought that he was so strong that he was no different from a demon. He finally realized that Chen Feng was not just coming back for revenge, but had a cultivation that was so powerful that it could make the gods and ghosts weep, which made everyone tremble to the core. For a moment, Bai Yintian could not stop backing away, in a state of extreme fear. "Chen Feng, if you have something to say, please talk to me nicely. If you have something to say, please talk to me nicely. I had no choice but to ask the leader of the Sea Shark gang to kidnap your sister." Being forced? Chen Feng smiled coldly, and then, with a flash, he came in front of Bai Yintian, and bang! He directly kicked Bai Yintian's legs off. Ah! Blood was everywhere. Bai Yintian was in so much pain that his eyes were about to burst, his heart and liver were about to burst, but Chen Feng kicked him again, crushing one of his eyes alive, and looked down at him coldly. "Tell me, who is the mastermind behind this? Also, what is their real purpose?" Bai Yintian felt cold all over and was in great pain. "Ah, Mr. Chen. I don't know the real mastermind behind this, but I did it on the orders of King Taishan. It seems that King Taishan wanted to get a jade pendant and a picture of 9 soaring dragons from your sister." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly became cold without a trace of emotion, and he asked in a voice as loud as thunder, "Is my sister still alive now? And this jade pendant and the 9 dragons soaring picture seem to be in the hands of King Taishan?" Bai Yintian was so frightened that his soul flew out of his body. He said in a rush, "This is all I know. I really don't know anything else. Please forgive me. I will never dare to do evil and bully men and women again." As soon as these words came out, Chen Feng's expression suddenly burst into murderous intent, and he said word by word, "Then you can set off with your entire clan." Bai Yintian was immediately terrified and frantically begged for mercy, shouting, "No." At this critical moment, boom! Suddenly, chariots arrived one after another, followed by a large number of men holding steel guns, wearing steel helmets, and with murderous intent, surrounding the entire Bai family. The one walking in the front was a middle-aged man with a dignified look, as tall as a mountain, looking down on everyone. He stared at Chen Feng intently, with terrifying murderous intent sweeping across the entire Bai family. "Stop immediately. If you dare to touch the Bai family master again, this war king guarantees that you will die a more miserable death than being cut into pieces. If you don't believe me, you can try it." However, the extremely threatening words had just fallen. Bang! Extremely domineering. Extreme contempt. Chen Feng suddenly kicked Bai Yintian's head, blasting it into a pulp. The scene was extremely shocking. Everyone's eyes widened, and the arrogant middle-aged man Lei Qianjun was furious. Chen Feng looked directly at Lei Qianjun, with a hint of extreme sarcasm on his lips, and said indifferently, "Stop if I tell you to stop. Who the hell do you think you are? If you don't agree, come here, I'll crush your head and make it explode." Chapter 20, Something happened to the Lu family, and Chen Feng was filled with murderous intent. Fuck you. Seeing Chen Feng kill without giving Lei Qianjun any face, everyone was almost scared to death. This guy is the battle king of the Iron Blood Army. He is the most authoritative person in the entire Iron Blood Army, except for the god of war Yi Wujiang. Chen Feng actually dared to provoke Lei Qianjun. Where did he get the courage from? This is absolutely asking for trouble. It is the ultimate way to seek death. "You're great." Lei Qianjun's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. He had been a war king for so many years, but this was the first time he met a boy like Chen Feng who looked down on everyone and was so arrogant. He stared at Chen Feng intently, his eyes full of hatred and coldness. "You bastard. If you had listened to my orders and released Bai Yantian, perhaps you could have followed me back to the War Department, accepted military punishment, and lived a little longer. What a pity. You are courting death. The only thing you can do now is wait to die. Wait to die in extreme despair." As he spoke, Lei Qianjuan's face became expressionless to the extreme. He waved his hand and shouted with murderous intent, "All Special Forces members, listen up. Everyone, attack. I want this ignorant bastard. He wants to know what the wrath of the Iron Blood Army is all about." Swish, swish, swish. Following Lei Qianjuan's order, hundreds of Special Forces members, holding sharp blades and with murderous intent, rushed out with bodies as Tyrannosaurus-like as 100 dragons. They presented the encirclement and killing formation from Sun Tzu's Art of War, with weapons intertwined and lingering around everything, which was terrifying and extremely horrifying. The surviving descendants of the Bei family suddenly had only one thought: no matter how evil Chen Feng was, he would definitely be seriously injured. It was horrible to watch. But Chen Feng not only did not show the slightest fear, but was extremely ridiculous, and said coldly, relying on hundreds of unsightly rookies. "They also want my life, Chen Feng. I have to say, you are very naive." Boom! As soon as the words fell, Chen Feng's figure suddenly rushed out like a world-destroying disaster. Suddenly, the earth shook. Wherever he went. Weapons. Countless weapons, all broken. Blood. Countless amounts of blood, everywhere. And when he looked up again, hundreds of well-trained and feared Special Forces members were almost wiped out. What? Such a horrifying and thrilling scene immediately made the direct descendants of the Bei family terrified, because the reputation of the Iron Blood Army was known to everyone, but more than 100 Special Forces members were killed by Chen Feng with just one casual move. Is this still a human being? It is an existence even more terrifying than the god of death. Damn it! Lei Qianjuan's body trembled violently. He could never have imagined that this arrogant young man in front of him could be so terrifying. These hundreds of Special Forces members were trained by him personally. They couldn't even last a single round, which shows that Chen Feng's strength is definitely not inferior to his own. Thinking of this, Lei Qianjun bit his lip and said to Chen Feng with deep hatred, "Boy surnamed Chen, I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. I, Lei Qianjun, will remember today's grudges. The road ahead is long. The next time we meet, I, Lei Qianjun, will make you pay an unimaginable price." Hiss. Seeing Lei Qianjun actually admitting defeat, the Bei family's direct descendants suddenly widened their pupils in shock. They were extremely desperate and shouted subconsciously, "Lei Zhanwang. No. Please, take us away with you. Get lost." Lei Qianjun didn't even turn his head. He didn't want to provoke the devil Chen Feng. He turned around and left, but Chen Feng's extremely cold, domineering, and playful voice rang in Lei Qianjuan's ears in vain. "Did I say that you were allowed to leave? You can leave if you want. Leave your life behind." "What did you say?" Lei Qianjun paused, and then, his eyes became extremely cold, his fists clenched and creaked, and he said in extreme anger, "Boy surnamed Chen, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I just don't want to lose both of us. I advise you not to push your luck." "Pushing your luck?" Chen Feng sneered and said sarcastically, "A piece of trash like you is worthy of asking me to push my luck? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what kind of moral character you have? This is the last time. Either you fight or kneel down and commit suicide." Ha ha ha. Kneel down and commit suicide? Lei Qianjun was so angry that he jumped up like thunder, laughing wildly towards the sky, his eyes bloodshot. "Bastard. Do you really think you can defeat me, Lei Qianjun? Little do you know that your ignorance will only lead you to pay unimaginable consequences. Wan Yuan Benlei Fist. Go to hell. Die. Roar." As Lei Qianjun roared like a horde of thousands of horses. Suddenly, the terrible thunder ignited the air. It was mighty and powerful, like a rainstorm. It made people desperate and terrified. It is hard to imagine how many people Lei Qianjun must have killed to be able to muster such a fierce and murderous fist style. However, Chen Feng, who was standing in the same place, did not even raise his eyelids, but just slightly raised a finger and rolled it forward. Suddenly. Bang! Lei Qianjuan's Wan Yuan Benlei fist was actually crushed into nothingness. Then, Lei Qianjuan's entire head was chopped off in half. With just one move, the Iron Blood Army's war king was killed without a complete body. Ah! King Lei Zhan is dead. Run! The rest of the Iron Blood Army guards were so frightened when they saw this scene that they dropped their weapons and armor and fled madly. The direct descendants of the Bei family were completely desperate and cried out to their parents, "Boss Chen! Spare us! Spare us! We are all innocent." Chen Feng looked down at them with a bloodthirsty smile and said expressionlessly, "Maybe you are innocent, but I, Chen Feng, will annihilate your Bei family, and I will annihilate your Bei family." Boom! He stepped down. Bang! The floor tiles exploded instantly. The sound of bodies exploding continuously resounded. The entire Bei family was covered in blood. No one was left alive. After destroying the Bei family, Chen Feng became calm and turned around and left to return to the fiefing group. However, just as Chen Feng left, the entire Tianyang city upper-class circle exploded again. What? The mercenary family Bei clan was also destroyed? And the Iron Blood Army's war king Lei Qianjun was also killed by a single blow? Hiss. This guy is too lawless, isn't he? Does he still have the law in his eyes? At the same moment, inside the Iron Blood Army base in Tianyang City, as the urgent report came in, the entire operations room suddenly fell into unprecedented silence. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds later, the war god Yu Wujiang, who was dressed in military uniform and had a stern expression without a trace of emotion, finally shouted word by word in a voice as loud as a bell, "You are looking for death. How can I, the war king of the Iron Blood Army, be slaughtered by others? Pass on the order of the god of war. Investigate this matter from all angles. As soon as there is a result, notify this god of war immediately. This god of war will never let this person go. I want him to be buried with Shaolei. Yes. God of War." Following the order from the Iron Blood Army God of War, the Iron Blood Army's intelligence department immediately took action and made every effort to investigate the matter. However, Chen Feng didn't care about the wrath of Yi Wujiang, the God of War of the Iron Blood Army. At this moment, Chen Feng had already returned to the fiefing group. But when Chen Feng entered the president's office, he did not see Lu Menghan, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. At this moment, Secretary Su Xiaoyang walked in, and Chen Feng couldn't help but ask subconsciously, "Where is my wife?" Su Xiaoyang bit her lip and said with a pale and horrified face, "Mr. Chen, something big happened in Miss Lu's family. It is said that the Zhao family in the provincial capital brought a large number of strong men to the Lu family with a mighty force, and whoever offended them would be killed. I'm afraid the Lu family will be wiped out." The Zhao family in the provincial capital? Looking for death. Chen Feng's expression suddenly turned cold, and then, he flashed and quickly left the fiefing group. Chapter 21, Domineering and Arrogant. At this time, the entire Lu family villa had been surrounded by thousands of men holding sharp blades and filled with murderous intent. Moreover, there are more than 100 martial arts masters alone. That lineup is simply devastating and can kill any god that stands in their way. The direct descendants of the Lu family, as well as their relatives and high-ranking officials, were also frightened that their souls were about to die. It's over. It's completely over. Lu Menghan, you have really brought disaster to our Lu family. You even dared to provoke the Zhao family in the provincial capital. That Chen guy is clearly a lunatic. Grandpa, look at your wonderful granddaughter. Now our Lu family has finally come to an end. Lu Menghan, if our Lu family perishes today, you will be the biggest sinner. Lu Menghan's body trembled, her face showing self-blame and guilt, but more of it was helplessness and despair. She didn't dare to face her parents Lu Donghai and Zhao Linfei, and just said to Grandpa Lu with great apology, "I'm sorry, Grandpa, it's me who harmed the Lu family. I am willing to take all responsibility." As he spoke, Lu Menghan's face was extremely resolute. He took a step forward and looked at Zhao Changsheng, the head of the Zhao family in the provincial capital, whose eyes were bloodshot and hatred and venom filled his entire face. His expression was cold and his appearance was enough to scare people to death. He spoke word by word with a trembling voice, "Head of the Zhao family. Everyone is responsible for their own actions. I, Lu Menghan, killed your son. But it's also because he pushed me into a corner. Therefore, I am willing to bear all the consequences and costs. I am willing to die as an apology, and even unconditionally offer the fiefing group to the Zhao family. I only ask Patriarch Zhao to show some leniency and spare the lives of the other members of the Lu family." Lu Menghan was an extremely humble supplicant, but Zhao Changsheng smiled bitterly, his eyes were full of hatred and coldness, and he roared to the sky. His roar shook the sky. Bitch. You are really good at sacrificing your life for justice. But the problem is, the son of this patriarch is dead. Grass. Do you know how much effort and energy this family master has invested in him? You won't understand. So, I want you to clearly feel the pain of losing a child and the feeling of having your family torn apart. Today, no one in the Lu family will survive. I will torture your relatives and parents to death one by one. I will chop them into pieces, skin them alive and tear out their bones. Zhao Changsheng's voice was even harsher than the devil from hell. To the ears of the Lu family, it was even scarier than a ghost that wanted to take their lives. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale and they burst into tears. Master Zhao. No. Every wrong has its perpetrator. If you want to settle the score, find the real culprit. Our Lu family is innocent. Zhao Linfei also couldn't stop collapsing because of fear. Woo. Lu Menghan, look at the good man you found. Who can save our Lu family now? And Chen Feng, I'm afraid he has already received the news and fled Tianyang City. What awaits our Lu family is only a life worse than death. Death of despair. Why is my life so hard? However, Zhao Changsheng had no sympathy for the Lu family. All he had in mind was revenge. He wanted all the Lu family members to be buried with his son. He wanted everyone here to die a tragic death that was beyond description. He wanted the blood of the Lu family to flow everywhere. Not a blade of grass would grow. Especially Chen Feng. After killing the Lu family, he will also search the whole city. Cut them into pieces and chop them into pieces. As soon as he thought of this, Zhao Changsheng suddenly raised his head, like a devil from hell. Killing intent rushed to his head. The sound was like a loud bell. It resounded through the sky. Kill. Regardless of gender. Except for Lu Menghan's parents, grandfather, and immediate family members, don't leave anyone alive in the Lu family. Chop them into minced meat. Kill. Following Zhao Changsheng's order, thousands of Zhao family warriors, masters, and strongmen all raised their weapons. The sound of killing was overwhelming. That posture. It was simply unstoppable. Everyone in the Lu family was immediately terrified. Their blood froze. They were out of their minds. No. We don't want to die. However, at this critical moment, at this life-threatening moment, suddenly, it happened unexpectedly. It was extremely shocking and terrifying. Touch my wife's family. Have you asked me, Chen Feng? Boom. An extremely cold, domineering, and indifferent voice suddenly resounded, and everyone was watching in disbelief and terrified. A figure descended from the sky, sand and rocks flew, and the soles of his feet stepped down. Bang! Suddenly, dozens or even hundreds of Zhao family warriors who were in the front all spurted blood from their mouths. Then they knelt on the ground and died on the spot. What? Chen Feng? Shouldn't he have been frightened and run away long ago? Everyone in the Lu family was in disbelief and shock, while Lu Menghan's body trembled violently, tears filled her eyes. Fortunately, she finally waited for this man. He did not abandon the Lu family. Zhao Changsheng watched as more than 100 warriors of the Zhao family died tragically on the spot. He was already furious, and suddenly his anger surged like a tsunami, roaring and piercing to the extreme. Chen Feng. You are the culprit. You are about to die. How dare you come to the Lu family and kill hundreds of warriors of my Zhao family? How dare you? Kneel down and kowtow 1,000 times to this master right now. And then he dug out his own eyes. He ruined his own cultivation. Otherwise, this family head will send you and your entire family to hell. But facing Zhao Changsheng, whose roar was so vicious and murderous that it could melt the glaciers, Chen Feng was bored. He raised his eyebrows and said in a deep and wanton voice that was enough to make one's head explode. Stupid, are you tired of the dog barking all the time? You want to avenge your son, right? Don't say that I, Chen Feng, look down on your Zhao family in the provincial capital. Here, everyone counts. All at once. If anyone can take my attack or hurt me, I will leave an intact body for your Zhao family in the provincial capital. If not, the entire Zhao family in the provincial capital can collectively report to the 18th level of hell as you just said. Chapter 22 is just too weak to watch. What? As Chen Feng's overbearing, playful, arrogant, and extremely provocative voice fell, the entire scene suddenly became deathly silent again. Unbelievable. Trembling all over. Horror. The entire Lu family was on the verge of death. The head of the Zhao family in the provincial capital, Zhao Changsheng, brought the ultimate power, thousands of Zhao family warriors, masters, strong men, and even some unfathomable existences. Chen Feng not only had no fear, but even regarded Zhao Changsheng as an ant and did not take him seriously at all. This is simply lawless and boundless. Little bastard. You are looking for death. Zhao Changsheng was also furious, his whole body shaking with anger. Although Chen Feng had just stepped down and killed hundreds of Zhao family warriors, this did not mean that Chen Feng had the capital to be arrogant with the Zhao family. Zhao Changsheng hated him to the core. Little beast named Chen, I swear you will die a miserable death today. Everyone will go to hell with you. Chen Feng sneered and said sarcastically, if the curse is effective, then why am I still alive and well? Please stop your pathetic words. If you want to take action, just come directly. I, Chen Feng, don't talk nonsense with trash. As crazy as ever. As murderous as ever. Adding fuel to the fire. The direct descendants of the Lu family were all terrified. Chen Feng. Did you really take the wrong medicine? Under such circumstances, you are still trying to provoke Patriarch Zhao. Aren't you clearly asking our Lu family to die with you? Old Master Lu Tsanghai, couldn't help but sigh, his expression slightly pale as he said, alas, Xiao Chen is still too impulsive and acted on impulse. Lu Menghan stared at Chen Feng, who stood tall and proud, and bit her lip. Her pretty eyes showed a hint of firmness and trust. Grandpa. I believe Chen Feng is definitely not seeking death without thinking. Just watch. Chen Feng should have the strength to turn the tide. Zhao Changsheng was deeply stimulated by the word garbage. His eyes were bloodshot and he wished to cut Chen Feng into pieces. Grind his bones and scatter ashes. You little bastard surnamed Chen, I am basically certain that you are seeking death. Very good. Today, I, Zhao Changsheng, will let everyone in Tianyang city realize that if you go against my Zhao family, you dare to provoke this family master like this. What kind of terrible price will you pay? Get started. Kill him for this family master. I want his head to be chopped off. His body will be torn to pieces. Swish. Following Zhao Changsheng's order, thousands of Zhao family warriors and masters all had their blood boiling, just like hungry wolves in the dark staring at their favorite prey. Their eyes were filled with nothing but bloodthirstiness. Die. 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 The next moment, nearly 1,000 people suddenly drew their weapons. They rushed out. They covered the sky and the sun. They were invincible. The killing intent that had been kept under a low profile to the extreme was completely out of control and released. It almost suffocated everyone around him. From the visual and picture point of view, it is too brutal. There is absolutely no possibility that Chen Feng could survive. Everyone in the Lu family had never seen such a horrific scene before. They were immediately terrified and didn't know what to do. It's over. It's over. These are thousands of Zhao family elites. I'm afraid Chen Feng will be chopped into pieces soon. Zhao Linfei was also a little frightened, her eyelids twitching, and she looked desperate. They said they would increase my daughter's market value tenfold, but I think it will increase tenfold in hell. Chen Feng, this ignorant fellow, is going to die soon. Zhao Changsheng looked at the thousands of warriors from the Zhao family, all of whom were besieging Chen Feng. He was satisfied and full of hatred. He shouted fiercely, "You little bastard surnamed Chen! Under such a murderous trap! Under such an attack! I wonder how you can escape." Escape? Chen Feng's mouth curled up in an extremely ridiculous arc, and then, in full view of everyone, he raised his fist slightly and slashed out with a bang. Suddenly, the fist light was like a meteor that shocked the world. It was vast and boundless. It was invincible. A shocking scene that made people's consciousness explode suddenly appeared. Chen Feng's fist was like a rocket dropped on the sea. It directly shocked thousands of Zhao family warriors and masters, causing them to bleed to death. The bridge of the nose, chest, shoulders, and neck were all broken one after another. Blood was splattered in piles, and with one sweep of the fist, it was like a huge wave rising up into the sky. No one was able to resist, and the death signal spread everywhere. Thousands of Zhao family warriors and masters were killed in just a few dozen breaths, corpses were scattered all over the ground, and they were all killed. How is this possible? Suddenly, the other members of the Zhao family were extremely shocked. Zhao Changsheng was also extremely shocked. It was just like a dream. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that all this was true. After all, these thousands of Zhao family warriors, masters gathered together, were enough to kill a third-grade martial arts master. But unfortunately, they couldn't even take a punch from Chen Feng. Is Chen Feng still human? How terrifying is the power of this punch? Oh my god! This Chen Feng is so powerful? The direct descendants of the Lu family rubbed their eyes frantically. It was like an illusion. The scene before them was an unprecedented shock to them. After all, who could have imagined that a person's power could be so terrifying? They greatly underestimated Chen Feng. Chen Feng really had the capital to be arrogant. Damn it! Damn it! After Zhao Changsheng was shocked, he was filled with rage. After all, it cost too much to train these thousands of martial arts masters of the Zhao family. Now all of them died tragically. This was too much of a loss for the Zhao family. His hatred towards Chen Feng rose to a new level. He stared at Chen Feng intently, wishing he could skin him alive. You little bastard surnamed Chen. You are indeed a monster. But precisely because of this, my Zhao family in the provincial capital will fight you to the death. Fight till death? Chen Feng smiled contemptuously, killing people to the extreme, wantonly. There are more than 1,000 people, and they can't even take a punch from me. Does Jesus give you the courage to fight me to the death? Waste. You little bastard, you deserve to die. Zhao Changsheng was so stimulated by the word waste that his adrenaline almost exploded. His pupils were blood red. He clenched his fists tightly and roared, Zhao family masters, listen to my orders, don't hold back, and hit me with all your strength. Kill him at all costs. Just as Zhao Changsheng was furious, a very arrogant, cold, and bloodthirsty voice sounded outside the door. Father. To deal with a mere low-ranking lunatic, why would we need all the Zhao family's strong men to fight together? I alone am enough to kill him without a burial place. Swish. As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly exploded wantonly, and a terrible storm and pressure filled the entire Lu family villa. All the Lu family members felt genuinely strong and genuinely terrified. When Zhao Changsheng saw this person, his expression suddenly brightened, and he looked extremely proud. Fomer, why are you here? Zhao Lingfang, who was wearing a long gown, was full of energy, eyes, and blood. He pulled a cruel arc across the corner of his mouth and said coldly, Father, after I received the news that my brother was killed, I rushed back from the demon cave in a hurry. Since this person killed my brother, he still humiliated the Zhao family like this. Today, I will represent the Zhao family and cut him into pieces. Good. Good. Zhao Changsheng nodded in admiration, then stared at Chen Feng with an extremely arrogant and ferocious smile. You little bastard surnamed Chen. Do you know what my eldest son's cultivation level is? 8th rank martial master. Moreover, you are still studying in the demon cave. You are a rare genius and a powerful person. Today, you met my eldest son, so your death is worthy. What? So young, an 8th rank martial master? Everyone in the audience was deeply shocked. And they could see that Zhao Lingfang was absolutely terrifying. His strength was amazing. Chen Feng might not last more than 3 moves in Zhao Lingfang's hands. Lu Menghan's expression also became slightly solemn, but Chen Feng just glanced at Zhao Lingfang very lightly, and said with extreme sarcasm and expressionless face, What's the matter? It's not enough that your brother is dead. You are here to make up the numbers for the dying Zhao family? Arrogant and wanton. Even though Zhao Lingfang had such a terrifying cultivation and background, Chen Feng still didn't take him seriously. This is simply outrageous. Zhao Lingfang was also a powerful figure in the provincial capital, so he could not stand Chen Feng's provocation and ridicule. He was immediately furious, and clenched his fists fiercely, with murderous intent boiling like a tsunami. Arrogant bastard. I will let you know clearly what kind of horrible death you will suffer if you dare to act big with Zhao Lingfang. Demon roar fist, die. Boom. As Zhao Lingfang unleashed his devil roaring fist, the air suddenly collapsed, and the roar continued. Mighty and powerful. Directly approaching Chen Feng's chest. The area where Chen Feng was located instantly exploded and trembled. Everyone felt that it was extremely dangerous and completely locked onto Chen Feng. When Zhao Changsheng saw this scene, he was immediately extremely excited and delighted, and he kept shouting, My great son, he must be invincible. Chen Feng, you little bastard, your death has finally come. But who could have imagined? As soon as the words fell. Not bad for punching. Pity. People are trash. Boom. With a voice that sounded extremely playful, wanton, and arrogant, Chen Feng suddenly crossed over and threw out a punch as well. Bang! Suddenly, the world exploded with sound, so easily that it was shocking, and Zhao Lingfeng didn't even have the slightest resistance. The fist light exploded. The extremely violent killing intent enveloped everything. Under the eyes of the crowd, it was as clear as seeing the transition from heaven to hell. Chen Feng stood firmly in place, suppressing everything, but Zhao Lingfeng flew sideways. In the process of flying sideways, his flesh and blood were blurred, his meridians were broken, and he didn't even have time to say a last word before he fell heavily on the granite, and no body was left. What? Young master. One punch. The same punch. Chen Feng was fine, but Zhao Lingfeng was hit so hard that he was horribly injured and his body was completely destroyed. No one dared to imagine how invincible Chen Feng's punch was. It was so exaggerated. Suddenly, everyone who was still able to breathe was extremely shocked, swallowing hard, their hearts and livers were about to burst. Lingfeng. Zhao Changsheng's mentality was also extremely exploded, he was horrified and terrified. Zhao Lingfeng's strength was something he had seen and heard of. But he still couldn't take Chen Feng's punch. Is Chen Feng still a human? He is simply a demon. Chen Feng looked at the grief-stricken and resentful Zhao Changsheng, sneered endlessly, and said in a tyrannical manner, "So, this is the background and ability of your Zhao family to challenge me, Chen Feng, and come to Tianyang City to threaten the family of my wife, Chen Feng? It's so weak." Chapter 23, The Real Madman, Provoking Two Major Forces at the Same Time. Zhao Changsheng was immediately filled with humiliation and was completely devastated. He roared with bloodshot eyes, "Ah! Chen Feng! Killing my two sons in a row! I, Zhao Changsheng, will make you pay the price of having your entire clan buried with you." Zhao Changsheng's eyes were full of bloodshot, full of malice and hatred, as if he could eat someone alive. However, Chen Feng only raised his eyebrows slightly, and then, in full view of everyone, he flashed away. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of Zhao Changsheng, raised his hand and slapped him recklessly, ruthlessly slapping Zhao Changsheng's almost crazy and resentful face. Bang! You are about to die and you are still furious at me for being incompetent? Bang! I will definitely make my entire clan be buried with me? Bang! Even your proud eldest son couldn't take a single blow from me. What are you going to use to bury my entire clan? Papa papa pa. With one slap after another, Zhao Changsheng was beaten until he was dizzy and miserable. Everyone in the Lu family was so frightened that their hearts almost stopped beating. This is the head of the Zhao family in the provincial capital. Once upon a time, he was able to call the wind and rain. He was second only to one person and above 10,000 people. Now, he was actually hung up and beaten by Chen Feng. Chen Feng was simply so awesome. There was only one thought left in their minds: if Zhao Changsheng didn't have a backup plan to kill Chen Feng, then after today, the Lu family would definitely stand up completely because of Chen Feng. Son of a bitch. You're looking for death. Quickly let go of our master. Otherwise. Seeing Chen Feng so arrogant and wantonly humiliating Zhao Changsheng, the 30 or so Zhao family warriors who were still alive glared at him angrily. They wished they could chop Chen Feng into pieces. What else? Chen Feng sneered, and then stepped on one of Zhao Changsheng's legs. With a snap, Zhao Changsheng's thigh broke. Blood gushed out, the pain was excruciating, and more than 30 Zhao family warriors were almost angry to the point of bursting, like ants on a hot pot, but Chen Feng was disdainful, extremely domineering and provocative. Did you see it? I touched him again. What can you do to me? What can you do to me? A bunch of rubbish. You. The 30-odd Zhao family warriors were so angry that their lungs burst, but they did not dare to take any action. Chen Feng, however, had an extremely bloodthirsty smile on his face and said in a cold voice, "Ha, since you don't dare to take action, then kneel down and commit suicide. Fight him." How could the 30 or so Zhao family warriors endure such provocation and humiliation? They gnashed their teeth and were furious. They revived their morale and rushed towards Chen Feng. They were full of ambitions. But Chen Feng didn't even look at them, and he just moved his palm slightly and pressed down. Boom! Suddenly, the terrifying sharp blade cut off the necks of more than 30 Zhao family warriors. Blood gushed out. In just one breath, their heads and bodies were separated. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, everyone in the Lu family was shocked again and could hardly close their mouths. Zhao Changsheng also completely woke up. He finally realized that Chen Feng was a demon god who could not be provoked. He was scared. Terrified. He kept backing away. Chen Feng. I give up. The Zhao family in our provincial capital has admitted defeat. I will no longer hold a grudge against you for the death of my 2 sons. How about we keep our distance from each other from now on? Bang! But Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped Zhao Changxing's face mercilessly, sneering. You said that the well water does not interfere with the river water, so the well water does not interfere with the river water? You said you would admit defeat, so you admit defeat? Bang! You are very impressive? Have I ever told you that if the people from your provincial capital Zhao family can't even take one of my moves, what will be the fate of you and the provincial capital Zhao family? Zhao Changxing's face was bruised and swollen, he felt extremely humiliated, but he was even more terrified, a fear that he could not suppress at all. Tears and blood flowed out together. He was extremely humble and scared, and he took the initiative to beg for mercy. Chen Feng, please spare my life. I beg you to spare my life. I promise that from now on, I will never set foot in Tianyang city again. Hiss. Seeing the head of the Zhao family in the provincial capital being frightened like this, everyone was shocked beyond words. Especially Lu Menghan. From the beginning, she thought Chen Feng was a gigolo, a lunatic who didn't know his place, but later on, he trampled on Chen Beinan and killed Zhao Tianxi, and now he is above the entire Zhao family in the provincial capital. One person beat the entire Zhao family in the provincial capital so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads. For the first time, Lu Menghan's pretty eyes showed a hint of admiration. This man seemed to be more domineering and more powerful than he had imagined. Facing Zhao Changxing's humble and terrified pleas for mercy, Chen Feng looked down upon him with a blank expression and a bloodthirsty smile. It's not like I didn't give you a chance. What a pity. You didn't grasp it yourself. And both of your sons are dead. It's lonely living in this world alone. So, you should go down and accompany them. Oh, by the way, don't worry, the entire Zhao family in the provincial capital will go to hell with you. After saying that, under the terrified eyes of everyone who dared not look directly at him, he suddenly raised his foot and was about to step on Zhao Changxing's head. Zhao Changxing was so frightened that his eyes were about to burst, and cold sweat soaked his whole body. He shouted unwillingly, "No! You can't kill me!" But there is no point in struggling, the only thing you can do is wait to die. However, at this moment, suddenly, extremely abrupt, boom! Suddenly, there were waves of earthquakes outside, and a large number of well-equipped guards appeared in uniform, holding steel guns and full of murderous intent. The leader was a young woman wearing military uniform, with a hot body, extremely hot, sexy and heroic, curvy figure, and an extremely domineering adjutant-like appearance. She suddenly stepped in, glanced at the whole audience, frowned slightly, and spoke in a domineering and unquestionable tone. Chen Feng, right? I am Xiao Yuan, the capable female warrior of Shangwan Qinglan, the female commander of the Jinglong War Department. That's all for today. In the meantime, come with me. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They never thought that the person who came was Xiao Yuan, the capable general of the female commander of the Jinglong War Department. And she is so charming and proud. This background and figure are probably unique in the whole Tianyang city. But it's not over yet. As soon as the beautiful warrior Xiao Yuan finished speaking, another voice came out, extremely terrifying, extremely oppressive, extremely murderous, and extremely powerful. The old voice that suppressed everything suddenly resounded throughout the venue. Arrogant boy! How dare you kill my beloved disciple Zhao Lingfeng, you deserve to die. Immediately. Immediately. Let his father go. If not, I guarantee that you will be dozens of times more miserable than dying without a burial place. Shua! When they saw the person coming, the direct descendants of the Zhao family in the provincial capital all trembled in fear. This is the first honored guest Demon King Xueqingson under the provincial boss Shen Wanhao. Hiss. I didn't expect that even he would come. It's Xiao Yuan again, and Xueqingson again. Now, Chen Feng should probably stop. After all, no matter who these two are, they cannot afford to offend. Don't dare to provoke them easily. Xiao Yuan also frowned, obviously she didn't expect that even the devil Xueqingson would come. Therefore, she also subconsciously believed that Chen Feng would definitely not choose to be an enemy of her, the adjutant of Dragon Marshal, and would not provoke Xueqingson under such circumstances. But who could have imagined? Under the spotlight. Shocking. Extremely domineering. Chen Feng was just interested. He took a look at Xiao Yuan, who had a hot body and stood straight and proudly, almost unable to hold up her clothes. He smiled slightly and said, "TSK, woman, you are quite fierce. It should be impossible to hold it with one hand. But the problem is that women have no right to interrupt men when they are doing things. Of course, if you don't mind me checking your mouth, I can consider letting you leave in a decent manner. Would you like to consider it?" Then, he looked at the extremely murderous intent again. The force of force crushed everything. As if the god of death had come, the extremely cruel demon king Song smiled coldly, mocking and wanton. "As for you, old man, no one in this world can stop me, Chen Feng, from killing people and exterminating clans. So, I killed him. I want to see what you can do to make me, Chen Feng, die without a burial place, old dog who has already stepped half of his foot into the coffin." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng exerted force on his feet, and bang! Scarlet like snowflakes bursting into the sky. Under Xiao Yuan's incredible eyes, the demon king Song said nothing, but his heart was filled with murderous intent, and Zhao Changsheng's head was crushed alive. Blood all over the ground. Shocking. Extremely dazzling. Zhao Changsheng couldn't die anymore. Everyone was stunned, and the silence was so great that they could not breathe. He challenged two major forces at the same time, and was so arrogant. How arrogant was Chen Feng in his own strength? How arrogant was he? Chapter 24, Crush with one palm, my arrogance competes with the sky. Hiss. Is this guy really crazy? Even Xiao Yuan couldn't help but her eyelids twitched violently, and her proud pair of breasts almost couldn't sit still. Her pretty and heroic face showed disbelief, astonishment, shock and confusion. Although Xiao Yuan is a female warrior of the elite Dragon War department, even she has to give the Demon King a little face. But Chen Feng was different. He just came up and confronted him head-on without giving any face at all, and even took the word provocation to the extreme. She really didn't know how to describe Chen Feng's madness and recklessness. For a moment, Xiao Yuan's extremely hot battlesuit fluctuated with her emotions, coupled with her sexy collarbone and delicate eyes, which made people deeply fascinated, but people only dared to watch from afar and not play with her. As for the Zhao family members who were well aware of the word Devil King, they all hated Chen Feng to the core and were extremely frightened, with their adrenaline levels soaring wildly. This Chen guy probably doesn't know what the words Demon King Song mean in the provincial capital, right? How dare you kill our family head in front of the Demon King and then go and provoke the Demon King? I have seen what kind of indescribably miserable death he will have next. Lu Menghan also had a look of fear on her face. She could see that this Demon King Song was definitely not on the same level as Zhao Changsheng, the head of the Zhao family. Moreover, the strength of this Demon King Song is absolutely extremely terrifying, and his cultivation is unfathomable. Although Chen Feng's behavior was extremely domineering, Lu Menghan couldn't help but worry in her heart, so Lu Menghan shut her mouth obediently and chose to be the woman behind Chen Feng. "You're great." The Demon King Song's eyes were bloodshot, and his strong killing intent was so bloody that it made people vomit. He stared at Chen Feng, almost wanting to devour Chen Feng's flesh and blood. "Little beast, look at me, Song, who has slaughtered and killed all the enemies in the provincial capital. You are still the only one who dares to be so arrogant and insolent to me. So, based on what you just said, I guarantee that today, there is no way for you to escape, anywhere in heaven or on earth." Boom! Along with the release of Song's extremely terrifying murderous intent, it suddenly swept across the entire venue like a tsunami, making it impossible to breathe. Almost half of the people present went weak in the legs. Even the dragon guards brought by Xiao Yuan felt genuinely uncomfortable, as if they were new recruits encountering special forces, with natural oppression, natural danger, and natural repression. But even in such a dangerous mood and atmosphere, Chen Feng remained as indifferent as before, watching with interest. Song, who was furious and murderous, wishing to tear him into pieces, sneered, raised his eyebrows and said, "Old thing. It seems that you are so used to being so arrogant and domineering in the provincial capital that the world you think is the world you think it is. Pity. I, Chen Feng, will not spoil you. Cut off your own legs. Then, kill the remaining Zhao family members from the provincial capital for me. If so, I, Chen Feng, will consider letting you die in a dignified manner." As always. Arrogant and wanton. Arrogant and domineering. Everyone's mentality was simply blown to the extreme. They were basically certain that Chen Feng was determined to go all the way to the end. Yes. The kind of thing that was completely gone, the kind that there was no turning back. Xiao Yuan's heroic chest also trembled fiercely, and he couldn't help but curse, "This bastard. He must be very brave. Otherwise, he would never be so stubborn and follow his emotions like this." Ha ha ha. Song was stimulated and laughed coldly. His sunken eyes were almost completely filled with brutality, murderous intent, and rage. "Little bastard. You are braver than I thought. Today, I really want to see what you rely on to be so arrogant in front of me." As he said this, Song walked towards Chen Feng step by step. Every step he took was like everyone's heart breaking. Every step contained an extremely powerful pressure. It was extremely terrifying and murderous. Everyone had only one thought left: if the demon king Song took action, Chen Feng would definitely not have any chance anymore, so he continued to be rampant and arrogant. When Xiao Yuan saw this scene, she knew that Song had real murderous intent, an unstoppable murderous intent. Her pretty eyes suddenly jumped. She was ordered to arrest Chen Feng, so she would not sit idly by. In addition, she admired Chen Feng's courage. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and said to Chen Feng indifferently, "Mr. Chen, I respect you as a man. This warrior. I'll give you one chance. Please. Please ask me to take you away from here. Although you will be subject to do military punishment and trial if you follow me to the War Department, you will not die in such a miserable way." Everyone can see that Xiao Yuan wants Chen Feng to live a little longer. As long as Chen Feng agrees, Xiao Yuan will come forward to stop this. But who could have imagined that? Facing Xiao Yuan's kind words of advice, Chen Feng not only did not appreciate it, but instead pulled a smile at the corner of his mouth, with extreme sarcasm and indifference, bloodthirsty and murderous intent. "Do you think that this old dog with half a foot in the lust can hurt me, Chen Feng? You are so naive. Woman. You will soon see what it means to be worse off than dead and to beg for mercy humbly." Ha! Seeing that Chen Feng was still seeking death in such a situation, Xiao Yuan suddenly paused under her combat uniform, gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "Reckless man! Seek death. It's really a suicidal thing. You are about to die, but you are still so crazy. My blood is almost boiling." Song laughed sinisterly, and his terrifying murderous intent was almost like an 8-magnitude earthquake. It roared out. The next moment, Song took action. Boom! A huge hand slammed forward. The sky and earth collapsed. Piles of hostility and power completely locked onto Chen Feng. It was like a solid wave that smashed the air. It smashed the air. Chen Feng was going to be smashed to pieces. Everyone was extremely terrified, because Song was a truly powerful man to them. A powerful man that could not be surpassed. But look at Chen Feng again. Stay calm. Besides staying calm, stay calm. Under the suffocating heat and the terrifying aura, he raised his head slightly and said in a domineering and extremely free and easy tone, "Old thing. So weak and powerless. Did you not eat?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng also used a big hand to push out with a bang. Unlike Song, it was faster. More shocking. More brutal. It was as if the dust had exploded. Incomparable. Bang. Summer thunder. Deafening. In a flash, Song's palm print was crushed. It was crushed like a rotten tree. Then, the whole arm exploded. It exploded completely. In extreme pain and shrillness, he screamed like a dead pig, "Ah! What? Oh my God!" This was so mind-blowing and shocking, with blood all over the ground, everyone was stunned, their eyes were horrified. This was the Demon King Song. Just this one move. Only this one move. He was seriously injured beyond description, screaming like a dead dog. How terrifying is Chen Feng? Even Xiao Yuan's pretty face turned pale, as if she had completely misjudged this man. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song was in agony, but Chen Feng kicked him playfully and casually, crushing his severed hand. He acted wantonly and arrogantly. "Are you pretending to be great in front of me? Today, there is no escape in my heaven and earth? Unfortunately, you don't even have the slightest ability to defend yourself. So, now you understand why I, Chen Feng, have such arrogance and recklessness, and where on earth do I get the support from?" Chapter 25 Female Commander Shengwan Qinglan arrives. Proud. Proud to the extreme. Proud enough to compete with the sky. No wonder his name is Chen Feng. Everyone's heart trembled violently. They thought Chen Feng was courting his own death. It was not until now that they realized that they were the real clowns. AA. The feeling of shame almost made Song feel ashamed, more uncomfortable than swallowing 1,000 needles. He stared at Chen Feng with eyes full of hatred. Little bastard. You really have the capital to be proud. But if you dare to touch me again, I swear. Pa! But Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped Song's face, which was full of resentment and hatred. Bang! I don't dare to touch you? I'll move you. How? Bang! If you're not convinced, I'll move a little more. Bang! You old thing, bite me? Do you deserve it? Song's mouth was full of blood, and he was in great pain. He gritted his teeth and tried to save some face and dignity. You little bastard surnamed Chen. You can't imagine my background. Have you ever thought about the consequences of mistreating an old man like this? Consequences? Chen Feng sneered and stepped hard on Song's wound again, using a little force. You stubborn old thing. In that palm strike just now, I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength. There would be no consequences if I touched you. Besides, with your behavior, what consequences can it bring to me? You are worse than trash. Do you have any last words? If not, you should be on your way. Feeling Chen Feng's absolute killing intent, Song was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to provoke him casually. Instead, he gritted his teeth and shouted in extreme anger, little bastard. You only dared to be so presumptuous in front of me just because you attacked me by surprise. If you really want to give me the chance to use my full strength, are you sure you dare to jump like this in front of me again? Use your full strength? Are you worthy of this half-dead old waste? Chen Feng looked disdainful and stepped on Song's face, but then he changed the subject and said lightly, however, since you said that I, Chen Feng, attacked you by surprise so I can step on your head, well, I, Chen Feng, will give you another chance to bark like a dog. Bring it on. Let me, Chen Feng, see how strong your most ferocious struggle is. Hiss. Seeing Chen Feng actually choose to spare Song's life and let Song fight again with full health, everyone thought Chen Feng was crazy. And if Song took this opportunity to escape, it would undoubtedly be like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. Xiao Yuan couldn't understand Chen Feng anymore. Was Chen Feng so confident in his own strength that he couldn't describe it, or was he simply afraid to kill Song directly? After Xiang was freed from Chen Feng's pressure, he stood up again, his eyes bloodshot, his heart torn, and his hatred almost in his bones. Little bastard. Since you gave me the opportunity to go all out, I will go all out. You, wait for death completely. Die. 9 Nether demonic arts. Boom. Following the fierce roar of blood sky, his entire body suddenly turned red, as if he had been completely demonized. Like a demon. Extremely terrifying. Countless bloody demons shot out madly. With one step forward, the earth shook and the sky trembled. His cultivation level was directly raised to the first level of the Martial Emperor. What? Martial Emperor, first rank? Xiao Yuan watched Song's strength change suddenly. Suddenly, she was filled with fear. She couldn't stop her heart from pounding. Perhaps Chen Feng would pay an indescribable price for this move. Even Lu Manghan felt that Chen Feng was being too arrogant and subconsciously shouted, "Ah Feng. Be careful. Garbage is garbage. Even if you are demonized, it can't change you. You can only struggle to death." Chen Feng shook his head lightly, his expression indifferent and ridiculous. Then, he clenched his fist suddenly. Boom! The fist was extremely powerful. It smashed out brazenly. Suddenly. With one punch, it was as if the power of a helicopter explosion swept across the sea surface. It was so brutal, so domineering. It was so daunting. The next moment. Crush. A completely one-sided crushing. Bang! Song's power completely collapsed. Then, it was like a heart-piercing, bone-breaking damage. Screaming. Ah! He fell hard to the ground. A huge human-shaped pit appeared. He was dying. You. Sangxiang suddenly felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Chen Feng took a step forward and came to Song in the blink of an eye. Is this what you call trying your best? Still vulnerable? It's so weak that it doesn't even interest me at all. So is the old man completely convinced now? Sang's body was shaking to the extreme, and he was terrified to the extreme. I surrender. I surrender. You are so strong that I bow down to you. Xue Qingsan's expression was filled with despair and chill. He was certain that the person he provoked was a demon who was 100 times more ruthless than him. Chen Feng, however, looked down upon me, extremely bloodthirsty, and smiled coldly. Since you have surrendered, then go and die. Bang! As soon as the words fell, he stepped forward with his foot. The world trembled. Bloody Sky's head was crushed to pieces. Blood was all over the ground. He was dead as hell. This devil. Xiao Yuan was going crazy after seeing this scene. She was deeply afraid of Chen Feng. Uncontrollable fear. How could there be such a cruel, violent, and domineering man in this world? Don't mess with him, don't mess with him. Run away. Xiao Yuan's hips trembled fiercely, and she turned around without hesitation, ready to leave. However, Chen Feng flashed in front of Xiao Yuan in the blink of an eye, and his voice sounded faintly, "Woman, did I ever say that you are allowed to leave?" I. Xiao Yuan's blood gathered together, her fiery body was full of unnaturalness and her pretty face was pale. What do you want to do? What do you think? Chen Feng smiled slightly, but Xiao Yuan was horrified. She subconsciously shouted anxiously, "Asshole! I am a female warrior of the Jinglong War Department. I am second to none and above 10,000 people. My identity and background." Bang! But before she could finish her words, she was hit with a fiery slap on her back. Xiao Yuan's pupils widened, and red quickly climbed onto her pretty face. She felt as if she had been electrocuted. "Asshole! You, how dare you? Why not?" Chen Feng sneered wantonly. "Woman, Chen Feng, specialize in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction." As he spoke, Chen Feng's palm slightly moved towards Xiao Yuan's legs. Xiao Yuan's pretty face froze, but Chen Feng was interested and grinned. "I'll give you one chance. Either you fight me with all your might like Blood Sky did, regardless of life or death. Either you call someone and ask some female commander behind you to come and rescue you. Choose for yourself." Xiao Yuan felt extremely ashamed, her face flushed, and she was so angry that blood could drip from her. But she knew very well that if she fought against a madman with terrifying strength like Chen Feng, she would definitely die. She had no choice but to call for help. She bit her lip and tried her best to stay rational. "Asshole! Do you really want me to call for help? The female commander of the Jinglong War Department is not what you think. If she comes, you will definitely be removed from Tianyang City. Are you going to scream?" Chen Feng's smile became even more intense, with an unbridled look on his face. "If you don't scream, you will be the next one to die. Just wait." Xiao Yuan's voice was hoarse, and her heroic and sexy body shrank slightly. "I can guarantee that you can't bear the consequences." Then, Xiao Yuan made a call. Chen Feng secretly felt happy, then he looked at the rest of the Zhao family, who were already extremely terrified, desperate, and extremely pale. He spoke with a sneer, "Suicide, or die miserably like them. It's your choice." Everyone in the Zhao family burst into tears and felt their hearts burst into tears. No. We choose to surrender. You're so long-winded. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, and then raised his hand slightly. Buzz. A terrible strong wind swept out. Puff puff. The next moment, hundreds of heads fell to the ground in an orderly manner. Neat and tidy. Killing like clouds. Xiao Yuan's body almost collapsed. "You devil. Since you said I was a devil, then should I fulfill my duties as a devil?" Chen Feng smiled cruelly, and then forced Xiao Yuan to retreat, all the way in front of the chariot. She had no way to avoid it, and felt that Chen Feng was so domineering and arrogant. But just when Xiao Yuan's back was almost wet, she had no ability to resist anymore. "Arrogant and vagabond. How dare you touch my people? Have you really had enough of living?" Boom! A vague, heavenly voice sounded, as if it came from the sun and the moon, stunning and overwhelming. A young woman who was as brave as a man slowly appeared at the gate of the Lu family villa. And the moment she appeared, everyone was eclipsed and extremely shocked. Because the young woman was so beautiful that nothing could describe her beauty, and her aura was overwhelming. The young woman was none other than the youngest and only female commander of the Jinglong War Department, Shangguan Qinglan. As Shangguan Qinglan appeared, behind her, there was a mighty and uniform army. Earth shaking. Tens of thousands of dragon guards armed with live ammunition all appeared. Not only that, dozens of fighter planes were also circling in the sky. As long as Shangwan Xinglan gave the order, everything here would be razed to the ground and turned into nothing. Not a blade of grass would grow. Everyone was in awe, fear, worship, respect, and fear from the bottom of their hearts. But Chen Feng, in this extremely dangerous and terrifying lineup, raised his head slightly, looked directly at Shangwan Xinglan, raised his eyebrows, and smiled with interest and recklessness. Your appearance reminds me of a few words, a truly peerless beauty. Kindness. A woman more beautiful than a painting and more powerful than a nuclear bomb. What a pity. Your people have offended me, Chen Feng. Come here, kiss me and apologize, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will take you down as well. The entire Jinglong War Division will be completely trampled under my feet, Chen Feng, and you will never be able to raise your head for 100 years. Chapter 26, One Punch Destroyed, Extremely Shocking. What? Hearing Chen Feng's extremely frivolous and arrogant words, everyone was almost frightened to death. Too arrogant and too ignorant of the immensity of the world. This is the female commander of the Jinglong War Department, Shangwan Xinglan. Who gave Chen Feng such confidence and courage? Ha! Shangwan Xinglan also had a pair of peerless beauty and cold eyes, which condensed slightly. Obviously, she didn't expect Chen Feng to be so bold. How could she, the female commander of the elite Dragon War Department, tolerate Chen Feng's overbearing and provocative tone? She smiled coldly, and a terrible murderous aura filled the entire kilometer area. Arrogant scoundrel, this commander came here just because I wanted to see who dared to hold my people hostage. But I never expected that not only would you not realize your mistake and repent, but you would even dare to blaspheme me in front of so many people. If that's the case, then you can't blame me, the commander, for using my power to bully others. Boom! As Shangwan Xinglan said this, the air quality suddenly seemed to be on the verge of destruction and annihilation. I'm afraid the power and pressure were like a violent storm. All things surrendered. Fear. Heartfelt horror. Is this the strength of the only female commander of the Jinglong War Department? Too scary. Everyone was sweating profusely, thinking that if Chen Feng dared to disrespect or talk back, he would be dead in the next second. Chen Feng only raised his head slightly, completely ignoring Shangwan Xinglan's terrifying momentum that seemed to crush everything. I gave you a chance. But if you insist on having your own way, then you may end up like your female warrior, and be spanked and severely punished by me. Hiss. Xiao Yuan's pretty face turned red, full of horror. This ignorant bastard. It's fine if he bullies me, but he dares to provoke the commander-in-chief. This is no different from courting death. As expected. Ha ha ha. Shangwan Xinglan couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Then, her expression suddenly restrained, and she stared at Chen Feng like 1,000 sharp swords. You are more courageous than I thought. However, courage is not an indicator of your ability. You will eventually pay a price for your ignorant arrogance that will be unforgettable. After saying that, Shangwan Xinglan waved his hand at a man not far away who was wearing heavy armor and looked like a god of war. He said, Juan, I'll leave this man to you. This commander-in-chief will not waste any more time talking to a mortal who does not know his place. Clear. The man wearing heavy armor, who looked like the god of war, nodded. He was none other than the legendary Juan, the #1 god of war under Shangwan Xinglan, who was famous in the Jinglong War Department, victorious in every battle, and who could kill anyone who stood in his way. He had entered the eastern part of the island country 3 times and escaped unscathed. The next moment, Juan took a deep look at Chen Feng. There was an indescribable coldness in his eyes, as cold as the ice in the Arctic. He spoke each word with a solemn and murderous tone. Boy, I admire your courage too. But, you are the first person in the world who dares to disrespect Commander Shangwan. So, from now on, I will let you clearly feel what it means to be worse off than dead. Roar. Like a wild beast in the wilderness. Roaring wantonly. The heaven and earth are shaking. Juan takes the lead, without any nonsense. He rushes out. Suddenly. Brutal. Undisguised brutality. The god of war Juan takes action. This kid is dead. For a moment, not to mention some dragon guards, even Xiao Yuan thought so, because Juan's strength was second only to Shangwan Xinglan. Moreover, Juan's brutality was obvious to all. He could easily smash thousands of saber-toothed tigers to pieces. Smashed them to pieces. Shangwan Xinglan also took out her cell phone and started playing with it, not taking it seriously at all, because a dead person, an ignorant mortal, did not need any more attention. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, And under the mighty and terrifying killing force that could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to split, Chen Feng seemed so calm, so composed that he even commented slightly, "The punch is very fierce. Not bad. You're barely qualified enough to shine my shoes. As for carrying shoes, you are not worthy." What? Under such circumstances, Chen Feng actually didn't take Pajun seriously. This is simply courting death. I will let you see clearly how every rib in your body is broken. Pajun licked his tongue, his eyes almost filled with anger. Except Shangwan Qinglan, no one can humiliate him. If this punch didn't severely injure Chen Feng into dust, how would he survive after defeating the army? Killing intent, boiling. Unleashed with a bang. Terrible power, like a giant elephant. Unstoppable. Suffocating. Violent. In a flash. Pajun's fist, with the power to destroy the world, came in front of Chen Feng. Bang! The next moment, infinite terror spread. Everyone just felt that Chen Feng was shattered into pieces. When he looked up, he was shocked. Because Chen Feng was completely unharmed. How could it be possible? Pajun's eyes were red with anger. His mentality was blown away. He almost screamed with all his strength to express his incredibleness. But in response to him, Chen Feng's mouth corners slightly pulled up a bloodthirsty arc, and then, he grabbed with one hand. Out of control. Totally out of control. Pajun's power was completely shattered. Then, a crack. Broken bones. Completely broken bones. Ah! Pajun screamed heartbreakingly. Shangwan Qinglan frowned slightly and turned back subconsciously. She was shocked. She saw with her own eyes that Pajun's entire arm was torn off alive by Chen Feng. Blood kept gushing out. At the same time, Pajun flew out horizontally. Smashed a car hard. Dying. No one knows whether he is dead or alive. The whole place was dead silent. Chen Feng raised his lips and sneered, "Not even a single blow can withstand it. You're looking for death." Such behavior completely angered Shangwan Qinglan. She put away her phone and suddenly took a step forward. Boom! It was overwhelming. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone felt that it was so powerful that it was indescribable. It was outrageous. The speed was extremely fast. Everyone thought that Chen Feng would be reduced to ashes in the next second. However, the facts once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Chen Feng did not choose to dodge, but punched forward with his fist. Bang! The sky and earth exploded. Dust filled the air. Chen Feng did not die on the spot, but stood there quietly. Shangwan Qinglan also did not move at all, but her eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. "You were able to take my punch. Who are you?" Chapter 27. Yi Wujian also came to die. I didn't know who I was before. But right now. I am a man who can knock you down, and I will also take away your first kiss. Like a raging dragon coming out of the sea, the surging power came fiercely. For the first time, Shangwan Qinglan's pretty eyes showed a trace of solemnity, because the aura released by Chen Feng was even more dangerous than her. But how could she, a female commander, be afraid? Her eyes suddenly lit up with murderous intent. "Want to take my first kiss?" He. "You are dreaming." Boom! The next moment, he rushed forward like a mountain collapsing. Shangwan Qinglan's terrifying cultivation was exerted to the extreme in an instant, and he intertwined with Chen Feng with a loud bang. At that moment, the dust in the sky and on the ground exploded wildly. Everyone was almost vomiting blood due to the pressure. But the most shocking thing was that Chen Feng still did not show any signs of injury. At the same time, at some point, he grabbed Shangwan Qinglan's beautiful face and killed her in front of everyone. Oh my god! He really kissed Commander Shangwan? Tens of thousands of dragon commanders stared with their eyes wide open. They were simply shocked to death. Xiao Yuan also felt like she was dreaming. But her heart was filled with emotions. It's over. It's over. Chen Feng will definitely be killed without a complete body in the next second. Shangwan Qinglan's pretty eyes were red all the way to her ears. It was obvious that someone had taken her first kiss. She was still a little overwhelmed by her emotions. But Chen Feng smiled and said, TSK, the taste is absolutely amazing. How about it? Commander Shangwan, do you still want to challenge me to a duel to the death? Everyone thought that Shangwan Qinglan would definitely fight Chen Feng to the death, but who would have thought that Shangwan Xinglan looked at Chen Feng with a look that was almost like a cannibal? It was so cold. It was so cold that it reached the sky. But in the end, she was full of murderous intent and spoke word by word, "Chen Feng, you are fine. This commander will remember you. All troops, listen up. Return to camp. At the same time, without my order, no one is allowed to provoke this arrogant scoundrel." What? Everyone was stunned. Shangwan Xinglan had her first kiss taken away by Chen Feng, but she didn't choose to fight to the death with Chen Feng. She even chose to withdraw on her own initiative. What on earth is going on? Is Commander Shangwan Xinglan afraid? Impossible. Shangwan Xinglan, in the past, had a narrow escape from death. But she never bowed her head. Could it be that Shangwan Xinglan fell in love with Chen Feng? This is even more impossible. Shangwan Xinglan only cares about military affairs and cultivation. Moreover, she has only met Chen Feng once. Shangwan Xinglan was puzzled, but her eyes were extremely cold. She spoke word by word with a voice as loud as a bell, "Why don't you leave? Anyone who stays will be punished by military law." Suddenly, tens of thousands of dragon guards had no choice but to leave. Xiao Yuan opened her mouth wide, her face full of shock. "Commander-in-Chief, you..." "Shut up." Shangwan Xinglan glanced at her coldly and said in a deep voice, "If you have anything to say, go back to the War Department and talk about it." Then, he looked at Chen Feng deeply again, without any emotion. "Arrogant scoundrel, we will meet again. Next time, if you are still this strong, this commander guarantees that you will pay an unimaginable price." Chen Feng, however, looked unsatisfied and interested, and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that next time, you will fall in love with me directly." "You are very wise. If you challenge me again, today, the entire Ginglong War Department will become a huge joke. Oh, by the way, don't worry, we will definitely meet again, but the next time will be when you beg me for mercy." After a while, the army left like a receding tide, and everyone in the Lu family felt as if they were dreaming. We're not living in a fantasy world, are we? Destroy the Zhao family in the provincial capital. Kill the demon king Xueqing Song. I have offended Commander Shangwan Xinglan again, but Chen Feng is still safe and sound? Isn't this Chen Feng too awesome? I don't think it's that simple. Commander Shangwan must have something urgent to do, so he spared Chen Feng this time. Otherwise, what awaits our Lu family will be unimaginable consequences. But no matter what, it was Chen Feng who saved our Lu family. We should be grateful. Old Master Lu Canhai, walked over quickly and looked at Chen Feng with a face full of admiration and excitement. "Chen Feng, you are really a good son-in-law of my Lu family. I declare that the 10 billion bet is now complete. From now on, you are the future son-in-law of our Lu family." Lu Menghan was delighted, but at this moment, an extremely cold, murderous, and brutal voice suddenly came from outside. "Who is Chen Feng? Come to me quickly, kneel down, and commit suicide. Die to apologize for your sins." Boom! This voice was so thick and terrifying that Zhao Linfei and Lu Chunjun were both trembling in their hearts. A servant of the Lu family rushed in, tumbling and crawling, and shouted in fear, "Old man! It's bad. There is another group of people from the War Department outside. The leader is even a god of war. And it seems that they are coming for Mr. Chen." Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu frowned slightly, but he said in a carefree manner, "Why are you panicking? What happened to the god of war? My good grandson-in-law, I will not offend others unless they offend me. I believe my good grandson-in-law will definitely handle this." As expected, Chen Feng nodded and smiled faintly. His smile was full of confidence and indifference. The old man is right. Just the god of war. To me, Chen Feng, it's not worth mentioning. Just focus on cleaning up the mess. I, Chen Feng, will take care of him. As he said that, Chen Feng took a step forward and rushed out in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lu Menghan was not afraid at all and rushed out quickly. As soon as he came outside, he saw a neat, mighty, and terrifying lineup in front of him. Because there were as many as 5,000 or 6,000 people, and every one of them was armed with live ammunition, with murderous intent. The leader was none other than Yi Wujian, the god of war of the Iron Blood Army. He looked at Chen Feng with eyes that were almost cold without a trace of warmth, and murderous intent boiling in the sky. "You are Chen Feng? Do you know? How miserable will your death be next? You dare to kill my Iron Blood Army's war king. Do you think my Iron Blood Army has no one left?" Chen Feng glanced at Yi Wujian casually, smiled coldly, and said calmly, "I just destroyed a war god, and you are so ignorant that you come to pick a fight with me. Do you know what kind of dead man you will become next? As always, arrogant to the extreme. You're looking for death. As soon as these words came out, several adjutants standing beside Yi Wujiang were immediately furious. They glared at him one by one. Their fists clenched and creaked. The next moment, Lin Beichuan, the adjutant with the strongest killing intent and the strongest strength, punched out. It was aimed directly at Chen Feng's head, with boundless power and explosive lethality. Die, lunatic. Oh, you want to be the first to die for him? Okay, I'll satisfy you. Chen Feng didn't care at all. He just smiled coldly, and then suddenly swung his fist. Bang! A violent storm. The sound of the explosion resounded like a tsunami. Chen Feng didn't move at all. But Lin Beichuan's whole shoulder collapsed. Blood was everywhere. He fell to his knees on the spot. He died with his eyes open. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, and Yi Wujiang was completely mad at the sight of Lin Beichuan's tragic death. He roared, "You bastard Chen! You're looking for death! Heaven and earth dragon elephant skill! Crush him to pieces!" Boom! Yi Wujiang was almost determined to kill him. The dragon elephant on his back suddenly appeared. The heaven and earth shook violently. Incomparable. Like a tidal wave. It was determined to devour Chen Feng into slag. Chen Feng just narrowed his eyes slightly, smiled bloodthirstily, and said expressionlessly, "The dragon elephant is quite scary. What a pity. You are even worse than that shitty god of war Pajun just now. Therefore, I grant you death by falling apart." As he said that, Chen Feng suddenly took a step forward. His fist was so powerful that it crushed the killer in the air into powder. Then, he pushed Yi Wujiang horizontally. Yi Wujiang flew out violently. He hit the tree heavily. The tree turned into rubble. Yi Wujiang didn't even say a word before he was seriously injured and his body exploded. He was broken into two pieces. The iron-blooded god of war. This is the only trick. Die without a complete body. Chapter 28. The boss in the provincial capital was furious and stepped on Shui Binghao. The whole audience was stunned. It was not until dozens of seconds later that everyone suddenly woke up from the nightmare. Mars! You actually killed the god of war. Not only will I kill him, I'll kill you too. Chen Feng had no expression on his face. He smiled coldly, and then raised his big hand slightly. Boom! The terrifying sky-lifting hand pressed down with a bang. Wherever it went. Bang, bang, bang. Countless people were killed and injured in an instant. It was even more terrifying than the god of death. How could the remaining thousands of people dare to say another word? They fled frantically. Run! This man is a devil. Run! The entire Iron Blood army was destroyed in less than a few minutes. The god of war died. The entire army was stripped of their armor. Chen Feng simply interpreted the word invincible to the extreme. Lu Menghan felt a little weak and said delicately, "Hubby, you are so strong. Is it fierce? I have something even more powerful." "Just right, I'm a little angry right now." Chen Feng smiled evilly, then picked up Lu Menghan and strode towards the Lu family villa. They soon arrived at the room. They made love. After all these things, the Lu family became famous, but because of this, the family attracts a lot of attention. Juan Lighting, the top boss in the provincial capital and the only founder of Dragon Tiger Gate, was grinding Buddhist beads in one hand and holding a cup of tea in the other, enjoying life. Don't be fooled by Juan Lighting's friendly appearance. In fact, Juan Lighting is a man who is higher than the sky in the provincial capital. His name alone is enough to scare many families in the provincial capital to death. Although Juan Lighting has semi-retired, the person drinking tea with him is a top figure in the provincial military business. However, just as they were chatting happily, suddenly, someone walked in front of Juan Lighting cautiously, fearing that he would anger him, and said in awe, "Master Juan." Something happened to the Zhao family in the provincial capital. Juan Lighting couldn't help but narrow his eyes, but smiled calmly, a smile that made people feel terrified and afraid. Then what's going on? Reporting to Master Juan, the Zhao family in the provincial capital was wiped out, and the one who wiped out the Zhao family was an unknown kid from the small Tianyang city, Chen Feng. Shua! As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into deathly silence. Too incredible. Too bold. An unknown person actually dared to touch the Zhao family. Everyone knows that the Zhao family is Juan Lighting's dog. But this news is not the most explosive. By the way, Master Juan. The devil is dead too. He was also killed by this Chen Feng. Boom. In an instant. The Buddhist beads in Juan Lighting's hand were crushed alive, and dust was everywhere. Everyone was so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. Cold sweat could not stop coming out. They knew. This big boss who had only retired for 3 years in the provincial capital was angry. I wonder how many people will die in Tianyang City due to this anger. As expected, Juan Lighting raised his head and smiled elegantly and calmly. Ha ha ha. The young are to be feared, the young are to be feared. It seems. I haven't been out for 3 years. In this world, the old wave always pushes the new wave. If this continues, it is very likely that I, the back wave, will die on the beach. But I watched the Demon King grow up step by step after all. I am very sad and upset when he dies. So, someone has to be held responsible for this matter. Chen Feng, right? Kindness. I don't want him to live to see tomorrow's sun. Notify the Tianzi camp, as well as Rintu and Shuaisha, to go to Tianyang City. Oh, by the way, some institutions in Tianyang City don't seem to be doing much, such as the guardhouse and the Jinwu division. Let's destroy them all together. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Renslayer and Shuaishao, these two were dozens of times more brutal than the devil. Once, they slaughtered tens of thousands of people in North Africa. And there was no sequelae of war at all. Something big was going to happen in Tianyang City. Chen Feng's death will definitely be more glaring than they imagined. Horrifying. Can't bear to watch. But at this moment, someone took the lead and found Chen Feng and Lu Menghan. After a fierce battle between Lu Menghan and Chen Feng, Lu Menghan, who received a call, hurried to the fiefing group, and Chen Feng naturally followed her. As soon as I arrived at the company, I saw the secretary Su Xiaoyang, with a face full of anxiety and fear. Boss Lu, the person who came this time has a very unusual background. I'm from the cold country. It seems like he is the eldest son of some star financial group. My name is Choi Byung-ho. You'd better think of a foolproof plan. Chui Binghao is here with bad intentions. I think he seems to have great ambitions. At this moment, an extremely lazy, arrogant, and presumptuous voice rang out from the president's office. You are the female boss of Fiefin Group, right? I, Choi Byung-ho, won't waste my time talking to you. The mine of your Fiefin Group has been requisitioned by the Chui family of Han Country. Kindness. I'm not using your stuff for free, 10 million. You can come in now and sign. What? 10 million? Lu Menghan's face was full of disbelief, even anger. That mine is worth at least several hundred million. Even Zhao Tianxi had to play the scene card, but who would have thought that Chui Binghao would be so shameless and domineering? Even more ruthless than Zhao Tianxi. She clenched her fist, kicked open the door of the president's office, and said angrily, You are dreaming. Is it Choi Byung-ho? There's no way I'm going to sell the mine to you for 10 million. Give up on this idea. Chui Binghao raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Tisk tsk, President Lu, if my people investigated correctly, you are just a female CEO worth more than $1 billion, and your family is only at the wealthy level. You can't even touch the threshold of the position of city honored. I, Choi Byung-ho, am really curious about who gave you the courage to go against me, Choi Byung-ho. Lu Menghan had a cold expression on her face and pointed at Chen Feng behind her, just because of my husband. Him? Chui Binghao looked Chen Feng up and down, then laughed so hard that he almost cried. He looked down on him, sneered, and said with a look of disdain, You want to use a worthless piece of trash as your backer? Should I say you are naive or ignorant? You think you can rely on him. But, who could have imagined that? The words haven't been finished yet. Unexpected. Very abrupt. Bang. The next moment, Chui Binghao's head was smashed onto the table by Chen Feng. A big hole was smashed into the table. Chui Binghao's head was covered in blood, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Chen Feng smiled bloodthirstily, and the curve of his mouth was extremely cold. Am I not worthy of being her backer? Chui family of Han Country? Stellar Consortium? Do you think you are so awesome? Bang! 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 Over and over again, Chui Binghao was hit so badly that there was blood all over the ground and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Chen Feng then lit a cigarette, puffed out smoke, and stuffed the unextinguished cigarette into Chui Binghao's mouth. Regardless of his struggle and pain, he gently patted his face with his hand, sneered, and said word by word in a domineering manner. Are you awake now? If you are more sober, kneel down and apologize to my wife. At the same time, take out 50 million as compensation for mental damage. Of course, if she still refuses to forgive you with 50 million, then you can notify the people of the Star Consortium, including your father, to come and collect your body. Chapter 29, A Small Town Warrior is Worthy of Being My Enemy? What? Hearing Chen Feng's disdainful tone, which completely treated Cui Binghao as trash, the people who followed Cui Binghao were shocked and angry. After all, Cui Binghao came from Han country, and the family power behind him was very huge. The Star Group alone is enough to make all the major companies in Tianyang City stay away. But Chen Feng didn't take Cui Binghao seriously at all, and even humiliated and threatened him. Chen Feng was so crazy that it was outrageous. Cui Binghao, whose head was covered in blood and in great pain, was glaring with bloodshot eyes and gritting his teeth as he shouted, "You son of a bitch! How dare you do this to me, Cui Binghao? Are you really that brave? Do you know who I, Cui Binghao, am? Identity?" Chen Feng sneered and slapped Cui Binghao's face fiercely. "With your character, what kind of identity can you have? Threatening my wife? You are nothing. You son of a bitch, you're looking for death." Seeing this scene, the people brought by Cui Binghao were immediately filled with adrenaline. They wanted to cut Chen Feng into pieces. "Release Master Cui immediately, otherwise, we will make sure you don't survive another second." But just as he finished speaking, Chen Feng kicked Cui Binghao's leg with a domineering and fierce kick. Cui Binghao screamed in pain, but Chen Feng was extremely provocative and ridiculous. "Well, I won't let him go. What can you dogs do? Mad. Crazy and lawless." The group of people were so angry that their teeth were chattering and they were in great pain. Cui Binghao, who was in a very miserable state, was furious and roared, "What are you still standing there for? Damn it! Cripple him for me. I want him to kneel in front of me." However, the group of people were afraid to move forward and just stared at Chen Feng. "A bunch of trash." Cui Binghao was extremely ashamed. He raised his head and said with great resentment, "Chen, if you have the guts, let me go. If you look at me, I will kill you. Do you think I'm afraid of the scum you brought with you?" Chen Feng sneered, then grabbed Cui Binghao and threw him at the group of people. "Mr. Cui." A group of people were immediately terrified. In an instant, dozens of people stepped out and subconsciously prepared to catch Cui Binghao. However, they never expected that just as they got close, bang! Dozens of people were smashed to the ground alive. Ribs and chests were all broken. Blood was gushing out. The death was simply dazzling. You. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 or 4 people who were still alive, as well as Cui Binghao, were all in disbelief. Cui Binghao instantly realized that Chen Feng was definitely not as simple as he imagined. He broke out in a cold sweat and hated Chen Feng to the core, but he still chose to take a step back and see the bigger picture. He trembled all over. "Mr. Chen, don't mess around. I'll pay you and I'll apologize. Take out 50 million. Quick." Although the remaining 3 or 4 people were extremely reluctant, they still hurriedly asked Lu Menghan for her account number and quickly transferred the money. However, Chen Feng was still unyielding and said in a cold voice, "What about an apology?" Cui Binghao was filled with shame, with cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Chen, I am the young master of the Star Group after all. Don't go too far with some things. If I kneel down to a woman, how can I, Cui Binghao, live my life if the news gets out? You're not going to kneel, are you? Then go to hell." Chen Feng's eyes suddenly became fierce, and then his figure flashed. Cui Binghao felt the murderous intent like a storm, and his legs softened in fear. He shouted desperately, "Don't kill me. I kneel. Plop. Cui Binghao knelt down in front of Lu Menghan with almost no hesitation, feeling extremely humiliated. "Ms. Lu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have threatened you. I'm just a stink bug. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time." Lu Menghan suddenly felt as if in a dream. The young master of the Star Group was actually kneeling in front of him like a dog. If this were to get out, how many people would be shocked? She subconsciously looked at Chen Feng, and felt that Chen Feng was too overbearing. Chen Feng had no expression on his face, which meant that Lu Menghan would make her own decision. Lu Menghan took a deep breath and felt that after all, Cui Binghao was from the Cui family of Han country. If Cui Binghao knew his mistakes and could correct them, there was no need to let Chen Feng get into trouble again. She said with a cold face, Cui Binghao, you and I were originally not interfering with each other, and you are asking for trouble. This time, after you get out of Fifan group, think carefully. If there is a next time, my husband will kill you and you will have to resign yourself to your fate. Cui Binghao felt extremely humiliated, but he also knew that Chen Feng was a lunatic, so at least he couldn't provoke him at this moment. Okay. I'll remember this. Get lost. After Cui Binghao left, Lu Menghan looked at Chen Feng with a face full of gratitude and admiration. Ah Feng, thank you, it's great to have you here. I just don't know if Cui Binghao will choose to swallow his anger after returning. Chen Feng sneered and said calmly, don't worry. If he insists on seeking death, then he will just become a cold corpse. Chen Feng didn't care at all. If it wasn't for the fact that this was President Lu Menghan's office, Cui Binghao would definitely not have been able to walk out alive. As for whether Cui Binghao chooses to continue seeking death or to get out of Tianyang City obediently, that is Cui Binghao's own choice. And at the same moment, Cui Binghao had just been helped downstairs. He was so angry that his eyes were almost bloodshot. Shit. In my entire life, no one has ever dared to treat me like this. If I can't get this place back, how can I, Cui Binghao, have the face to return to Han country? Notify Jean Dazhong, the director of the Star Group, to gather the experts of the Star Group immediately. Also invite some local martial arts masters from Tianyang City. I want Chen Feng and Lu Menghan back with interest. Yes. Master Cui. Not long after Cui Binghao and others left, one after another, majestic and murderous security cars quickly drove to the Fifan group. Immediately afterwards, a large number of people holding steel guns, with an amazing momentum and a strong law enforcement atmosphere, got off the car. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a cold and gloomy look. The middle-aged man was none other than Lu Ding, the director of the Jinwu division. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he spoke word by word with great solemnity, "Stop the entire Fifan group. Without my order, you are only allowed to enter but not leave." Yes, chief. As soon as the voice fell, the entire hall was immediately blocked, and Fifan group was shaken. Lu Menghan and Chen Feng also learned the news, but Chen Feng did not panic at all. Instead, he asked Lu Menghan to work with peace of mind, and he quickly came downstairs. When he saw Lu Ding, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold voice, "What do you mean?" Lu Ding's face was extremely gloomy, his aura was full of oppression, and he was fierce and frightening. "Mr. Chen, you were so brave. It's okay for you not to kneel down when you see this director. How dare you be so calm? This director is telling you. You have wiped out the Zhao family in the provincial capital and killed innocent people indiscriminately. This has seriously affected the order of Tianyang City. This director is here on behalf of the Jinwu division to sanction you. If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately and follow me to the provincial capital to meet Master Juan Lighting. Take responsibility for all the crimes." Chen Feng sneered when he heard this, and said indifferently, "Ah, I thought you were nothing but cattle and horses, but it turns out you were just a bunch of bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. It seems that you are afraid of offending the provincial capital boss Juan Lighting, so you come to me, Chen Feng, to give Juan Lighting an explanation, right? So what?" Lu Ding snorted coldly, and said with a righteous and murderous intention, "Director, today I will let you see what the king's law is. Superior. No matter life or death. Get it?" Swish, swish, swish. Following Lu Ding's order, the hundreds of law enforcement members of the Jinwu division that he brought with him all rushed out. They pounced on Chen Feng ferociously and locked onto Chen Feng's vital points. Chen Feng did not choose to dodge, but instead sneered to the extreme, "You don't know how to live or die." Boom! As soon as he said this, Chen Feng's big hand grabbed with a bang. Bang! The air exploded wantonly. Hundreds of law enforcement members of the Jinwu division died in an instant. The corpses were everywhere. The most terrifying thing is that from beginning to end, no one could get within half a meter of Chen Feng. How is this possible? Lu Ding was immediately shocked, his eyes full of horror. Chen Feng sneered, his murderous intent undisguised, "Didn't you just say, 'Let me see what the king's law is'?" You. Lu Ding broke out in a cold sweat and stepped back subconsciously. He shouted in fear, "Chen Feng, you, how dare you mess around? I am the director of the Jinwu division. If you kill me, you will be in great trouble. The entire Jinwu division will be your enemy." Lu Ding brought up the Jinwu division to threaten Chen Feng, but Chen Feng was dismissive. An extremely overbearing and bloodthirsty arc crossed his lips. "The Jinwu division is worthy of being my enemy? I have to say, you really think highly of Zen Wussy. Boom. As soon as the words fell, there was no room for negotiation. Chen Feng suddenly grabbed Lu Ding's neck. With a snap, Lu Ding's eyes widened. The head was separated from the body. Less than 5 minutes after the appearance, he received a box lunch. Chapter 30, people were slaughtered and blood was shed, both were killed. After killing Lu Ding, Chen Feng was ready to return to Fifan Group, but at this moment, an extremely cold, murderous, and heartless voice suddenly sounded. No wonder he was able to destroy the Zhao family in the provincial capital, it turns out he has some real skills. But even if you are invincible in the entire Tianyang city, what can you do? If you meet the two of us, you are doomed to die. Boom! As the sound fell, a man with a scimitar in hand, twisting his neck, and a bloody smell that was extremely pungent, and a man with a sinister look, who seemed to feed on human blood and had lost an eyeball, slowly walked over. Behind the two of them, there were more than 100 people wearing uniform, with sharp eyes, well-trained, and extremely powerful strength. The two men were none other than Ren Tu and Shui Sha, subordinates of the provincial capital's big boss Juan Lighting. The two men once killed tens of thousands of people in North Africa, which made the people in North Africa deeply fearful. As for the hundreds of people behind the two men, they were the tianyang masters under Juan Lighting. They were also extremely powerful and specialized in carrying out assassinations and decapitation operations. Chen Feng looked at the two people who suddenly appeared and raised his eyebrows slightly. He could feel that these two people must be stained in blood every day, and their cultivation was also gained through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The slaughter of people and bloody killings are definitely enough to scare other martial artists or family forces, but who is Chen Feng? Taboos in the world. At the same time, he also had the support of 3 stunningly beautiful female masters from Qingtian Island. Ren Tu and Shui Sha looked no different from children when they stood in front of him. Suddenly, Chen Feng smiled coldly and said calmly, "Why, you also want to go down and accompany Lu Ding? You're looking for death." Ren Tu was furious, his face expressionless to the extreme. "Boy surnamed Chen, you are more arrogant than we thought. But if you want to be arrogant, you need capital. Obviously, you didn't. Kneel down, cut off your own limbs, and destroy your own dantian. Be willing to let us torture you to death. This way, your loved ones and family members can die more comfortably." "Just the two of you?" Chen Feng sneered, his expression indifferent. "I will also give you two a chance. Tell me who sent you here. I'll leave you two with an intact body." "What?" Mad. It was so crazy that it was beyond description. All the hundreds of experts in the Tianzi camp were in disbelief and extremely angry. In front of Ren Tu and Shui Sha, Chen Feng still dared to be so ignorant of the heaven and earth. This was simply courting death. As soon as they thought of this, hundreds of Tianziing masters stepped forward and stared at Chen Feng, furious and murderous. "Boy! How dare you be so disrespectful to seniors Ren Tu and Shui Sha? You deserve to die. Kill! Kill!" Boom! The next moment, hundreds of Tianziing masters rushed out. Their weapons were very tricky and sharp. They shone with cold light. It made people feel that if Chen Feng didn't move, he would be beheaded in an instant. But Chen Feng really didn't hide. He just raised his lips in an extremely bloodthirsty arc, and his expression was extremely sarcastic. "Garbage should stay in the trash can, right?" Swish! As soon as these words came out, Chen Feng slightly raised his fist and rushed out like a violent storm. Bang! The air exploded. Hundreds of Tianziing masters. One after another, their chests were pierced. Blood could not stop flowing out, and there were crackling sounds. In just a few tens of seconds, they were all killed. Damn it! When Ren Tu and Shui Sha saw this scene, their pupils immediately reflected in extreme coldness. Because although the people in Tianziing had nothing to do with them, they were still Juan Lighting's dogs after all. The two were extremely angry, their teeth were creaking, and Ren Tu took the lead and stepped out. Surging. Extremely murderous, die. Bastards. Boom. The punch was extremely ethereal and domineering. Shui Sha couldn't help but grin grimly. "Boy, you won't have any chance to resist in front of the two of us." But as soon as he finished speaking, Shui Sha's expression froze, because Chen Feng actually chose to fight Ren Tu head-on. Not only that, there was a snap. The butcher didn't even get close to Chen Feng, but his bones were broken on the spot, and he screamed in extreme pain. "Ah! How is this possible?" Shui Sha's pupils shrank suddenly, full of shock. You know, the power of the butcher is extremely brutal and violent. Who would have thought that he couldn't even touch a hair of Chen Feng? This guy is definitely not as simple as imagined. Chen Feng looked at the screaming butcher without any mercy. Instead, he hooked his finger at the bloody butcher. It was ridiculous and provocative. He rubbish. You come with me. Shueisha was completely enraged. No one in Tianyang City dared to provoke him like this. He was about to punch Chen Feng to death. Run Tu was dignified, gnashing his teeth, and shouted gloomily, "Be careful. This guy is a bit of a jerk. Let's go together." "Okay," Run Tu said, and Shueisha naturally didn't dare to be careless. Then, the two of them, one in front and one behind, cooperated perfectly, and surrounded him from both sides. Their strength was like boiling water. Shueisha's speed was extremely fast, and his movements were very skillful. The long hook in his hand fiercely hooked towards Chen Feng's neck, die. But who would have thought that Chen Feng only turned slightly, and in a flash, he grabbed Shueisha's long hook, and at the same time, kicked Shueisha on the knee. Snap! Shueisha's ribs were broken. He was sweating coldly. He subconsciously wanted to struggle desperately, but it was useless. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, grabbed Shueisha's neck and broke it directly. Bloody kill. When Ren Tu saw this scene, he was deeply shocked. His eyes were bloodshot and he couldn't control his surging killing intent at all. "Ah! Bastards! I want you to die without a burial place." Roar! Like a desperate beast, Shui Tu rushed towards Chen Feng desperately, while his terrifying martial arts were running at high speed, trying to fight to the death with Chen Feng. Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged, and he sneered, "If fighting desperately is useful, do you think he will still die?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng's extremely domineering fist was pushed out. Bang! It shook Shui Tu and sent him flying. A huge human-shaped pit was smashed on the spot. Blood gushed out. The butcher's eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't stop shaking. For the first time in his life, he had a concept of fear. You can't kill me. I am the big boss of the provincial capital, the treasure of Juan Lighting's subordinates. If you kill me, Master Juan will go crazy. Provincial capital boss Juan Lighting? Is there a possibility? I haven't even gone to look for him yet, but he sent someone to kill me. Just based on this, he will die more miserably than you? Chen Fengsen smiled coldly, and then, he pressed his palm down and slapped the butcher's head. Crack! Immediately, the butcher's extremely hard head exploded on the spot. Blood all over the ground, one life is gone. After killing Ring Tu and Shueisha, Chen Feng left calmly. After returning to the president's office of Fifen Group, Lu Menghan came up to him with great concern and a gentle look on his face. Feng, are you okay? Chen Feng smiled faintly and said calmly, "It's okay. After all, I, Chen Feng, specialize in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Just now, the director of the Jinwu division came to see me. If you want me to be punished, I will not do it, so I killed him." What? Lu Menghan didn't expect that Chen Feng would dare to kill even the chief of the Jinwu division. But before her rosy little mouth opened wide, Chen Feng smiled and said in a shocking way, "Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. I killed 2 more by the way. Ren Tu and Shueisha, well, they are both the golden treasures of Juan Lighting, the big boss in the provincial capital." Chapter 31, What happened to the agreement that the stellar consortium cannot be insulted? Oh my god. Lu Menghan couldn't help but be shocked. After all, she had also heard of the human butcher and the blood kill. These two men had killed tens of thousands of people in North Africa and were extremely cruel, but who would have thought that they would be killed by Chen Feng in just over 10 minutes? Chen Feng's fighting power was definitely more ferocious than she had imagined. Suddenly, Lu Menghan looked at Chen Feng and her legs became weak and her pretty face turned red. No wonder Chen Feng was also very good in that aspect, which made her a little overwhelmed. Maybe this was the awesomeness of an awesome man. Although Lu Menghan knew that Chen Feng killed those who deserved to be killed and never cared about the consequences, Lu Menghan still said with some concern, Feng. It must not be that simple for Juan Lighting to become a big boss in the provincial capital. We'd better have a solution. Otherwise, if Juan Lighting comes to Tianyang City in person, I'm afraid we will lose more than we gain. Chen Feng smiled faintly and said calmly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can harm you and the extraordinary group. He's just a small provincial boss. If he dares to come to Tianyang City, I guarantee that he will never come back." Chen Feng was so domineering that Lu Menghan's heartbeat quickened. She nodded obediently, "Okay, I believe in your judgment. That's right. You must be hungry too, come on, let's go have lunch. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and said with a wicked smile, I am indeed a little hungry, but before I eat, I want to eat you first. Ah? Lu Menghan was stunned, but she quickly reacted. Chen Feng took the initiative to embrace Lu Menghan in his arms, and then kissed her flaming red lips. Lu Menghan, who was wearing a black skirt and extremely sexy body, trembled slightly, and subconsciously said, Ah Feng. Don't. This is the office. But the subconscious shyness was meaningless. Soon, Chen Feng pressed Lu Menghan down. A rhythmic sound was heard in the office. After about an hour, the noise gradually died down, and at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Boss Lu. Here is a report that needs your signature. When Lu Menghan heard Su Xiaoyang's voice, her face flushed. She quickly straightened her clothes and said in a panic, Okay, wait for me, I'll sign it right away. After a while, the door opened. Lu Menghan looked a little uncomfortable, while Chen Feng was sitting on the sofa, smoking leisurely. When Su Xiaoyang saw this scene, her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. She could basically guess that Chen Feng and Lu Menghan must have been doing something in there. But she was smart and quickly took the report over. Boss Lu, please take a look. Soon, the signature was completed. However, just as Su Xiaoyang was about to leave, Lu Menghan suddenly took the initiative to invite him. Xiaoyang, you probably haven't had lunch yet. If you don't mind, let's eat together. Su Xiaoyang couldn't help but pursed his lips, somewhat happily. Great. Boss Lu, I couldn't ask for more. Chen Feng didn't care. It was just one more pair of chopsticks. Soon, the three of them went downstairs and came to the Sichuan restaurant near the Fifan group. Although there were many people inside, Lu Menghan was an old customer here with a special status, so the boss gave priority to Lu Menghan and his friends in ordering food. About 10 minutes later, the food was served. Lu Menghan said to Chen Feng with a gentle smile, Ah Feng. The food here is very much to my liking, you should try it. Okay. Chen Feng nodded, then picked up a piece of fish-flavored pork shreds and tasted it, and gave a good evaluation. Well, it tastes good. Hee, as long as you like it. Lu Menghan did not have the attitude of a cold female CEO at all. Instead, she kept picking up food for Chen Feng. Come on, Ah Feng, you have worked hard recently, eat more. However, just as the three of them were enjoying their meal, suddenly, luxury cars appeared one after another, and then hundreds of suited men got out of the cars, with murderous and intimidating figures. In the front, a young man with bandages wrapped around his waist and sitting in a wheelchair got out of the Marston sports car. He was full of vigor and had a face full of resentment. The young man was none other than Cui Binghao, who had suffered a great loss at the hands of Chen Feng. When Cui Binghao saw Chen Feng, he gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. You bastard surnamed Chen. You are really good at choosing places. After having enough food and drink, it's time to hit the road. Fence it off, not a single dog is allowed to leave here. Swish swish swish. Following Cui Binghao's order, hundreds of men in suits and leather shoes, full of murderous intent, surrounded the restaurant, making it impossible to get out. In addition, a fat middle-aged man with a steady demeanor and a big belly got off the car. The middle-aged man was none other than Jean Dajong, the director of the Star Group. He first bowed to Cui Binghao, then looked at Chen Feng, full of anger and murderous intent, and shouted. The Daxia kid with the surname Chen. You have injured our young master. Now we have hundreds of experts from the Star Group, as well as the Cui family strong men from Han Country, present here. Why don't you kneel down quickly and kowtow to our young master Cui? Snort! Let me tell you, no one in Tianyang City, not even in Han Country, dares to treat Master Cui like this. You are so bold. Today, you must pay the price for your arrogance. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, looked at Jean Dajong with interest, and said coldly, Who the hell are you? You keep barking in front of me. What? Did you go out to eat garlic? Asshole. Jean Dajong was furious when he heard this. His fists creaked. He looked so cold. He shouted angrily, Daxia kid surname Chen. Listen to me. I am Jean Dajong, the director of the Star Group. People nickname me Fatty Jean. If you don't want to die quickly, kneel down quickly. Prostrate yourself in front of Master Cui like a dog, otherwise. Fatty Jean? Chen Feng smiled coldly, with an extremely dangerous arc on the corner of his mouth. It seems that you should be able to withstand a beating. Speaking of. Boom. Chen Feng took a sudden step forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Jean Dajong. Jean Dajong's pupils shrank immediately. He subconsciously shouted, what do you want to do? What do you think? Chen Feng smiled coldly, and then, under everyone's extremely incredible and horrified gaze, bang! He smashed Jean Dazhong's head hard on the hood of the car. Bang! Again and again. The hood of the car was dented, and Jean Dazhong was in great pain. My head. Mr. Chen, you are courting death. Shui Binghao was furious when he saw this scene. His eyes were red with anger. Mr. Chen, I promise that you will die a very miserable death today. Really? Chen Feng smiled coldly, and then, he flashed and stepped directly on Shui Binghao's wound. With a click, the leg that was originally healed was broken again. Shui Byung-ho was in excruciating pain. Fuck you. Kim Dae-young was stunned. He was so angry that his liver and gallbladder almost burst. He shouted wildly, kill him! Kill him! Then, he quickly ran to Shui Binghao and shouted in fear, Mr. Shui, are you okay? Are you okay? Get lost. Shui Byung-ho was embarrassed again and was so angry that his lungs exploded. He roared, kill him! Kill them all! Damn it! If he doesn't die with a complete body, you can all be buried with him. Give us your life. Hundreds of masters from the Star Consortium were already irritated beyond words. They glared at each other, and the smell of blood was rising wildly. The next moment, they rushed towards Chen Feng like a dark cloud covering the city. Su Xiaoyang was horrified and shouted subconsciously, Mr. Chen, be careful. Jean Dazhong was extremely cruel, resentful, and laughed coldly, Mr. Chen. You can be arrogant as much as you want. But the Star Group cannot be insulted. There are hundreds of them, and some of them have received training in South Africa. They once killed dozens of Marines by themselves. Just wait and die in despair. But who could have imagined? As soon as the words fell, Chen Feng flashed in a flash. Then, like the god of death from hell, he descended to the mortal world. His palm was like Optimus Prime. He pushed everything aside. Bang! The Star Consortium cannot be insulted? Bang! Studied in South Africa? Pa. Palm after palm. It was like crushing a stink bug. It was so terrifying. Blood gushed out. Hundreds of masters from the Star Group were killed one after another like a butterfly effect. In just a few dozen breaths, hundreds of people were wiped out. Jean Dazhong's eyes were wide open like a cow. He was extremely shocked. He was extremely dazed. Chen Feng sneered endlessly, killing with extreme decisiveness and contempt for everything. It was agreed that the Star Consortium could not be insulted, but they killed dozens of Marines alone? How? Are you exaggerating? Or are the four-word Star Consortium just like garbage and worthless? Chapter 32, No One is Invincible, Extremely Desperate. You. Jean Dazhong was suddenly terrified and thought that Chen Feng was a devil. He never thought that it was as easy for Chen Feng to kill hundreds of masters of the Star Group as eating and drinking water. Chen Feng is definitely a very dangerous man. Thinking of this, Jean Dazhong was extremely apprehensive and shouted in a stern voice, Mr. Chen, don't mess around. I am the director of the Star Group. In your Tianyang city, the business community is also well known. If you dare to push your luck again, Fifen Group will definitely not be in trouble. Jean Dazhong tried to warn Chen Feng, but Chen Feng smiled contemptuously, then flashed in front of Jean Dazhong, picked him up like a chicken, and threw him to the ground with a bang. Bang! Director of the Stellar Foundation? Bang! Are you well known in the business world? Bang! But the problem is, these people you brought with you can't even take a single blow from me. How can you have the nerve to continue to act big in front of me? You still want to make things difficult for the Fifen Group, right? Come on, fatty, Chen Feng, am standing right in front of you. Show me how to move the extraordinary group? My old waist is broken. Jean Dazhong screamed in pain. The scene was so miserable. He hated Chen Feng to the core, but the pain in his body made him feel that Chen Feng was even more terrifying. When the people around saw this scene, they couldn't help but gasp. Kim Dae-young was a director of the Star Foundation after all. When had he ever been humiliated and beaten like this? Chen Feng is too arrogant. He is so arrogant that it is outrageous. Shit. Shui Binghao, whose legs were broken again and again, was so angry that his kidneys burst. He stared at Chen Feng and roared, "Mr. Chen. Let him go, let him go. Otherwise, I will use all my strength to make sure you die in vain." Cui Binghao also hated Chen Feng. He brought the most powerful team with him. How dare Chen Feng? How dare he be so arrogant? Even if you kill hundreds of masters from the Star Consortium, don't forget that there are also strong men from the Cui family of Han country. Facing Cui Binghao's roar and barking, Chen Feng sneered, "You can't even protect yourself, and you still have the mind to care about others? He. You are more suicidal than I thought." Chen Feng smiled dangerously, and then walked in front of Cui Binghao. This scene immediately made several strong men from the Cui family of Han Kingdom look gloomy, and they shouted angrily, "Dasha boy surnamed Chen. You'd better think about the consequences." Chen Feng, however, acted as if he had not heard anything. Then, in full view of everyone, he stepped on Cui Binghao's other leg and broke it alive, again and again. "I don't know what this is. You can't even take care of yourself, and you're challenging me? I can't even die in peace? Come, let me see, how can a cripple like you make me die in peace?" Ah! Cui Binghao almost cried because of the pain. He stared at Chen Feng viciously and gnashed his teeth. "Mr. Chen, today we are destined to fight to the death. I will not let you go, I will not let you go. Did I say I would let you go?" Chen Feng smiled teasingly, casually crushing Cui Binghao's wound, and said playfully and creepily, "Whatever means you have, just use them. If I, Chen Feng, frown, I will lose. Arrogant. Court death." Humiliating and provoking Cui Binghao again, several strong men of the Cui family of Han Kingdom were almost indescribably angry. The anger was like a tsunami, exploding wildly. "Dasha boy surnamed Chen. You will soon know what is meant by there are always people who are better than you, and there are always things better than you, we promise." As soon as the words fell, 5 or 6 strong men from the Cui family of Han country were filled with murderous intent. The next moment, 5 or 6 strong men from the Cui family of Han country attacked at the same time. They were extremely fast. Their methods were extremely cruel. As expected of the Cui family from Han country. Boom! The power was like a storm. They completely locked onto Chen Feng. Chen Feng was surrounded, and it seemed that he would die without a burial place in the next second. But Chen Feng just smiled coldly, as if he didn't see the siege of several people at all. Then, his figure flashed. Perfectly avoided the deadly joint attack of 5 or 6 members of the Cui family of Han country. The 5 or 6 strong men of the Cui family of Han country were suddenly shocked. How could this kid be possible? Crack! Chen Feng had already grabbed one of the men's arms and broke it violently. A heart-wrenching scream immediately resounded throughout the venue. "Ah! My hand! There are people out there? There is always someone better than you?" Chen Feng laughed teasingly, and then he shook the strong man from the Cui family of the Han Kingdom away alive. Bang! The man hit a telephone pole hard, and the pole broke. The man lost his life and breath on the spot. "Disperse quickly!" The other 5 people were horrified when they saw this scene. They were sincerely afraid and terrified. Because Chen Feng's speed and strength were obviously not in the same dimension as theirs. Fear. Horror. Emotions were surging in their hearts. They were scared, but Chen Feng took a step forward. As if he was hunting. Bang! He punched another person. Bang! This person was also thrown out on the spot, blood spurting out. He was killed instantly. Escape! The other 4 people didn't dare to fight Chen Feng head-on, and they quickly moved away. Jin Dazhong and Cui Binghao's eyes widened, full of disbelief and shock. The strong man from the Cui family of Han Kingdom was actually scared away by Chen Feng? I'm afraid I've really hit a wall this time. Escape? Do you still have the qualifications to escape from me? Chen Feng was neither hurried nor slow, just like a cat playing with a mouse. He raised his finger slightly. Whoosh! The air was torn through. Puff! Puff! The remaining few people who had just moved 100 meters away were all pierced through the back. Blood oozes out. It's even more miserable to die. Oh my god. Jin Dazhong was so frightened that his legs went limp when he saw this, and he completely lost the courage to yell at Chen Feng. Not only that, he turned extremely pale and shouted anxiously to Cui Binghao, "Mr. Cui. Quickly, admit your defeat. Quickly. We can't afford to provoke this guy. He's really going to kill us." After saying that, Jin Dazhong was the first to kneel in front of Chen Feng, terrified to the point of peeing his ass off. Brother Chen, no, Grandpa Chen, spare my life. Spare me. I was wrong. Lu Minghan's heart was beating wildly. She could never have imagined that Chen Feng was so terrifying. Her man was simply an invincible killer. Ah Feng, you are so awesome. Cui Binghao was also sweating profusely, and felt even more ashamed. He was so angry that he was shaking all over, and he shouted in despair, impossible. Impossible. Mr. Chen, it's impossible for you to have such high martial arts skills. I don't believe it. Chen Feng looked down at them with a cold smile. Perhaps, in your world, the strong men of the Cui family of Han country are very powerful, but in front of me, they are not even as good as rats in the sewer. Ah! Cui Binghao was in great pain and hated Chen Feng to the core. Mr. Chen. Even if you killed the strong men of the Cui family of Han country, I am not afraid of you. If you want to surrender, you have to surrender to me. As he spoke, Cui Binghao took out his cell phone and shouted like a madman with red eyes, wait. You wait. I, Cui Binghao, will definitely make you pay. Connect the Star Group and the Ministry of Commerce to me immediately. Hit the Fiefan Group hard. I want the Fiefan Group to go bankrupt and be liquidated within half an hour. Lu Minghan's face changed immediately. She knew that Cui Binghao's actions would definitely deal a fatal blow to Fiefan Group, but Chen Feng seemed to have been prepared for all this. He smiled coldly and said, it's okay, let him fight. After Cui Binghao finished the call, he laughed fiercely and said, Mr. Chen. Just wait for the end of Fiefan Group. Even if I die, I will make your woman's company go bankrupt. Really? Chen Feng was extremely calm, and said with a murderous look on his face, then you'd better wait a while. I hope that the Star Group will bring you good news, not despair. Despair? Ha ha. I will be desperate. The only one who will be in despair is you, a bastard. Cui Binghao smiled grimly, his eyes full of madness and bloodshot. But he never expected that the next second, his cell phone would ring suddenly. Mr. Cui. It's bad. The shares of our Star Consortium have been restricted from trading. Not only that, the shares of the Star Consortium are involved in illegal operations. They have been forcibly suspended. What? Cui Binghao's eyes widened immediately. He was shocked as death. It was even more shocking and unbelievable than if his parents had died. Someone restricted the stock trading of the Star Consortium and forcibly closed the stock of the Star Group. How horrible are Chen Feng's business methods? What kind of demon did he offend? Chapter 33 Chu Shishir gets into trouble and goes to mansion number 1. Binghao suddenly breathed heavily, his whole body trembling with anger, and he was almost suffocated to the point of vomiting blood. Ah! Why? Why does God do this to me? Mr. Chen, I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Jin Dazhong was so frightened when he saw the scene that tears and sweat fell down his cheeks. Master Cui. It's already this time. Why are you still so angry? Hurry up and admit defeat to him. Hurry up. Otherwise, you will really die. No. I won't bow my head. Cui Binghao gritted his teeth, roared desperately, and cursed, Chen. Kill me if you dare. The Cui family of Han country will definitely avenge me. Damn. I don't believe that you really dare to be an enemy of the entire Cui family of Han country. Excuse me. I really dare. Chen Feng looked cold for a moment, then raised his hand and grabbed Cui Binghao's neck, forcibly lifting him up. No matter how Cui Binghao struggled, it was useless. Extremely domineering. Extremely contemptuous. With a snap, Cui Binghao's neck was twisted off alive. Master Cui. Seeing this scene, Jin Dazhong was so frightened that his legs lost their feeling. He was filled with grief and fear, and kept begging for mercy. Ah! Grandpa Chun. Master Cui is courting his own death. Please spare my life. As he spoke, Jin Dazhong kowtowed continuously, his posture was as humble as it could be. It was obvious that he was really frightened and was deeply afraid of Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked down on him, but his face was expressionless. He smiled coldly and said, If I want to kill you, you are already dead. Do you know why you are still alive? Go back and tell the Cui family of Hanhua. Choi Byung-ho kept asking for death, so I killed him. If the Cui family of Han country refuses to accept, I, Chen Feng, will be ready to fight at any time. Crazy. Crazy to the point of being lawless. Jean Dajon could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, cowed out and cried, yes, yes, yes. I will definitely go back and persuade the Chui family of Hanboi to stop being your enemy. Get lost. Good. Jean Dajon rolled over and crawled as if he had been pardoned, but Chen Feng shouted coldly, take the body away. Otherwise, I will dirty my eyes. Understand, understood. Jean Dajon nodded, trembling all over. He didn't want to have anything to do with Chen Feng anymore, but he didn't dare to anger Chen Feng. By the time the bodies of Cui Binghao and others were cleaned up by Jean Dajon, Chen Feng and Lu Menghan had already returned to the president's office of Fifan Group. Chen Feng crossed his legs and smoked calmly, but Lu Menghan blushed and her heartbeat beat fast. She looked at Chen Feng in amazement and asked gently, Chen Feng, how did you manage to force the suspension of the shares of the Star Consortium? Well. Chen Feng smiled faintly and explained casually, it's very simple. Because, when I was abroad, I met some bigwigs in the financial world. So, I called ahead and they helped the extraordinary group. Hiss. Lu Menghan took a deep breath. To be able to know a big shot in the foreign financial world, her husband must have a lot of connections abroad. She looked at Chen Feng more and more favorably, and couldn't help but say shyly, husband, I am so lucky to have you protecting me. I'll go get you a cup of coffee to perk you up. Chen Feng, however, grabbed Lu Menghan's lotus root jade arm and said with a smile, drinking coffee to refresh yourself is meaningless, let my wife help me. Lu Menghan's face was instantly pressed against Chen Feng's chest. Lu Menghan couldn't help but be extremely charming and said with a blushing face, Chen Feng. Don't push your luck. You're so bad. Chen Feng smiled domineeringly and said gently and aggressively, I don't want to either, but I'm really angry now. What do you think? Will you help me? I'm really impressed by you. Lu Menghan was so ashamed that she almost died. Her face was like a ripe red apple, alluring and charming. I am a female CEO. If this gets out, how can I live my life? That's not easy. Just lock the door. Bang. Chen Feng pushed the door lightly with his palm, and the door was closed instantly. Moreover, the invisible air wall could not be broken through at all, it's good now. The door is sealed by my power. Unless Panga comes. Otherwise, no one can open it. Lu Menghan was completely convinced and squatted down slightly, you are such a devil. Half an hour later, Lu Menghan sat on the sofa, looking resentful and helpless, while Chen Feng looked refreshed and said with a chuckle, wife. You are simply the most beautiful fairy in the world. Lu Menghan couldn't help but complain, the fairies don't suffer as much as I do. Ha ha. I'll have to ask my wife for help in the future. Chen Feng smiled proudly, then waved his hand to open the power blockade of the door. As soon as he opened it, the knocking sound continued. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and opened the door directly. Secretary Su Xiaoyang rushed in, breathless, Mr. Chen, Mr. Lu. Oh no. I just received a call from Miss Chu. She kept shouting for help on the phone, and then there was no more. I think Miss Chu is in trouble. What? Lu Menghan was shocked when he heard this, and became a little worried, Feng. It seems that Shishir might have been kidnapped. I have to find a way to save her. Chen Feng, however, remained calm and said indifferently, don't panic. If the other party wants to kill me, it's probably too late now. The best we can do is to kill them while they are hot. Lu Menghan. Su Xiaoyang. Chen Feng coughed slightly and said calmly, Chu Shishir probably doesn't have any enemies with anyone. I think she is most likely coming for me. Don't worry. As long as the ticket is not torn up. I'll make sure she's safe. Then, Chen Feng put on his coat and walked outside. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Lang Jun couldn't help but said, use Skynet immediately. Look up a woman's number and location. Clear. However, just after hanging up the phone, a call came in from an unfamiliar number. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows but answered the call immediately. Just after answering the call, a sinister and murderous voice came from the other end, Chen Feng. You are crazy. Do you really think you have the final say over the entire Tianyang city? Unfortunately, everyone has weaknesses. Chen Feng had a blank expression on his face. He spoke word by word in a cold voice, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have anything to say, come to me. You are quite courageous. The person on the other end of the phone sneered, full of coldness and murderous intent, to tell you the truth, one of your ideas is in our hands. Mansion number 1. Wait for you. Remember, you can only do it alone, otherwise, she will have to go to see the king of hell. Don't worry, you will be the only ones to meet the king of hell. Chen Feng said in an extremely cold and bloodthirsty tone, and then hung up the phone. Then, he went downstairs and directly started Lu Menghan's GTR sports car. Boom! He stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the number 1 mansion at lightning speed. Chapter 34: The Ignorant Song Jiang and the Black Widow. At the same moment, a big shot has arrived in the star group. She was wearing a windbreaker, had a dignified look, and looked extremely beautiful but intimidating, like a poisonous rose, and no one dared to approach her casually. The young woman with an extremely powerful aura was none other than Cui Moli, the eldest daughter of the Cui family of Han Kingdom. As soon as Cui Mo re-arrived at the star group, the entire group gave her the highest level of reception. Everyone was suppressed by Cui Mo's terrifying aura, while Kim Dae-young knelt on the ground, smelling of urine, filled with grief and fear. Sadly, he failed to protect Choi Byung-ho. The scary thing is that Cui Moli's methods are extremely terrifying. Generally, anyone who offends Cui Moli will end up with their family destroyed and die miserably. For a long time, no one dared to speak. Cui Moli kept tapping the table with her fingers. Her pretty face was cold. It was not until everyone was sweating and their hearts were contracting that Cui Moli finally spoke. Go ahead. My brother. How did he die? I want the whole process, clear and distinct. Not a single word left out. Everyone subconsciously looked at Jean Dajong, who was crying bitterly and didn't dare to look directly into Cui Moli's eyes. Mr. Cui. Master Cui was killed by a man named Chen Feng. Moreover, this person's cultivation and strength are both quite terrifying. Woohoo! I can't do anything to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have watched Master Cui die. Cui Moli's expression suddenly turned cold, and she shouted angrily, I told you to get to the point. Everything about this person and the conflict with my brother. Yes. Jean Dajong was so frightened that he was shaking all over. He said tremblingly, this Chen Feng is from Tianyang City. After listening to Jean Dajong's story, Cui Moli's eyes narrowed slightly, and her cold breath was crazy and wanton. The group of people who followed Cui Moli clenched their fists and were furious. Revenge. We must take revenge. This person must be torn into pieces. Otherwise, how can our Cui family still have the face to stay in Han country? However, Cui Moli's eyes were extremely cold. She crushed the teacup in her hand alive, and spoke word by word in a bone-chilling voice, Revenge, I must take revenge. After all, I only have this one brother. But do you think I, Cui Moli, am a reckless person who got carried away? This Chen Feng is obviously not as simple as we thought. His strength is at least above that of the great Xia martial master. He might even have reached the martial saint level. Of course, being able to force the closure of the Star Consortium stocks shows that he is also very powerful in business. So we have to kill him. We have to have a foolproof plan. Kill him all at once. Don't let him have even the slightest chance of a comeback. It just so happens that I heard that the son of King Jianbei is going to hold a grand exchange meeting in Tianyang City. Find a way to invite Thief and group to this exchange meeting. I want to use the hand of King Jiangbei's son to kill this lunatic named Chen completely without a burial place. Revenge for my brother. Cui Moli was very capable in leadership and planning. Although the people of the Cui family of Han State hated Chen Feng to the core and wanted to draw Chen Feng's blood and peel off his skin, they still gritted their teeth and said in unison, Yes, we will listen to you, miss. Soon, Cui Moli began to prepare for Cui Binghao's funeral, and then made preparations for how to make sure Chen Feng died without a burial place. At this moment, Chen Feng drove the GTR sports car and arrived at the gate of number 1 mansion. In the number 1 mansion, Chu Shishir, who was tied up, had a hot body and was breathing evenly, just woke up. When she saw the densely packed figures holding sharp blades and terrifying auras in front of her, as well as a man with a cold face and terrifying eyes, like a devil, and a woman, she was immediately filled with fear. Who are you? Why am I here? You'd better let me go immediately. Otherwise, my company and my family will never let this go. Shut up. You stinky bitch. The devil-like man glared at Chu Shishir fiercely and said with murderous intent, You stinky bitch, listen carefully, you are in our hands now, your life belongs to us. If you scream again, I will cut off your tongue first. Ah! Chu Shishir was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale. She dared not speak anymore. But she was scared to death in her heart. If her tongue was really cut off, how would she speak in the future? She kept wondering in her mind who she had offended. Chuckle, chuckle. The woman in a red dress, who looked like a ghost with a terrifying yet charming aura, licked her tongue and said with a bloody face, Song Jiang, don't be so fierce. It won't be fun if you scare her to death. After all, we still have to use this little Biaozi to deal with that Chen guy, so we have to be careful about what we do. The surname Chen? Chu Shirshi's eyes narrowed. Wasn't that Chen Feng? Suddenly, she felt desperate. Woo-woo. You bastard, you really screwed me over this time. These two guys are capable of killing without blinking an eye. If I were still alive and saw you, I would definitely squeeze you dry. Speak of the devil appears. Chen Feng had just gotten out of the car and walked to the gate of number 1 mansion when several men in black clothes with murderous intent rushed over and pointed their guns at him. Boy. If you know what's good for you, come in with us. Otherwise, watch out for your life. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, but still suppressed the murderous intent in his heart, and said lightly, okay, I will go in with you. Soon. Chen Feng was pushed into the number 1 mansion. At a glance, it was filled with people holding sharp blades and looking like hungry wolves. These people were all martial artists, and their cultivation was not low. At least martial arts masters. Chu Shirshir, who was tied up and had red eyes, cried out delicately as soon as she saw Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Whoa whoa. Come and save me. Song Jiang and the Black Widow looked at Chen Feng, with an extremely bloodthirsty murderous intent on their lips, and said ferociously, you are still a punctual man. But, unfortunately, you won't have the chance to see the sun tomorrow. Surround them. Swish, 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 at a command, hundreds of martial arts masters surrounded Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked like he was doomed to die. Chu Shirshir was immediately worried, but Song Jiang grinned cruelly, the one with the surname Chen. I wanted to give you a quick death. But you have offended Master Juan. So, I will let you see with your own eyes that your woman is tortured to death. And then I will send you off. As he said that, Song Jiang grabbed Chu Shirshir's rosy mouth and force-fed a blue pill into her mouth. Chu Shirshir struggled but to no avail. She coughed for a long time and shouted nervously and angrily, what did you give me to eat? Nothing. Song Jiang smiled coldly, with a playful and evil smile on his face, it's just a strong drug in Southeast Asia. Well, it will make you feel uncomfortable as if your whole body is on fire. You will want to have something happen with the man like crazy. Beg him to accompany you. TSK TSK. You'll be very happy. After all, there are a lot of men here. Asshole. Chu Shirshir was terrified and shouted with a pale face, you shameless bastard. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Are you worthy? Song Jiang sneered, pointed at the ground, and said cruelly with murderous intent towards Chen Feng, Mr. Chen. If you don't want your woman to be beaten, then kneel down. Cut off your own hands and feet. Abandon your own cultivation. The Black Widow chuckled, looked at Chen Feng with interest, licked her tongue and said, what a handsome guy. If I didn't have a mission, I would want to taste you. It's going to be great. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, but his expression was extremely indifferent. He looked at Song Jiang and the Black Widow as if they were dead people. He sneered and said without any emotion, just relying on you two filthy things, you are worthy of threatening me? If I say the same thing, I will give you two a chance to kneel down, cut off your limbs, and abolish your cultivation. Then dig out your own heart and feed it to the dog. In that case, I can consider letting you two die in a decent manner. Chapter 35, What a Deadly Little Goblin. What? In such a dangerous and murderous situation, Chen Feng was not afraid at all, and even threatened Song Jiang and the Black Widow. This is simply riding on the head of Tai Sui and acting wildly. It's so crazy that even the sky is cheering for it. You are looking for death. Song Jiang was extremely angry in an instant. His terrifying power and anger almost filled the entire number 1 mansion. He shouted ferociously and viciously, Chen Kid. You deserve to die. This woman was held hostage, yet she still dared to yell at the two of us? Then open your eyes wide. Take a good look at how your woman is being beaten up. Get started. Swish. Following Song Jiang's order, 3 strong men walked towards Chu Shirshir with an extremely evil look, while the rest of the hundreds of people took a leap, covering the sky and earth. Like a dark cloud pressing down on a city, they rushed towards Chen Feng. That lineup, that weapon, that power. It simply crushes everything. Invincible. Shu Shishir saw three strong men walking towards her and was immediately filled with despair. Whoa! Get out of here! Chen Feng! Kill them now! I'd rather be fucked by you than have them defile me. Song Jiang laughed wildly and taunted, this kid is about to become a useless person who is worse off than death. How can he do anything to you? Just be good. But I never thought. The words haven't been finished yet. A bunch of rubbish. Chen Feng's eyes suddenly turned extremely cold, and then he raised his hand fiercely, boom. A terrible sonic boom swept across. Bang! The ground exploded crazily. Hundreds of martial arts masters, their weapons were neatly broken. Blood holes appeared on their chests one after another. In just a few seconds, hundreds of martial arts masters were like stepping into the 18th level of hell. They had no ability to resist. They kept dying. Hiss! The three strong men suddenly looked horrified, Song Jiang's pupils also shrank, and the Black Widow was also incredulous. How can this boy have such powerful martial arts? Song Jiang also realized that something was wrong, and shouted angrily, let's get this woman first. Even if this guy is as strong as us, we must make him feel what despair is. Although the three strong men were afraid of Chen Feng, they did not dare to disobey orders. They smiled at Shu Shishir and said, girl. We will definitely make you feel great. Shu Shishir was horrified, no. Idiot. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, and then raised his fingers with a bang. The air exploded completely. The three strong men only felt the sound and force of a ship breaking from behind. They subconsciously wanted to escape. But. Bang! The whole arm and chest exploded completely. Died in extreme horror. Song Jiang was furious when he saw this scene, and he was furious, Chen boy, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Chen Feng sneered, stretched out a finger, hooked it lightly, and said arrogantly, you are not worthy to be my opponent. You two come together. How arrogant! Song Jiang's anger rose, and then, his hands formed a clawing shape, tearing through the air, and rushed straight to Chen Feng, stinky boy. You think you are invincible just because you killed a few people? Little do you know that it is easier for me, Song Jiang, to kill you than to kill a chicken. Boom! The terrible killing intent was released crazily, the earth was shaking, and the smell of blood filled the whole air. Chen Feng did not move at all, allowing Song Jiang to attack him, and then his shoulders shook slightly. Bang! Song Jiang was actually knocked back dozens of meters, and at the same time, his two grasping hands were broken. Blood splattered everywhere. In excruciating pain, he said, How is this possible? Black Widow could no longer sit still, feeling terrified. Song Jiang was almost as strong as her, but he was defeated like this in front of Chen Feng? Song Jiang's face was twisted with pain, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, Black Widow, this guy is not an ordinary person, come together. Kill him. Understood. Black Widow also saw it, she shouted, her charming body was like a venomous snake. Transformation. Song Jiang quickly swallowed a pill, and then, he also joined the battlefield. Boom! The two of them were on the left and the right, their killing intent was earth-shattering, like a tsunami, and the speed of the Black Widow was even more astonishing. She punched Chen Feng directly in the chest and laughed grimly, boy, your internal organs should be completely shattered. But Chen Feng raised his head slightly, smiled with extreme amusement and bloodthirstiness, really? You should be talking about yourself. The Black Widow's pupils shrank, and she was horrified. But it was too late to retreat. Bang! It was like a ton of gravity, hitting her body. Bang! The Black Widow's body smashed out and landed heavily on a door threshold. She screamed miserably. She was broken into two pieces alive. Damn it! Black Widow! Song Jiang was terrified. He immediately realized that Chen Feng must be invincible. He was extremely anxious. He retreated madly. But how could Chen Feng give him a chance to leave? He shot out like a sharp sword, and his fist was like a hammer. Follow him quickly. Bang! With just this one punch, Song Jiang was thrown to the ground, blood gushing out. Song Jiang was extremely terrified and subconsciously wanted to beg for mercy, but Chen Feng stepped on Song Jiang's right leg. Snap! The root of his thigh was broken, Song Jiang's eyes widened, and he howled in pain. But Chen Feng kicked his other leg and broke it alive. Song Jiang was in so much pain that he cried out in horror, no. Spare me. Spare me. Don't you think it's a little late to beg for mercy now? Chen Feng smiled coldly, and then he grabbed Song Jiang's hands and broke them alive. Ah! Song Jiang rolled on the ground in pain, and felt that Chen Feng was even more terrifying than a demon. His mind was shaking to the extreme, and he was completely terrified. Ah! Chen Feng, please spare me. I will never dare to be your enemy again. Chen Feng looked down at them with a cold smile. Have I ever told you two what will happen to you today? Provoke me? You two trash are worthy? Come. Tell me about it. Juan Lighting, where is he? No. No, I can't betray Master Juan. Song Jiang was genuinely terrified and desperate, but he gritted his teeth and struggled. Chen Feng smiled coldly, and his smile was frightening. You don't want to tell me? I'll play with you slowly. As he spoke, Chen Feng reattached Song Jiang's broken arm, and then broke it alive again, repeating this process repeatedly. Song Jiang was immediately tortured beyond recognition, screaming, fainting, and then waking up again. Ah! Devil! You are a devil! I confess. Master Juan, no, Juan Lighting is in the Maple Leaf Hotel right now. In the name of the provincial boss, he called on some local families in Tianyang City to wait for your body to be brought back as a warning to others. Please. Give me a quick death. You just threatened my woman. Do you think I will agree to your request? Chen Feng sneered. Then, he searched Song Jiang's body and soon found the pill. Song Jiang's pupils suddenly widened and he was terrified beyond words. What are you going to do? No. You can't. Gurgle. Chen Feng grabbed Song Jiang's mouth and forcefully fed him the pill. Song Jiang was immediately extremely desperate, and his heart was almost about to burst. All limbs are broken. Took this pill again. Song Jiang couldn't imagine how terrible his fate would be. Chen Feng no longer cared about a dead person who was living a life worse than death, and quickly walked in front of Chu Shishir. At this moment, Chu Shishir was extremely charming and struggled madly, even forcibly breaking free from the rope. When she saw Chen Feng, her eyes suddenly shone. Man. I want a man. Chen Feng, you are so handsome. Damn, this little devil is really trying to kill me. Chen Feng's body temperature soared when he saw this scene. After all, which man can withstand such a test? Chapter 36, Go to Juan Lighting and act arrogantly. But Chu Shishir is Lu Menghan's best friend after all. Chen Feng grabbed Lu Menghan and said with a fiery face, calm down. I'll give you the acupuncture right now. No. I want to fight for real, for real. Chu Shishir seemed to be possessed by a demon, her eyes were red, and she took the initiative to open her rosy little mouth and kissed Chen Feng under the bridge of his nose. Chen Feng's mind went blank. You asked me for this. It's not my fault. Wife. Sorry. I also wanted to save your bestie. An hour later, the storm gradually subsided, and Chen Feng was extremely helpless. He really didn't intend to take advantage of the situation, but he had no choice. When Chu Shishir slowly opened her eyes and regained consciousness, she was stunned. She looked at Chen Feng and almost cried in anger. Wow! Chen Feng, you pervert! I'm going to kill you. Chen Feng grabbed Chu Shishir's fist, pulled her into his arms, and said with a guilty look on his face, Shishir, calm down. I don't want this either. This matter. You can't really blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame Juan Lighting. Juan Lighting? What does this have to do with him? Chu Shishir gritted her teeth, looking mad. Chen Feng explained with a little trepidation, Juan Lighting sent Song Jiang and Black Widow, who just did that to you. After hearing Chen Feng's explanation, Chu Shishir was so angry that her lungs exploded. Her delicate body trembled, her chest kept rising and falling, and she roared, Ah! Juan Lighting! I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Right. We must kill him. Chen Feng cheered him up and said coldly, let's go and seek revenge on him now. When it came to revenge, Chu Shishir was a little scared. Her pretty face flushed and she said shyly and angrily, You shameless fellow, Juan Lighting is a big boss in the provincial capital. Can you and I kill him? He's just a piece of trash. Chen Feng was calm and composed, and spoke each word with great dominance. If he dares to kidnap my woman, I will make him pay the price. My woman? Chu Shishir's pretty face was full of awkwardness and shyness. This bastard, when did she admit that she was his woman? But now it seems that I am indeed this bastard's woman. Rubbing her aching body, Chu Shishir gritted her teeth and said angrily, Chen Feng, are you sure you can kill Juan Lighting? Shit. Chen Feng's face was pale, and he sneered and said, "Since I can say it, I can definitely do it. Walk." Soon, Chen Feng and Chu Shishir left number 1 mansion, but Song Jiang had already been tortured by himself to the point of losing his humanity, and eventually died from his own pills. It can be said that his death was dozens of times more miserable than that of the Black Widow. At the same moment, inside the Maple Leaf Hotel. This place has always only received city dignitaries, super big shots and the like, but it was booked by Juan Lighting. At this moment, the entire Maple Leaf Hotel is full of guests. Those who came were the wealthy and powerful families in Tianyang City, including royal families and even some families with terrifying military strength, but they did not dare to say anything. They just stared respectfully and fearfully at Juan Lighting, who was standing on the stage with his hands behind his back and a sharp gaze, looking above everything else. In their eyes, Juan Lighting is the top boss in the provincial capital, and is definitely not someone they can afford to provoke. Juan Lighting glanced at the whole crowd, looking at himself, a force that was enough to blow up half of Tianyang City. He smiled coldly, expressionless, with an aura that crushed everyone. He spoke word by word with an extremely cold tone. "Everyone. I think you all should know why I, Juan Lighting, appeared in Tianyang City. That's because a kid named Chen Feng destroyed the Zhao family in the provincial capital and killed 2 of my generals. I, Juan Lighting, a big shot in the provincial capital, how can I swallow this breath? So, I, Juan Lighting, am here. And you don't need to be nervous, because you are just witnesses of the whole process. If nothing unexpected happens, the head of Chen has already been cut off by Song Jiang and the Black Widow. You will soon see what the consequences will be for going against me, Juan Lighting." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was terrified. After all, they had heard about the cruelty of Song Jiang and the Black Widow. It is estimated that by this time, Chen Feng had already been beheaded by Song Jiang and the Black Widow. They were about to see Chen Feng's bloody and miserable head. At once, everyone expressed their opinions, and said with great respect and fear, "Master Juan, this Chen guy deserves to die for provoking you like this." "Right. He deserves to die. We fully support Master Juan. From now on, the gates of our Tianyang City will only be opened for Master Juan." But just when everyone was flattering Juan Lighting crazily, Juan Lighting was enjoying it to the extreme and felt that the whole Tianyang City was under his feet. Suddenly, bang! The entire high-end hotel's glass door was forcibly blown apart, and then, a figure with an extremely domineering, indifferent, and contemptuous aura suddenly appeared. "You just said that I deserved to die? The gate of Tianyang City is only opened for this old dog Juan Lighting? Then I, Chen Feng, would like to see who will be the dead one today, Juan Lighting or me." "What?" Seeing Chen Feng and Chu Shishir walk in calmly and arrogantly, everyone in the audience was shocked. Especially Juan Lighting and others, their faces were full of disbelief. Unbelievable. As if struck by lightning. Didn't Chen Feng die without a burial place? Could it be that even Song Jiang and the Black Widow are no match for Chen Feng? Impossible. Something else must have happened. Thinking of this, Juan Lighting's expression became extremely gloomy. He wished he could tear Chen Feng into pieces. His eyes were bloodshot and he shouted angrily, "You kid with the surname Chen. I didn't expect you to be luckier than I thought. But you were lucky enough to have a life, yet you still dare to act arrogantly in front of me, a big shot in the provincial capital. Have you ever thought about how ugly your death will be?" Chen Feng, however, looked at the extremely angry Juan Lighting with a look of disdain, sneered repeatedly, and said unscrupulously, "Ugly? Are you worthy enough to come all the way here to die? Don't tell me you don't know how to live or die, old man. Don't say that I, Chen Feng, didn't give you a chance. Kneel down. I'll smash your head and your people into pulp. Then transfer your property to my woman unconditionally. In that case, I can still consider letting you die with dignity." Chapter 37. If I can't kill him with one finger, I lose. Mad. Crazy to the point of being outrageous. Everyone was almost horrified. They all gasped. This was Juan Lighting. And he came to Tianyang City in person. Who knows how unfathomable these people he brought with him were. Chen Feng not only had no fear at all, he even dared to provoke Juan Lighting like this. This is definitely seeking death. Chu Shishir was also terrified. She just felt that Chen Feng was too domineering. Too awesome. Too powerful. Facing the big boss of the provincial capital in person, he didn't take him seriously at all. Chen Feng is definitely the #1 person in Tianyang City. You're looking for death. A man standing 10 meters to the left of Juan Lighting suddenly became furious, his anger erupting like a volcano. He stared at Chen Feng and shouted fiercely, "Mr. Chen, do you know what kind of status and position Master Juan holds in the provincial capital? How dare you disrespect him like this? You deserve to die. Die." As he spoke, the man took a sudden leap forward, with a killing power as crazy. Burning the air. Heading straight for Chen Feng. When they saw this person, many people were extremely afraid. Hiss. This is the provincial capital's madman Lu Wuji. Rumor has it that Lu Wuji alone killed hundreds of mercenary groups. Its brutality is so fierce that even some of the 8th grade martial emperors in Tianyang City are afraid of it. I'm afraid this kid named Chen will die soon. However, who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng sneered with an extremely cold expression, "Just you? You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Where do you get the courage to bark at me, Chen Feng?" Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng raised his fist violently. The terrifying airflow was boiling wildly. Bang! The air was completely blown up. Then, in full view of everyone, the extremely powerful Lu Wuji, who was like a mad dog, was punched through the chest alive. Blood gushed out, and death was impossible. How is this possible? A random punch. Kill Lu Wuji instantly? Everyone was horrified, and when Juan Lighting saw the scene, he was so angry that he was shaking all over. He glared at them and roared like thunder, "Aha! You little bastard surnamed Shen. Anyone who dares to attack me again, I, Juan Lighting, swear. Today." But who would have thought that before he could finish his words, Chen Feng flashed in front of Juan Lighting in the blink of an eye, and then raised his hand and slapped him in the face. He slapped Juan Lighting in the face with an unscrupulous palm, like slapping an ant. Bang! Don't dare to touch your people? Bang! Big boss from the provincial capital? Bang! You swear? You old fool! If swearing is useful, how come I, Chen Feng, am still alive and well? Pa. One palm after another, Juan Lighting's mouth was full of blood, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Everyone was so scared that they fainted. Juan Lighting had never expected that he, a big shot in the provincial capital, would be humiliated by Chen Feng in this way. He was slapped in the face in front of everyone. He was extremely angry. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked extremely ferocious. The kid with the surname Chen. There's no way you'll walk out of this hotel alive. This woman you brought must die too. Everyone who has anything to do with you must die. Die? Chen Feng sneered, then grabbed Juan Lighting's head and slammed it on the podium. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked and couldn't breathe, but Chen Feng glanced at the whole audience, as if he was holding down a stink bug. He was extremely domineering and ruthless, and his voice was like a bell, resounding throughout the Maple Leaf Hotel. "You old dog, you are about to die, yet you dare to challenge me," Chen Feng, recklessly. "Does Jesus give you the courage? Don't say I look down on these people you brought with you. Just these rubbish. If you can hurt me, Chen Feng, or get half a meter close to me, I, Chen Feng, will make you die quickly." Mad. Crazy and loud. Madman. This is a complete lunatic. The local families and forces in Tianyang City didn't know what to say. They pressed Juan Lighting's head and mocked and threatened him wantonly. Chen Feng probably wanted his entire family to be exterminated for doing this. Kill him. Kill him for me. Juan Lighting was furious, his eyes were bloodshot and he screamed. Seeing this, the iron-blooded guards trained by Feng Qingyang, one of the most terrifying people under Juan Lighting, who were standing not far away, immediately became vindictive. The murderous intent in their bodies was even more exaggerated than a tsunami. Die. 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 The next moment. Neat and tidy. 400 or 500 people, all crossed over. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. It was so terrifying. Everyone felt that Chen Feng was about to pay the most tragic price for his arrogance. Chu Shishir was also horrified. She felt her blood run cold at this moment and couldn't help shouting, "Brother Feng, be careful." Just in time. I'm really angry right now. Using your heads to relieve my anger is the most appropriate. Chen Feng's mouth curled up, an extremely bloodthirsty arc. Then, with another bang, he smashed Juan Lighting's head and the podium into a hole. Blood spurted out. Juan Lighting was extremely angry. He roared like a beast, "Boy surnamed Chen. Next, you will be smashed to pieces." Can. Chen Feng just came into contact with 400 or 500 people. Bang! The force of the earth and sky exploding, sweeping in all directions. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Feng was not only unscathed, but even 400 or 500 iron-blooded guards were completely unable to resist. Ribs, arms, neck, all in good order, shattered to the point of flying out. It was like a sea of blood and corpses. Just a moment to raise your head. 400 or 500 people were killed completely. Everyone in the audience was so shocked that they almost stopped breathing. Oh my god. There is nothing wrong with our eyes, right? These are the 400 or 500 iron-blooded guards that Master Juan brought with him. They once slaughtered a large family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Even Chen Feng couldn't catch it for a few seconds. Is this Chen Feng still a human being? Damn it! How is this possible? Juan Lighting's pupils shrank suddenly, full of disbelief. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that all this was true. Chen Feng, however, looked at Juan Lighting, whose mentality was extremely explosive, and sneered continuously, wantonly killing people and hurting their hearts. TSK. Iron Blood Guard? I think I have about 400 or 500 pigs. Oh. Wrong. Pigs are better than them. I think you should stop calling yourself the provincial boss and just call yourself the trash boss. You. Juan Lighting was so stimulated that his adrenaline almost exploded. He was extremely unwilling, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared fiercely. You little bastard named Chen. Do you think that being able to easily kill 400 or 500 of them means you are completely invincible? I, Juan Lighting, am so powerful that I can shake the provincial capital. How can an ignorant lunatic like you imagine my power? Feng Qingyang. Zhan Tian. Abyss. Chu Beilu. Come out. I want to let this little bastard who deserves to die 1,000 times know clearly what I, Juan Lighting, rely on to dominate the provincial capital for so many years. Swish, swish, swish. As Juan Lighting finished speaking, boom. Like a violent storm. Extremely ferocious. For towering figures that were invincible descended with a bang. When seeing these 4 people, the families and forces in Tianyang City were so scared that their hearts were about to explode. This is Feng Qingyang, Zhan Tian, Xin Yuan, and Chu Beilu. The 4 of them. That's the ultimate power under Master Juan. It's said that they can even fight against rockets with their bare hands. The most important thing is that they even killed dozens of strong men on the Hidden Dragon ranking. As a result, the Hidden Dragon ranking was vacant for more than half a year before new ranking figures were added. If they take action, Chen Feng will definitely be hung up and beaten, and die in an indescribably horrific way. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the 4 people casually, and said in a cold and sarcastic tone, "Huh? It's a good name. Pity. It sounds good but it doesn't work. You 4. If you can survive 1 punch from me, no, 1 finger from me, as long as you survive 1 finger from me, I will leave you 4 corpses in a respectable manner." Furious. Crazy to the extreme. You're looking for death. Feng Qingyang, Zhan Tian, Chu Beilu, and Xin Yuan all had extremely blank expressions. They've been in the industry for so many years. Not to mention Tianyang City, even in the provincial capital, no one dared to ignore them. For a moment, the 4 of them were filled with murderous intent, strength, and hostility. Zhan Tian, who had the hottest temper, could no longer suppress his inner rage. He took a step forward. Overwhelm everything. What a madman. I want you to see for yourself how your head hits the ground. Die. Chapter 38 Young Marquis Suang? What a nobody. Roar. Like a savage killer. Zhan Tian was so ferocious. He punched out. The sky and earth were shaking. The fighting was endless. He smashed towards Chen Feng. Everyone seemed to have seen the scene where Chen Feng's head was blown up alive in the next moment. But Chen Feng's expression was extremely calm, and he suddenly raised his finger. He pressed out with a bang. Buzz. Just 1 finger. Puff. Zhan Tian's extremely violent fist, which he was so proud of, was pierced alive. Then, it penetrated his entire neck. Blood is gushing. Zhan Tian didn't even get within 10 meters before he was killed. Hiss. He just casually pointed his finger and killed Zhan Tian. He was not exaggerating at all. Everyone gasped. For a moment, they didn't know whether Chen Feng was too strong or Zhan Tian was just a name for nothing. Zhan Tian. Seeing Chen Feng kill Zhan Tian, Feng Qingyang, Xin Yuan, and Chu Beilu with one finger, he was so angry that he couldn't control himself at all. The three of them stepped out at the same time. It was as if the three gods of war had descended into the room. Invincible. The completely invincible aura is released to the extreme. The cold wind is howling. It's terrifying. Strength overwhelms everything. Juan Lighting knew that these three people had tried their best because they were stimulated by Chen Feng. Suddenly, they were extremely excited and screamed, "You little bastard surnamed Chen, do you think you are so great that you can kill Zhan Tian by despicable means?" Little did they know that the three of them who were furious were the most terrifying. Just wait, you will die completely without a complete corpse. But who could have imagined? As soon as the words fell. Well, the three of them will indeed die without a complete body. Moreover, not even a slag will be left. The understated, contemptuous, and ridiculous voice resounded, and Chen Feng's figure took the initiative to pull out. Bang and Feng Qingyang, Chu Beilu, and the power of the three people in the abyss collided together. For a moment, the sky was filled with dust. The violent airflow overturned everything. But when they looked up, they were all shocked to the point of bursting their livers and gallbladders. Because everyone clearly saw that under the explosive force of a rocket, Chen Feng was so reckless and domineering. Feng Qingyang, Xin Yuan, and Chu Beilu were completely crushed into meat paste. The meat paste was unbearable to look at. The meat paste was shocking. Moment. The entire Maple Leaf Hotel was in complete silence. As quiet as the falling snow. Everyone couldn't help but shudder, because Feng Qingyang, Xin Yuan, and Chu Beilu were clearly fighting for their lives. And their strength level was far beyond that of a martial saint. But still, he couldn't stop it at all. He was blasted into dust by Chen Feng. The only explanation was that Chen Feng was invincible. Anyone who fights Chen Feng will end up dead. The whole place was dead silent, but Chen Feng looked at everyone one by one. His attitude was as arrogant as he could be, and his killing intent was as strong as he could be. Anyone else want to compete with me? If there is, just come forward. After these words were spoken, no one dared to challenge them. After all, Feng Qingyang and the other two had died so miserably. If they dared to say one more word, they would probably suffer an unimaginable horrific fate. You. Juan Lighting's entire body was shaking violently, and the fear in his heart was almost earth-shattering. At first, he thought that Chen Feng was just a lunatic who didn't know how to live or die. But who would have thought that Chen Feng killed Feng Qingyang and the others as easily as eating and drinking water? This shows that Chen Feng's strength is more than enough to beat Feng Qingyang and others, and even himself. Bang! But Chen Feng flashed and raised his hand to slap Juan Lighting hard on the face, who was mentally devastated. You what you? You call a bunch of rubbish that is not even a martial emperor, and you dare to shout in front of me? The #1 boss in the provincial capital? Very impressive. Little do you know that you, a big shot from the provincial capital, are not even as good as a dog in front of me, Chen Feng. Papa, one palm after another, Juan Lighting was beaten so hard that he lost his mind, in excruciating pain, and it was too horrible to watch. He wanted to roar in anger, but he didn't dare to, because the strength displayed by Chen Feng was too terrifying, too invincible. As soon as he thought of this, all of Juan Lighting's confidence disappeared, and he was filled with fear. He shouted in extreme fear, Chen Feng. I was wrong. I shouldn't have ignored you. Give me a chance to live, and I promise that I will never be your enemy again. You said so let me go. You're just a stray dog. Do you think you still have face? Chen Feng sneered, with murderous intent, leaving no room for negotiation. Originally, I gave you a chance. If you cut off your limbs and then committed suicide to transfer your property, I could let you die in a decent way. Pity. You didn't catch it. So, I will beat you into a pulp with my punches, and then send you on your way. Feeling Chen Feng's irresistible and ruthless killing intent, Juan Lighting was completely panicked. He was extremely frightened and kept backing away, trembling, and shouted in horror with bloodshot eyes, Chen Feng, you dared to kill me. I have a great backer standing behind me. It's Su Hang, young marquee. If you dare to kill me, young Marquis Suong, Situnan, will never let you go. Chen Feng sneered when he heard this, and said expressionlessly, young Marquis Situnan of Suong? Is he that awesome? Juan Lighting was filled with fear, gnashing his teeth and saying with great resentment, humph. Young Marquis Situnan is the only heir to the Situ Palace. His father is a high-ranking official in the court. And he himself has a huge network of connections in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Even those gods of war have to toast him. If you kill me, you will definitely suffer unimaginable serious consequences. Really? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng smiled faintly. His killing intent was overwhelming, and he was extremely domineering. But the question is, no matter how powerful the young Marquis Situnan of Suong is, and no matter how deep his background is, can he still fly over to save the life of a dying ant like you? Let's talk later. Who do I, Chen Feng, need to ask for his consent if I want to kill him? If I kill you and Situnan dares to express any dissatisfaction, I will even destroy the entire Situ Palace. What does that matter? Speaking of. Boom. Lift your feet. Suppress it brazenly. No. Juan Lighting immediately ran as fast as he could, extremely unwilling to give up, and roared with bloodshot eyes, but it was meaningless. He trampled his head and limbs into a pulp with his feet. Blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely shocking. The number one boss in the provincial capital. Die. 10,000. Juan Lighting is dead. Seeing this scene, all the local powerful families in Tianyang City present were frightened out of their wits. Because, in their hearts, Juan Lighting is a taboo that cannot be violated like a god. But now, just because he provoked Chen Feng, he died in less than a few hours. Chen Feng is definitely more terrifying than they imagined. For a while. Plop. Plop. Everyone was trembling to the extreme, kneeling on the ground, shouting with great respect and fear, from now on, our Zhang family will respect Mr. Chen as the leader. In our wealthy Lu family, we will respect Mr. Chen from now on. From now on, our Wang family will respect Mr. Chen as their superior. I hope Mr. Chen will show some mercy and spare our lives. Chapter 39, Situnan's plan is as crazy as ever. You are such a piece of trash, are you worthy of submitting to me, Chen Feng? Chen Feng snorted coldly, his face expressionless and full of disdain, and said in a cold voice, remember this. If you spread rumors about what happened today without my permission, you know the consequences. Besides, since Juan Lighting's property belongs to me, Chen Feng, if any of you refuse to obey, I will send him down to accompany Juan Lighting. We don't dare. We don't dare. The group of people were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they shouted, as long as Mr. Chen likes it. We have no complaints. You know what's good for you. Chen Feng kicked Juan Lighting's horrible corpse away, and then grabbed Chu Shishir, who was still in a daze and extremely shocked. No one dared to stop him, and he walked quickly towards the outside of the Maple Leaf Hotel. As soon as she came outside, Chu Shishir looked at Chen Feng with her eyes full of stars. She stared at Chen Feng with astonishment and said in shock, Chen Feng, you are simply the most awesome man I have ever seen. If you weren't my best friend's husband, I would have wanted to give birth to a child for you. Give birth to a child? Chen Feng smiled playfully, staring at Chu Shishir's curvy and tall body, and said aggressively, that's great. It's just right. It's still early. Let's go make a baby in the car. Chu Shishir's pretty eyes suddenly widened in shock, her face flushed, and she was so shy that she could hardly stand, asshole. Are you serious? Milk powder is very expensive nowadays. Chen Feng smiled slyly and said with a malicious look, that's easy, can't you just post the word in front of the fan? Chu Shishir blushed when she heard this, get lost, you bastard. You just want to get something for free. Chen Feng picked up Chu Shishir and said with a playful and fiery smile, you guessed it right. Today I just want to get something for free. Chu Shishir wanted to resist, but Chen Feng, that bastard, was too strong and she was eventually thrown into the car. An hour later, Chen Feng and Chu Shishir returned to the Fifan group. As soon as they entered, Lu Menghan and Su Xiaoyang stood up and hurriedly came over. Chen Feng, Mr. Chen, Shishir, Miss Chu, are you all right? Chen Feng smiled slightly and said in a concealed manner, it's okay. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, those damned people have been dealt with by me. That's good. Lu Menghan was relieved, but Su Xiaoyang noticed that something was wrong with Chu Shishir, and said suspiciously, hey, Miss Chu, why are your butt and legs limping? Are you injured? What? Let me see. Lu Menghan naturally didn't want anything to happen to her bestie, so she hurried forward to check. However, Chu Shishir was like a frightened kitten and hurriedly took a step back, hesitating, blushing and nervously saying, "No. No need. It's all small stuff. Before, the person who held me hostage spanked me. Then aren't you being taken advantage of?" Lu Menghan frowned slightly when she heard that, and said angrily, "How abominable. Bullying my best friend. If I were in front of him, I would chop off his third leg." Hiss. Chen Feng couldn't help but gasp secretly, but he smiled faintly and said calmly, "Well, wife, since your bestie is back safely, you two can chat slowly, I'll go out and smoke a cigarette." Chu Shishir rolled her eyes at Chen Feng fiercely, and couldn't help cursing in her heart, "Asshole. Shameless asshole. It's all your fault. From now on, I will have psychological pressure when facing Menghan." And at the same moment, even though Chen Feng had warned those people, they did not dare to go out and talk nonsense, but the person who died was after all the big boss of the provincial capital, Juan Lighting. Therefore, it still caused quite a stir. What? Provincial capital boss, Juan Lighting died in Tianyang City? Who is so bold? That's crazy. He even dared to kill Juan Lighting. This person must be really bold. I heard that Juan Lighting has a very good relationship with some terrible forces in Suong. I'm afraid that the forces from Suong will intervene soon. Even if this person has a strong background in Tianyang City, he will definitely die. Sure enough, when the news reached Suzhou and Hangzhou, Prince Situ's mansion. Although Situ Shao, the head of the Situ Palace, was not in the mansion, Situ Nan, who was very outstanding and had a terrifying network of contacts, was extremely angry. His eyes were extremely gloomy. He slammed his palm on the table, and the table broke into pieces. Situ Nan's eyes were full of brilliance and coldness. "You dare to touch my dog, Situ Nan? How dare this kid named Shen? This is a crime that deserves death. It just so happens that I also need to go to Tianyang City to meet Shangguan Xinglan, the woman I cannot forget the most in my heart. This time, I, Situ Nan, have broken through to the 8th level of Martial Emperor. In addition, my father has made great achievements on the border, and the court is about to give him the title of King of Frontier Defense. I am completely worthy of Shangguan Xinglan. So this time, no matter whether Shangguan Xinglan agrees or not, I will definitely use my strength and background to conquer her. As for whoever dares to ruin my good deeds, I, Situ Nan, will make his entire family go to hell. Pass on this young prince's order to immediately select 1,000 elite warriors from Prince Situ's residence, and call on Grandpa Jean and Grandpa Fu to follow me on the special plane to Tianyang City immediately." Yes. Young prince. The young Marquis of Suong, Situ Nan, is about to arrive in Tianyang City, setting off a new storm. At this moment, Chen Feng, who had just finished smoking a cigarette and came downstairs to find King Taishan to ask him all the secrets and whereabouts of his sister, was surrounded by dozens of cars with special license plates the next moment before he even got into the car. Immediately following, a group of people wearing black leather jackets, with calm demeanor, stern faces and sharp eyes walked down from the car. The leader was a square-faced man and a hot young woman wearing leather pants, sexy and hot, with a pair of legs that were so perfect that they were simply amazing. The square-faced man was none other than the second in command of the Dragon Group, and the young woman was the only female prodigy of the Dragon Group, Jiang Mengzhu. As soon as Long Tianya saw Chen Feng, he felt full of oppression, with a righteous look on his face, and Lang Jun couldn't help but shouted, "Chen Feng, right? You are suspected of multiple murders. Come back to the Dragon Group with us now to be investigated." However, Chen Feng casually glanced at the square-faced man, and under everyone's incredulous and unprepared gaze, he raised his hand and slapped the square-faced man, Long Tianya, in the face, sneering and saying unscrupulously, "Is the Dragon Group so awesome? Then did you know that I just killed the chief of the Jinwu division a few days ago? With your mediocre strength, you have the nerve to pretend to be a messenger of justice in front of me? Listen carefully, get out of my sight within 3 seconds. If not, the entire Dragon Group will be expelled from Tianyang City. Of course, considering this woman's nice legs, if you are willing to let me play with you for free for a few years, I can consider giving you a decent death." Chapter 40, The Xuanwu Palace means nothing, just kill them if you want. What? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone looked incredulous, including Jiang Mengzhu. Jiang Mengzhu could never have imagined that Chen Feng would dare to speak to his superior like this. And he even flirted with her. This is simply outrageous. Suddenly, Jiang Mengzhu said with a slightly gloomy face, "Chen Feng, you are too arrogant. This is the second in command of our Dragon Group, Lord Long Tianya. How dare you be so disrespectful to him? Besides, my Jiang Mingju's legs are not something you can play with just because you want to. Hurry up and apologize to our Lord Long Tianya. Otherwise, you will definitely be in big trouble. Hearing this, Chen Feng looked at Jiang Mengzhu with interest, smiled playfully, and said in a teasing tone, "TSK TSK. Since you care about me so much, let me play with your legs now, and I will let your shitty boss, Lord Long, go." How? Hiss. Hearing Chen Feng's teasing, arrogant and overbearing words that did not take Long Tianya seriously at all, hundreds of Dragon Team members were immediately shocked and extremely angry. They just felt that Chen Feng simply didn't know his last name. How dare he provoke Long Tianya again and again? This was definitely courting death. Chen Feng. I think you are tired of dying. Long Tianya's eyes suddenly darkened, and his murderous intent could not be stopped. Originally, I was going to leave you some dignity, but now it seems that there is no need. I will personally break both of your legs. I will bring you to justice. Jiang Mengzhu knew Long Tianya's strength, and suddenly felt a chill on her back. She pursed her lips and said, "Lord Long, leave this matter to me." Then, he looked at Chen Feng and said coldly, "You asked for this. Watch out." Boom! Jiang Mengzhu shouted, and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Chen Feng and punched with great force. It was powerful, and it went straight to Chen Feng's shoulder. Obviously, he didn't want to hurt Chen Feng's chest, but Chen Feng didn't even look at it and pushed his shoulder slightly. Bang! Chen Feng didn't move at all, but Jiang Mengzhu was shocked and stood up straight. She trembled violently and was full of fear. Your body, how can it be so strong? Is it powerful? I have something even more powerful. Chen Feng smiled teasingly, and then, his palm pierced through the air like lightning. Jiang Mengzhu felt as if something had just moved in front of her. She was stunned at first, and then her face was full of anger. Asshole. What did you do to me? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled with enjoyment. Nothing, I just practiced with you, just the tiger claw hand. Shameless lunatic. How dare you humiliate my men? You're dead. Seeing this, Long Tianya was furious and released his killing intent to the extreme. But at this moment, an extremely abrupt, mocking, and cold voice suddenly sounded. A dignified female agent can't even deal with a gangster. Since when did the Dragon Group become so useless? They are simply bringing shame to the Special Law Enforcement Department. Swish. As soon as these words came out, a group of people dressed in tight clothes, full of arrogance and domineering figures came over, and the leader was a middle-aged man with eyes as sharp as swords and full of self-centeredness. As soon as he saw the middle-aged man, Long Tianya's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was a little gloomy. Xuanwu Palace entered the sea together? Why are you here? You are qualified to ask? Shirohai smiled coldly, then stared at Chen Feng with murderous intent, and said coldly, "The boy surnamed Chen. You are really bold. It would be fine if we destroyed the Zhao family in the provincial capital. You even killed the provincial capital's big boss Juan Lighting. You are truly a heinous criminal. A kid like you deserves to die 10,000 times. What? Juan Lighting was also killed by him?" Jiang Mengzhu heard this, and her long legs, which were as beautiful as a fairy, trembled fiercely, full of disbelief. This guy is too bold, isn't he? He is a devil who kills without blinking an eye. The people who followed Shirohai were all using their power to bully others. They shouted, "Chen, kneel down and commit suicide." Kneel down and commit suicide? Chen Feng looked at Shirohai and sneered, which was extremely ridiculous. You are worse than trash, and you are worthy of it. It's you. My shoes are a little dirty. Come over here and clean them for me. I can consider leaving you with an intact body. Hiss. Hearing Chen Feng's disdainful, overbearing, and arrogant tone, everyone felt as if they were hallucinating. Shirohai's reputation in Xuanwu Hall was well known to everyone. How dare Chen Feng provoke Shirohai like this? This is absolutely a pipe dream. This guy is a psychopath. Jiang Mengzhu also gasped. She, a female genius of the Dragon Team, didn't dare to challenge Shirohai. Chen Feng was just a lunatic with good fighting skills and ordinary background. How dare he? There's no cure. Long Tianya couldn't help but shook his head. Although he and Shirohai didn't get along well, Shirohai's strength was not just a reputation. Even at his peak, he couldn't possibly withstand 3 moves from Shirohai. But Chen Feng dared to provoke Shirohai, even someone he himself didn't dare to provoke. It's obvious that he wants to die. Shirohai was so angry that he was shaking all over. The bloody murderous intent in his eyes could destroy a person's will. You little bastard surnamed Chen, just because of what you said. I, Shirohai, swear that I will make sure you die without a burial place today. Idiot. Chen Feng sneered and said in a cold voice, if you want to fight, just do it. If you talk too much nonsense, your parents will probably want to slap you. Son of a bitch. You're looking for death. As soon as these words came out, Lu Qiancheng, Shirohai's most proud student, could no longer suppress his anger and murderous intent. Without asking Shirohai's consent, he suddenly crossed over and punched Chen Feng's neck like a tiger coming out of the mountains. Die. Shirohai saw the scene and couldn't help but admire it. He sneered coldly and cruelly, you little bastard surnamed Chen, you dare to act so presumptuous in front of me, Shirohai, with your weight. Little do you know that my most proud student is enough to punch you to death in the dust. Boom. The terrifying sonic boom resounded wildly. Lu Qiancheng arrived in front of Chen Feng in the blink of an eye, and the extremely powerful fist seemed to be about to break Chen Feng's neck alive. Jiang Mengzhu couldn't bear to look at it. It's over. He's dead. But who would have thought that the next moment, Chen Feng curled his lips and mocked to the extreme, you dare to fight me when you were worse than trash, did Jesus give you the courage? Boom. Extremely domineering. A punch with explosive lethality was also thrown. In front of everyone, blood splattered everywhere. Lu Qiancheng couldn't even withstand a single punch. He fell to his knees on the ground, blood everywhere. His death was extremely shocking. How is this possible? Jiang Mengzhu opened her rosy little mouth in great surprise. Long Tianya was also slightly shocked, this kid has such a scary punch. Future. Shirohai was furious when he saw this scene, his eyes bloodshot, this is my most proud disciple, how dare you kill him? How dare you kill him? Chen Feng smiled cruelly and said, not only will I kill him, I will also kill you. If you don't obey, I will destroy your entire Xuanwu palace. What the hell? Mad. Crazy and lawless. The dragon team members were all stimulated, their adrenaline was surging. Shirohai was furious. He killed his favorite student and provoked him again. How could Shirohai bear it? You little bastard surnamed Chen, I want you to be torn into pieces. Roar. Like a wild beast that was completely enraged. Shirohai's body moved violently, the world was shaking, and he was invincible. Jiang Mengzhu saw at a glance that this was Shirohai's special move. He had used this punch to kill the death master of the island country. If Chen Feng could not dodge, or chose to fight hard, he would definitely die miserably. At the very least, his internal organs would be broken. Jiang Mengzhu was immediately horrified, and subconsciously shouted anxiously, Chen the lunatic. Get out of the way. Otherwise, you will die. However, Chen Feng did not dodge or evade, but stood there quietly, as if he did not take it seriously at all. He swung his palm violently, and endless and terrifying suppression swept out in an instant. Bang! A monstrous explosion-like sound resounded, and the ground cracked horribly. The one who flew backwards, but was seriously injured, was not Chen Feng, but the extremely invincible and terrifying Shirohai. Not only that, Long Rohai's entire arm was completely broken, blood all over the ground. With just this casual palm strike, the law enforcement elder of Xuanwu Hall was seriously injured and his dantian was shattered. He was only one step away from the Hades Palace. Oh my god! Suddenly, Jiang Mengzhu exclaimed in shock. The members of the dragon team exclaimed in shock. Long Tianya's pupils also shrank sharply. Chen Feng flashed in front of Long Rohai in the blink of an eye, sneered, raised his hand and slapped Shirohai's severely injured face. Bang! Pretend to be cool with me? Bang! You want me to die without a burial place? Bang! Don't you even look at yourself? Do you deserve it? Pa. With one slap after another, Shirohai's mouth was full of blood. Shirohai was immediately extremely humiliated and in extreme pain. Shun. I am the elder of Xuanwu Hall. If you dare to push your luck again, I promise. Pa. Chen Feng showed no fear at all. He slapped Shirohai's face with an extremely cold palm. Promise? You can't even protect yourself, what can you promise? Depending on your curse? Rubbish. Tell me, do you have any last words? If not, you can say goodbye to this world now. You want to kill me? Shirohai laughed wildly when he heard this, and shouted arrogantly, I am the elder of Xuanwu Palace. You dare to kill me? If you kill me, Xuanwu Palace, I will fight you to death. Crack. But just as he finished speaking, his neck broke. In full view of everyone, Chen Feng grabbed Shirohai's neck, just like killing a stink bug, easily and casually. You talk too much nonsense. Is Xuanwu Palace awesome? Then you can ask Xuanwu Temple to come to me, Chen Feng, and give it a try. I have a few heads, enough for me, Chen Feng, to play with. Chapter 41, Breaking into Taishan Palace and Killing Hundreds of People with One Palm. Hiss. Seeing Chen Feng killing Shirohai without paying any attention to his background, Jiang Mingju's eyes were filled with horror and her heart was filled with surging emotions. She felt that this man was too domineering. Long Tianya couldn't help but tremble a little. It was not until this moment that he realized how cruel Chen Feng was. As soon as he thought of this, Long Tianya was extremely sincere and fearful. He broke out in a cold sweat and said, Mr. Chen, we, the Dragon Group, have offended you just now. I will cut off one of my arms to apologize to you. Bang! All the members of the Dragon team were stunned as they watched Long Tianya break one of their arms without hesitation. However, Chen Feng had no expression on his face. He sneered and said indifferently, You are quite good at changing your attitude according to the situation. Remember, if you mess with me, Chen Feng, again, you will be kicked out of the Dragon Group. Long Tianya was in great pain, but he didn't dare to say a word. Yes, Mr. Chen, I will definitely remember it in my heart. After Chen Feng left, a group of people hurriedly helped Long Tianya up. Jiang Mengzhu was even more frightened. Master Long, are you okay? It's okay. Long Tianya shook his head, took a deep breath, and said with fear, Mengzhu, this person is far beyond my imagination. Besides, he seems to be interested in you. If you want to stand on the real ceiling, my best suggestion is to get along well with him at all costs, even if it means sacrificing a little bit of your looks. Ah? Jiang Mengzhu was surprised and blushed when she heard that. Aren't you asking me to seduce him? This bastard is obviously a pervert. And he's so strong. If I talk about love with him, won't he eat me up until there's nothing left? But she felt inexplicably excited inside, because she had been stuck at a certain level and couldn't move forward. Chen Feng was so awesome, he must have a way. However, Chen Feng likes his legs so much, will his legs be damaged by him? Hey, Jiang Mengzhu, what on earth are you thinking about? You want someone to play with your legs, but they may not appreciate it. Jiang Mengzhu's face was flushed with shame, but she was inexplicably looking forward to meeting Chen Feng again and getting closer to him. At this moment, Chen Feng had already driven his sports car straight to the Taishan King's mansion. King of Mount Tai. Tianyang City is a city with a terrifying taboo that is notorious. It can be said that when King Taishan is in Tianyang City, even some war gods, including the military gods, have to keep their distance from him. This is because King Taishan himself is an extremely terrifying martial arts giant. At the same time, all the large and small martial arts families in Tianyang City have surrendered to him and paid tribute. Therefore, in the entire Tianyang City, there are only a handful of people who dare to offend King Taishan. At this time, Taishan King Shenwanli was practicing martial arts in the backyard. His punches were extremely terrifying and fierce. A man in black clothes with an extremely calm face spoke carefully and respectfully, Master Shen, the leader of the Sea Shark Gang and the head of the mercenary family Bei family have died one after another. And the one who killed them was a kid named Chen Feng. Same last name as the girl we got here before. I suspect that this person is the girl's brother. He may have gotten some opportunities and become a martial arts expert. Hearing this, Shenwanli did not stop his actions, but said with great interest and an extremely cold expression, It seems that this fish that escaped the net has now become a shark, but no matter how powerful a shark is, it cannot defeat a hunting master. Snort. This king is truly the top of Mount Tai, under the sky, the gods must also give me some face. Even if this boy has an incredible luck, what good is that? In front of absolute strength, he is just a dying bug. But who would have thought that the words had just fallen? There was a shrill scream from outside the door, and then someone rushed in, tumbling and crawling, full of horror. Prince Shen, this is not good. A fellow named Shen Feng broke into the Taishan King's residence, and his methods were extremely cruel. He either killed them without a complete corpse or beat them into a bloody mist. What? Shenwanli and the man in black suddenly had their pupils shrink. The next second, Shenwanli was furious, murderous intent boiling, and his voice was like a bell. Chen kid. How dare you enter my mansion and kill people? Are you so brave? Today, I will make you die and accompany your poor sister. But at this moment, a round human head rolled right in front of Shenwanli, splashing blood all over Shenwanli. Shenwanli was furious. An extremely ridiculous, extremely cold, and extremely murderous voice suddenly rang in his ears. You are the king of Taishan, Shenwanli? You are uglier than I thought. So, today, I, Shenfeng, will give you the most cruel and brutal death in this world. As soon as these words came out, the entire Taishan king's residence fell into complete silence. Too arrogant. This guy, it would have been fine if he broke into the Taishan king's mansion alone, but he actually started with a big move, mocking and threatening Shenwanli wantonly. This is definitely the most suicidal existence in the history of Tianyang city. You are looking for death. Shenwanli was also filled with anger, almost burning. He stared at Shenfeng, his teeth gritting. You are just a remnant who doesn't know how to live or die. How dare you challenge me like this? I am really curious. Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant? Shenfeng raised his eyebrows and said with a cold face, want to know? Kneel down, kowtow 1,000 times, and call me grandpa, then I can tell you with all my might. As soon as these words came out, all the masters and strong men in the Taishan palace were furious, wishing they could rush up and tear Shenfeng to pieces alive. After all, Shenfeng was definitely the only one who dared to speak rudely to Shenwanli again and again. Shenwanli was so angry that his lungs exploded. His terrifying martial arts aura surged wildly, and he roared, what are you still standing there for? Kill him. No. Destroy his cultivation for me. I will personally break his ribs one by one. I want to see why his bones are so hard. Die. Die. Following Shenwanli's order, hundreds of terrifying figures rushed out one after another. They were the most terrifying dragon fist guards in the Taishan king's mansion. They all came from the top martial arts training camps, so any one of them was enough to destroy an entire family. Under this kind of siege, Shenfeng would have absolutely no chance of survival. Shenfeng stood still, calm and quiet, as if he had no emotion at all. Then, when hundreds of terrifying figures approached him, he suddenly swept out with his palm. Boom! Random! With a very casual palm strike, the air was completely shattered. The terrifying storm was like a giant dragon crossing a river. Wherever it passed, no grass grew. Corpses piled up like a mountain. Blood flowers bloom. It's like hell on earth. How is this possible? The other people in the Taishan king's mansion were all shocked. They never dared to dream that Shenfeng killing hundreds of people was easier than shooting a basketball. Shenwanli's eyes were extremely gloomy, and he wished he could chop Shenfeng into pieces. However, Shenfeng looked at Shenwanli with a smile that was extremely mocking and wanton. With just this little ability, you still have the nerve to show off in front of me. You, the king of Tarzan, might as well just be called the king of trash. After all, the people they raise are worse than garbage. Chapter 42, Cutting the Grass at its Roots. Is the Guwu Tang family also involved? Bastard! Shenwanli could not bear this kind of stimulation. He was so angry that he screamed like crazy, little bastard surnamed Shen. Don't be so proud. You think you are so awesome? Little do you know that I have hundreds of ways to kill you. Make you extremely desperate. Send out Langya, Shuebao, and the others to me. I want this damned little bastard. Feel what the Taishan king's mansion is like. The absolute power and heritage. Swish. In an instant, 4 people came flying in the air. As they appeared, the high-ranking officials and direct descendants of King Taishan were all excited. It's Langya, Shuebao, and others. Snort. Wolffang Snow Leopard and his men can easily kill even some powerful people from the big families in Suong. I can't imagine how much this kid surnamed Shen will be tortured by these 4 people. But who would have thought that Shenfeng didn't even look at them, but said indifferently and bloodthirstily, no challenge at all, you 4. Kill yourself. Otherwise, there won't even be a place to bury it later. What? Facing Wolffang, the 4 snow leopards dared to provoke them like this. Everyone thought Shenfeng was courting death. The 4 Wolffang snow leopards suddenly looked extremely cold and roared wantonly, boy, how dare you look down on the 4 of us like this? You deserve to die. Boom boom boom. The 4 Wolffang snow leopards attacked at the same time, almost like lightning. Their speed was extremely fast. Moreover, their terrifying strength formed a sharp edge like a raging wave. Locking on Shenfeng. From a visual point of view, Shenfeng was bound to be beaten in every aspect. But Shenfeng did not show any emotion at all. Instead, he pulled his body and approached Langya and the other 4 people, Shuabao. At the same time, in front of everyone's shock, he directly smashed Langya into a pulp with his palm. Oh my god! Everyone was immediately horrified. Chen Feng pulled his body again. He came in front of Shuabao and the other 2 people. The terrifying pressure directly suppressed the power of Shuabao and others, turning it into dust. Bang! Can some powerful people from big families in Suang be killed instantly at will? Bang! Wolf Fong? Snow Leopard? Bang! Who gave you the courage to come up with such a cool name? Pa. Palm after palm, it was like shaking a mountain range. The 4 Wolf Fong snow leopards were all beaten to death alive. And their deaths were extremely horrifying. Horrifying. Suddenly, the whole place was in deathly silence. The Wolf-Fang snow leopard was an insurmountable height for them, but now they couldn't even reach the foot of Chen Feng's mountain. Chen Feng was even scarier than the god of death. Wolf Fong. Snow leopard. Shen Wanli had never expected that the result would be like this. His mentality was completely exploded, his eyes were bloodshot with rage, and his aura was like a violent storm, rising wildly. Little bastard surnamed Chen. You dare to kill my 4 great war masters. I will definitely kill you. Definitely. Chen Feng sneered, his face extremely cold. They are just 4 pieces of trash, just kill them. What can you do to me? Listen carefully. I don't just kill them. I will also tear out your tendons and skin you alive. I will destroy your entire Taishan palace. Crazy. Outrageous crazy. Shen Wanli was immediately extremely angry, and the terrifying atmosphere of a sea of blood and corpses filled the air. Little beast. You are courting death. You will definitely pay an unimaginable price. Demons kill the world. Die. Roar. Shen Wanli roared angrily, and the power in his body was like the burning of blood in essence, extremely terrifying. It was so powerful that it made people's hearts suffocate. Shen Wanli's expression became more and more bloody and ferocious. Little beast. Are you scared? I, Shen Wanli, once used this move to kill a martial emperor from Zhongzhou. Everyone who faces this move of mine will have to kneel down in admiration. You will be no exception. Really? Then you better open your dog eyes and see clearly how I, Shen Feng, crush your so-called pride into something worse than shit. The voice of extreme dominance, invincibility, and indifference resounded, and Shen Feng also took a step forward and grabbed Shen Wanli's demon-killing world with a bang. Bang! Instantly, demon-killing world completely collapsed into ashes. It was as if it had never been in the world. Then, Shen Wanli's entire shoulder was crushed. Yes. It was crushed alive. Blood and flesh were all over the place. The bones and flesh were torn apart. Shen Wanli was in so much pain that his eyeballs almost exploded. What? Seeing this extremely shocking scene, everyone was almost shocked. Shen Wanli was so seriously injured that he could not describe it after being caught by Chen Feng with all his strength. Is this still a human? This is simply a truly invincible god. Chen Feng is so scary. It's so scary that it's enough to make everyone's heart tremble. Shen Wanli, who was in excruciating pain, was also extremely terrified. He seemed to have entered the 9th heaven hell. He was shaking all over and felt extremely humiliated. Who are you? Why is your power so terrifying? Snap. Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped Shen Wanli's nose, breaking it alive. Who am I? You deserve to know? Bang. Catch my sister? Bang. It's utterly untenable garbage. Bang. You dare to hit on my sister? Pa. One palm after another, Shen Wanli's face and ribs were almost broken. It was so miserable and shocking. Shen Wanli was in a state of collapse and wanted to die, but Chen Feng had no intention of letting him go. He tore one of his arms apart alive. Blood was all over the ground. He asked in a cold voice like a bell, "Speak. Where is my sister? Also, where are the 9 dragons flying picture and the jade pendant?" Shen Wanli was in so much pain that he wanted to tear Chen Feng's skin off, but he didn't dare to confront him. Instead, he trembled with humiliation and said, "It was indeed me who captured your sister. Because the 9 dragons flying pattern and the jade pendant on her body both hide huge secrets." What secret? Chen Feng showed no emotion as he stepped on Shen Wanli's leg again, breaking it alive. The pain of being crushed to pieces spread all over his body. Shen Wanli struggled continuously and said with his dying breath, "It seems that the 9 dragons soaring map is about a treasure, and the jade pendant seems to be the key to open this treasure, but the details are only known by that big shot." Big shot? Who is it? Chen Feng couldn't help but ask with narrowed eyes. Shen Wanli said coldly, "I don't know either. I only know that this person can cover the sky with one hand. Even all the families in Tianyang City, including the Guwu family, can only crawl in front of him and beg for mercy. But I gave the jade pendant and the 9 dragons soaring map to the Tang family, an ancient martial arts family in Tianyang City. So, the Tang family may be the one who can really get in touch with that big shot. If you want to ask, go ask the Tang family. As for your sister, she was almost on the verge of death the night I captured her. I was originally ordered to kill her completely, but I never expected something unexpected to happen that night, and your sister was taken away by someone." "Who took it away?" "I don't know either. I only know that this person is extremely fierce and terrifying, and she is a woman." "So what I'm saying is that my sister is not dead?" Chen Feng was immediately overjoyed. Shen Wanli nodded and said with great fear, "I have told you everything. Please, let me live. I promise that I will never be your enemy again in this life." Chen Feng sneered upon hearing this. His killing intent was extremely strong. "You are worse than a beast, and you are worthy of me to spare your life? You think too much. Death without an intact body is the best outcome for you. Not only that, the entire Taishan King's residence will be razed to the ground. The entire family will be executed." Boom! As he spoke, Chen Feng suddenly raised his foot, and in front of Shen Wanli's extremely terrified, horrified, and desperate eyes, he stomped Shen Wanli's head into pieces. Blood plasma was all over the ground. Deader than dead. After killing Shen Wanli, Chen Feng's terrifying murderous intent was still completely uncontrollable. He launched another brutal massacre against the entire Taishan Palace. 10 minutes later, there was no one left alive in the entire Taishan Palace. Chen Feng then left with great satisfaction. Chapter 43, So What If I Touch Your Woman? I'll trample you to death if you don't obey. As Chen Feng left, Tianyang City was once again shaken. What? The provincial boss Juan Lighting just died, and the Taishan King Shen Wanli is gone too? Hiss. Is this person going to defy the will of heaven? The person standing behind Juan Lighting and Shen Wanli is extremely terrifying. I dare not imagine what a miserable death this person will have when the time comes. Chen Feng didn't care at all and drove his sports car back to the Fiefan group. At this time, Chu Shishir and Lu Menghan were chatting happily. When they saw Chen Feng, Lu Menghan and Chu Shishir stood up almost at the same time. "Chen Feng, where the hell have you been?" Swish, seeing this scene, Lu Menghan couldn't help but feel a little strange. Her pretty eyes slightly frowned. "Shishir, why are you so concerned about my husband?" "Ahem." Chu Shishir blushed and her heartbeat was beating fast. She said with an unnatural look, he saved me before, so I'm grateful to him." "Oh." Lu Menghan was relieved. Then, she looked at Chen Feng and said worriedly, "Honey, I heard that someone from the dragon group came to see you. You weren't hurt by them, were you?" Chen Feng sneered and said calmly, "How can a bunch of low-class people do anything to your husband?" Chen Feng stepped forward and took the initiative to rub Lu Menghan's head, saying lovingly, "Don't worry about my affairs, just focus on developing your career." "Husband, I support you with everything." Lu Menghan was immediately touched. "Thank you, husband." Chu Shishir saw this scene, but she felt a little jealous in her heart. She curled her lips and said, "Oh, how enviable. My best friend has found a true dragon gentleman." Chen Feng stared at Chu Shishir with great interest and said meaningfully, "Didn't you find one too?" And it was a thorough and in-depth exchange. "What?" Lu Menghan was surprised when she heard this. "Shishir, you have a boyfriend? When did it happen? You're still communicating deeply. Did you give him your first time?" Chu Shishir heard this and immediately glared at Chen Feng fiercely. "You want to die? How can you talk nonsense in front of my best friend? That's not the case. Menghan, he's teasing you." Chu Shishir suddenly recalled the scene of Chen Feng's fierce attack on her. She couldn't help but feel a little dazed, and there was an inexplicable feeling of worldliness in a certain place. At this moment, Secretary Su Xiaoyan walked in quickly and said cautiously, "Mr. Chen, there is a long-legged beauty outside looking for you." "What? Beauty? And long legs?" Hearing this, Lu Menghan's pretty face sank, and Chu Shishir, who had just been immersed in fantasy, also woke up instantly and glared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, humph. What flowers and plants have you provoked again? Tell the truth. Outside the door, a pair of flawless white legs came into view. Then, Jiang Mengzhu, who had a straight figure and was wearing leather jacket and leather pants, walked in slowly like a hot rose. Her eyes fell on Chen Feng, and she called out with a playful and smiling face, Mr. Chen. We meet again. That's right. This is the gift our Lord long asked me to bring to you. Also, when I passed by a men's clothing store, I thought there was a suit that would suit you, so I bought it for you. Lu Menghan and Chu Shishir immediately realized that something was wrong. She was being so attentive to him for no reason, and she looked so attractive. Could it be that this woman was trying to seduce Chen Feng? Immediately, Lu Menghan and Chu Shishir were unhappy and snorted, Who are you? Did you greet Chen Feng with our consent? Get out now. Jiang Mengzhu was not in a hurry. She took out her ID and said with a smile, You too, if you want to drive me away, you should at least check my background, right? Jiang Mengzhu, the #1 female prodigy in the dragon group? Chu Shishir and Lu Menghan were both a little unbelievable, but Jiang Mengzhu smiled and stared at Chen Feng and said, Mr. Chen, can I have a word with you? Chen Feng looked at Jiang Mengzhu with interest and sneered, Why? You can't forget the last tiger claw hand, so you still want to spar with me? Jiang Mengzhu's pretty face suddenly turned red, her chest tightened inexplicably, but she thought of her purpose, bit her lip and said, Yes. I do miss it a little, so I want to have another exchange of ideas with Mr. Chen. Oh well. Since you are so sincere. I agree. After that, Chen Feng took Jiang Mengzhu downstairs in the elevator. Chu Shishir was confused and said angrily, Tiger claw hand, it doesn't sound like a serious martial art. Chen, you pervert. You must be having an affair with Jiang Mengzhu. He dares. Lu Menghan said angrily, If he dares to mess around, I will squeeze him dry tonight. Hiss. Chu Shishir took a breath of cold air, but her heart was full of complaints. Stop. My dear sister. You squeezed me dry. How can I use you? At this time, Chen Feng and Jiang Mengzhu came downstairs and got into Jiang Mengzhu's car. Jiang Mengzhu looked at Chen Feng and suddenly felt a little shy, and her proud figure trembled with her breathing. Mr. Chen. I think you are quite powerful in fighting. No kidding. Can you give me some pointers? I want to reach a higher level. Chen Feng smiled playfully, staring at a certain position of Jiang Mengzhu, and said unscrupulously, Have you forgotten what you just said? If you want to get benefits, you have to pay the due reward. Jiang Mengzhu's pretty face immediately turned red to her ears, but she chose to remain silent. After all, if you want to give a person a great responsibility, you must first make him work hard and train his body. Why are you nervous? I won't eat you. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then, he began to be considerate. After dozens of minutes, Chen Feng said with satisfaction, Not bad. You have great potential. You can hold on for so long, you are a promising talent. However, at this moment, a furious and angry voice suddenly rang out, Jiang Mengzhu. How dare you? Throw yourself into the arms of other men. Have you ever thought about how I feel? Swish. Then, a young man in tight clothes, full of murderous intent, rushed over with hundreds of people. When he saw Chen Feng, the young man Xiaoyan wanted to tear Chen Feng into pieces, and roared, Boy surnamed Chen. Kill my Xuanwu palace elders. And you're taking advantage of my woman. I, Xiaoyan, swear today that you will die without a burial place. Everyone who has anything to do with you will have to pay 10 times the price. Seeing Xiaoyang's murderous eyes, Jiang Mengzhu couldn't help but tremble, her face flushed with shame, but she bit her lip and said in a low voice, Xiaoyan, when did I admit that I am your woman? You and I have no feelings at all. Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyang, however, was as cold as a river, and shouted with murderous intent, If I, Xiaoyang, say you are, then you are it. And you? The kid with the surname Chen. This young master has brought with him over 100 Xuanwu Hall S-level law enforcement experts. Why don't you get off here quickly and kowtow to your death? But who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, boom! Chen Feng grabbed Xiaoyang's neck like lightning, and then, in front of everyone's eyes, in disbelief, he slapped Xiaoyang's face with an extremely domineering and ruthless palm, sneering wantonly and arrogantly saying, Bang! So what if I touch your woman? Bang! So what if I've already put it in the place you didn't put it in several times? Bang! Also, have I told Xuanwu Palace what will happen if they mess with me, Chen Feng, again? How? You're still not convinced, are you? Then you can call your father right now, because, in view of your stupid behavior, I have decided to destroy your cultivation right now, and then crush your father's head in the entire Xuanwu Palace. Chapter 44, Killing the Sun in Front of Him, So Arrogant. What? Hearing Chen Feng's extremely arrogant and wanton tone, the hundreds of Xuanwu Hall S-level law enforcement members who followed Xiaoyang were all shocked. The next moment, hundreds of Xuanwu Hall S-level law enforcement members were extremely angry. Son of a bitch! Dare to touch our young master, have you thought about the consequences? Jiang Mengzhu didn't expect Chen Feng to be so direct and domineering, and to threaten Xiaoyang to this extent for her. It was worth it. I had just endured Chen Feng's tiger claw hand for more than 10 minutes. Xiaoyang, whose mouth was full of blood and who looked extremely embarrassed, was furious, the one with the surname Chen. How dare you sneak attack this young master? Are you really that brave? Grass. A sneak attack? Chen Feng sneered, with a mocking look on his face. A piece of trash like you is worthy of my sneak attack? Hurry up and call your father. If he arrives in time, he may be able to catch up and collect your body. Let my father collect my body? Ha ha ha. Xiaoyang laughed out of anger when he heard that. His face was ferocious and his expression was extremely cold. Bastard. I, Xiaoyang, am the young master of Xuanwu Palace. I am second to none and above 10,000 people. My strength is even more famous in Tianyang City and the martial arts circle. Just based on your strength, you want me to come here? You are dreaming. I, Xiaoyang, swear, based on what you just did, I will make you clearly feel what it means to live a life worse than death. Boom! As he spoke, the terrifying aura on Xiaoyang's body suddenly released, and he was actually at the level of a martial emperor of the third rank. At the same time, Xiaoyang's killing intent was extremely strong, and the terrifying strong wind was simply terrifying. Suddenly, hundreds of Xuanwu Hall S-level law enforcement masters were excited and admired him. Young master is serious now. Hiss. Young master is a genuine martial emperor of the third rank. And he is so young, his future is limitless. Especially since the young master has practiced martial arts, I'm afraid a random punch would be enough to kill this bastard named Chen, right? Feeling Xiaoyang's extremely violent killing intent, Jiang Mengzhu was also a little frightened, and couldn't help but remind him with concern, Chen Feng, this Xiaoyang's technique was taught by his father himself. It seems to have been found in a ruin. It is very strange and terrifying. You'd better be careful. Be careful? Chen Feng sneered, the disdain on his lips stretched to the extreme, and he spoke calmly, word by word. He has the nerve to show off in front of me a technique that even dogs don't care about. It seems that his father is probably useless. What? Xiaoyang's sense of oppression was so strong, but Chen Feng didn't take it seriously at all. Hundreds of Xuanwu Hall S-level law enforcement masters just felt that Chen Feng was too pretentious and too arrogant. You're looking for death. Xiaoyang couldn't stand such provocation and stimulation. He roared continuously, and his terrible killing intent was like a tsunami, surging wildly. Tai Chi Hum Lien. Die for me. Bastards. Buzz. As Xiaoyang's skills unfolded, one yin and one yang complemented each other. Visually, it looked like a Tai Chi master. Unstoppable. Kill all who stand in his way. At that moment, hundreds of Xuanwu Hall S-level law enforcement masters all shouted cruelly, even if this lunatic surnamed Chen doesn't die, he will be seriously injured to the point of being on the verge of death. But is it really like this? Facing Xiaoyang's desperate and terrifying killing intent in martial arts, Chen Feng lit a cigarette, exhaled thick smoke, and said in a mocking tone, "You are so weak, have you not eaten?" Boom! As soon as the words fell, Chen Feng flicked the cigarette in his hand, and the next moment, the air exploded wantonly. Xiaoyang's Tai Chi horizontal training power was crushed into dust. There is no comparison at all. There is a world of difference. How is this possible? Everyone's pupils suddenly widened, and Xiaoyang was also extremely unbelievable. Damn, you. Chen Feng's figure suddenly pulled out, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Xiaoyang, and punched him casually. Bang! Xiaoyang flew sideways. He flew sideways completely out of control. Slammed heavily on the ground. Bloody. The pain is unbearable. Ah! Xiaoyang screamed like a butchered pig, and hundreds of people were extremely shocked. However, Chen Feng did not give anyone a chance to react. He rushed forward again, raised his hand and slapped Xiaoyang's miserable face. Bang! Didn't you just say that I attacked you by surprise? Bang! Didn't you say you wanted me to die? Bang! You've been so fancy and yet you can't even take a cigarette from me. You, the young master of Xuanwu Palace, are more cowardly than I thought. Wanton and domineering. Killing someone and destroying their heart. Xiaoyang was in agony and humiliated. He raised his head and roared, "Ah! Shen! I won't let you go. I definitely won't let you go. Did I say I would let you go again?" Chen Feng smiled indifferently, then stepped on Xiaoyang's head and crushed him wantonly. "Look. What else can you do except be furious?" Hundreds of Xuanwu Hall S-level law enforcement experts were terrified, but they subconsciously shouted, "Mr. Chen, stop it. Stop it now. If you dare to touch our young master again, we promise." Chen Feng kicked Xiaoyang's right leg and broke it. He sneered and said, "Well, I moved again. What can you, a bunch of scum, do to me? Arrogant. Extremely arrogant." Hundreds of Xuanwu Hall S-level law enforcement experts were extremely fearful, but more of them were angry and responsible. "Mr. Chen, don't go too far. If you continue to push your luck, we will surely perish together with you." Perish together? Did Jesus give you the courage? Chen Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Then, he raised his hand slightly and pressed it out. Hundreds of Xuanwu Hall S-level law enforcement masters felt like a volcano was coming down, and they had no time to dodge. Bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye. Hundreds of S-level law enforcement experts, almost half of them were killed or injured. Oh my god. Seeing this, Jiang Mengzhu felt that Chen Feng's martial arts ability was too terrifying. He could kill so many people with just one palm strike. How terrifying explosive power did this require? Xiaoyang also realized how terrifying Chen Feng was, and he couldn't stop trembling all over. "Chen Feng, you don't mess around. I, Xiaoyang, admit defeat. Please, let me go." "Let you go?" Chen Feng sneered, his expression without any emotion. "The problem is that you are determined to die. How can I let you go? So, I will destroy your cultivation and then send you on your way." Hearing this, Xiaoyang's pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted with great reluctance, "No." However, any struggle or unwillingness was meaningless. Bang! With the sound of something breaking in the chest, Xiaoyang was completely and utterly disabled. "Ah! My cultivation!" Xiaoyang was in great pain, and he hated Chen Feng to the core. "Mr. Chen, I will never forgive you." He. You won't have another chance." Chen Feng smiled coldly, then grabbed Xiaoyang's neck and lifted him up. Xiaoyang immediately felt the hellish killing intent sweeping over him, and he was instantly in despair. But at this critical moment, suddenly, boom boom boom. Horrible as a mountain. Overwhelming figures came one after another. Then, a middle-aged man wearing a python robe, extremely terrifying, with an aura that swept across the world, suddenly appeared, glaring and furious. "Ah! Xiaoyang! How dare you, you arrogant boy! Let my son go immediately. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will have no way to escape, anywhere in the world, in the whole Tianyang city." Xiao Tianjue's voice was filled with murderous intent, and his murderous intent was so bright. Especially his extremely fast speed. It was as if Chen Feng would be shattered to pieces in the next moment if he dared to touch Xiaoyang again. When Jiang Mengzhu saw this scene, her heart sank, because Xiao Tianjue's cultivation was obviously extremely terrifying. She was not sure whether Chen Feng would be a match for Xiao Tianjue. But Chen Feng didn't even look at Xiao Tianjue, he just sneered, extremely domineering. With a snap, he broke Xiaoyang's neck alive. What? The whole place was suddenly silent and peaceful. Xiao Tianjue's eyes were red with anger, and he wished he could eat Chen Feng alive. However, Chen Feng looked directly at Xiao Tianjue and said in a very casual tone, "As you wish. I killed your son. If you want to go down and accompany him, I can help you now." Chapter 45. If the Southeast Martial Arts Department refuses to obey, we will kill them all. Mad. Infinite madness. Xiao Tianjue is the master of Xuanwu Palace. He is also Xiaoyang's biological father. But even though Xiao Tianjue came in person, Chen Feng still didn't give him any face and killed Xiaoyang in front of Xiao Tianjue. This behavior is simply taking arrogance to the extreme. Chen's little bastard. You deserve to die. Xiao Tianjue was so angry that he was shaking all over. The anger in his heart could be described as explosive. Because he only has one son, Xiaoyang, and he has devoted a lot of effort to him. But who would have thought that Chen Feng would actually make him exterminate his descendants right in front of him? As the master of Xuanwu Palace, how could I tolerate this? He swore to break Chen Feng's ribs one by one. Then pour salt water on him. Such torture. Over and over again. Bury his son Xiaoyang with him. Chen Feng, however, looked at Xiaoyang, whose body was torn into pieces and extremely horrified, and sneered, saying with a spring breeze, "It looks like that. You really do want to go down and be with your son. In that case, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I will leave you an intact body." Boom! As Chen Feng's extremely casual voice fell, the eyes of all the strong men in the Xuanwu Palace almost exploded. That's crazy. Too self-righteous. Facing Xiao Tianjue, the master of Xuanwu Palace, Chen Feng not only did not feel fear or trembling, but he even dared to add fuel to the fire and provoke him wantonly. This kid definitely wants to die in the purple clouds. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianjue's pair of extremely cold and red eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. He roared in rage and murderous intent, "You little bastard surnamed Chen. I don't know who gave you the courage to be so arrogant, confident, and domineering. But I, Xiao Tianjue, swear that today, no matter how high your cultivation level is or how strong your background is, I, Xiao Tianjue, will definitely dig out your heart and feed it to the dogs." Everyone could see that Xiao Tianjue had real killing intent. Unstoppable killing intent. Suddenly, everyone was extremely fearful. Full of awe, this guy surnamed Chen is the first one who can provoke the palace master to this extent. He will definitely die a miserable death. Even the people who collect the bodies don't dare to have them. But Chen Feng was as domineering and arrogant as ever. Then you'd better not let me down. If you are like your son, you will be vulnerable. Then your death will be more glaring than your son's. You arrogant bastard. Give me your life. Xiao Tianjue stopped talking nonsense when he heard this. His murderous intent and bloody smell were extremely strong. He suddenly stepped forward, sweeping everything away. The scorching power was like turning the world upside down. He rushed straight towards Chen Feng. Strength. As hot as a nuclear bomb. Everyone had only one thought left. Chen Feng would definitely retreat 100 meters. And then, he would be shattered to pieces. He would die without a burial place. Jiang Mengzhu was also horrified, and shouted in fear, "Chen Feng, get out of the way. Don't fight Xiao Tianjue head-on, otherwise, you will suffer a great loss." But Chen Feng seemed to have not heard anything, and just stood there quietly and calmly, until Xiao Tianjue's terrifying power, like suppressing the heaven and earth, came over. Then he raised his head slightly. Then, he punched out fiercely. Buzz. Just one punch. It seemed as if the heaven and earth had collapsed. The extremely ferocious force directly caused Xiao Tianjue's power to collapse infinitely. At the same time, the entire arm was broken alive. Ah! Blood splattered everywhere. Blood mist filled the sky. Xiao Tianjue flew out. He hit the car hard. The car was completely destroyed. Xiao Tianjue was seriously injured, almost to the point where his head would explode. What? Such a terrifying and invincible scene made the masters of Xuanwu Palace collectively feel cold all over. Like an ice cave. How is it possible? How is it possible? In their hearts, they frantically asked themselves the answer. Xiao Tianjue was the master of Xuanwu Palace. And he had also killed a martial artist from Zhengzhou. And that person is a famous and invincible independent cultivator in Zhengzhou. Jiang Mengzhu was also shocked. I never thought of it. Chen Feng was so awesome that he could even severely injure the master of Xuanwu Palace with one punch, leaving his internal organs in a state of horrible disarray. This man definitely has more potential than I thought. Invincible and powerful. You. Xiao Tianjue was sweating profusely, and he was almost going crazy. Chen Feng was less than 30 years old. He had been the master of Xuanwu Palace for decades. How could Chen Feng crush all his pride with just one move? Chen Feng must have learned from a famous family. Suddenly, Xiao Tianjue stared at Chen Feng with extreme fear, and shouted in pain, "Mr. Chen. Who is your master?" "My master, you are not qualified to ask?" Chen Feng smiled coldly and walked towards Xiao Tianjue step by step. "Tell me, are you stupider than your son, or are you too confident in your own strength? Xiao Tianjue looked at Chen Feng, and suddenly he was looking at him as if he was looking at a devil, full of horror. You don't come over here. The master of Xuanwu Palace was almost frightened to death. The masters of Xuanwu Palace were all shocked. They subconsciously wanted to stop Chen Feng, but seeing Chen Feng's murderous and domineering aura, they were extremely afraid and did not dare to move. When Xiao Tianjue saw this scene, he was immediately chilled and even more afraid. He was in great pain and shouted in fear, Chen Feng. You dare to kill me? I am the master of Xuanwu Palace. The Xuanwu Palace is the highest law enforcement agency in Tianyang City. If you touch me, you will definitely be severely punished by the Southeastern Martial Arts Department. Your family and friends will also pay an unimaginable price for your arrogance. Southeastern Martial Arts Club? So awesome? Chen Feng sneered, then raised his foot slightly, and in front of everyone's eyes, he stomped on Xiao Tianjue's head with a bang, exploding it. Ah! The palace master is dead. The experts in the Xuanwu Hall were all terrified. They couldn't stop trembling. Chen Feng looked around coldly and said expressionlessly, "Tell the Southeastern Martial Arts Department a message for me. The master of Xuanwu Palace is courting his own death. So, I, Chen Feng, will kill him. If they also want to try, whether their law enforcement methods are strong or their brains are strong, just come and try it in front of me, Chen Feng." Domineering. Arrogant. Contemptuous of everything. The masters of Xuanwu Palace were all silent and polite. After all, even the palace master died so humbly, how could they dare to challenge Chen Feng? When the experts from Xuanwu Hall fled the scene with the bodies of Xiao Tianjue and Xiao Yang, Jiang Mengzhu looked at Chen Feng and couldn't help swallowing her saliva, full of lingering fear. "Mr. Chen, you are too powerful." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and said unhappily, "Why call me Mr. Chen? Call me husband." Jiang Mengzhu was stunned, her face flushed and her heartbeat beat fast, but she still bit her flaming red lips, shyly and obediently shouted, "Okay then. Husband. That's about right." Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, then smiled coldly and said, "There seems to be something restraining you inside. Needs to be cleaned up. And as long as it's cleaned up, then your cultivation will improve rapidly." Really? Jiang Mengzhu suddenly looked excited. Then help me clean it up quickly." Chen Feng nodded, but his smile became even more intense. "I can clean it, but this cleaning method is very unusual. I have to make holes in your body." Ah? Jiang Mengzhu was shocked, but she quickly reacted and was so embarrassed that she could hardly raise her head, then be gentle later. At the same moment, Southeast Martial Arts Department. When the news of the tragic death of Xiao Tianjue, the master of Xuanwu Hall, came, the atmosphere in the Southeastern Martial Arts Department suddenly became gloomy and depressing to the extreme. Everyone's face was filled with anger and uncontrollable murderous intent. Presumptuous. Furious. A Xuanwu Palace master just killed him. This kid is so crazy that he is lawless. This child must not be allowed to stay. Everyone subconsciously looked at the head of the Southeastern Martial Arts Department, Zhong Qisha. Zhong Qisha's expression was also extremely cold. He spoke word by word with a blank expression, "Those who wantonly provoke our Southeastern Martial Arts Department must not be allowed to stay. So this minister has decided to sentence this boy to death and expose him to the whole city. But this boy's cultivation should be quite high, so we need to find a suitable person to solve this matter." At this moment, a young man in a long gown, looking arrogant and strategizing, walked in quickly and volunteered, "Father, let me go. It just so happens that I have mastered the Xingtian technique now and need to find someone to practice with. This crazy man named Chen is just the right person. I promise that I will tear his head off with the most domineering attitude and send it to my father." Swish. As soon as these words came out, the senior members of the Southeastern Martial Arts Department were all excited and full of praise. "Ryukawa is the most outstanding young generation in our Southeastern Martial Arts Club. And Rukawa once won the championship in the Jialong competition. If Rukawa takes action, this kid named Chen will definitely die without a complete body." Zhong Qisha had no intention of letting his son take action himself, but seeing Zhong Liuchuan's confidence and strong desire to show off, his expression suddenly became cold and he said with high hopes, "Okay, I'll leave this lunatic named Chen to you. Remember, don't embarrass your father. Crush him in 3 moves. Despair to death." Hearing this, Zhong Liuchuan's mouth curled up slightly. His killing intent was extremely violent, as if Chen Feng had become a ball of blood mist and died miserably. "Don't worry, father. I will represent the Southeastern Martial Arts Department and let the entire Tianyang city know what a hopeless end those who dare to provoke the Southeastern Martial Arts Department will suffer. Chapter 46 Situ Jean seeks his own death. At the same moment, within the Stellar Consortium, Chui Moli had just held a funeral for her brother Chui Binghao. She hadn't even taken off the black chrysanthemum on her arm. She sat at the head of the conference table, tapping the table with her slender fingers. She looked at a middle-aged man in a suit not far away, who was full of respect. How's it going? The middle-aged man is called Li Xiangyu, and he is now the new director of the Star Foundation. As for Kim Dae-young, because of his incompetence, he was thrown into the river by Chui Moli to feed the fish. Li Xiangyu knew Chui Moli's methods, and said cautiously, "Miss, everything has been done. We have given a great gift to Jiang Gusu, the son of the king of Jiangbei, so Jiang Gusu will definitely be biased towards us at this exchange meeting. In addition, the president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, the son of the Jiangqing garrison, and the first-class martial arts family, the Chao family, has also made it clear that they will help us target the Fifan group in Chenfeng. That is to say, as long as Chenfeng and Fifan group dare to participate in the exchange meeting, it will be a hongmen banquet from which there is no return. He and his woman will both die miserably and desperately." Upon hearing this, Chui Moli immediately revealed a cold and satisfied smile. "Well, you did a good job. I will consider you as the next person to lead the Star Consortium." As soon as these words came out, Li Xiangyu was immediately excited. He knelt on the ground with a plop and kowtowed to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your care, miss. I will definitely devote my life to the Star Financial Group and the Chui family of Han Country until my death." "Get up," Chui Moli said lightly, with a slight smile on her lips. "Chenfeng, although you are arrogant and dare not take the Star Consortium and the Chui family of Han Country seriously, I really want to see how a lone wolf like you can withstand the siege of a group of tigers." However, Chenfeng, who had a deeper understanding and guidance with Jiang Mengzhu, had already returned to the Fifan group. As soon as they saw Chenfeng, Zhu Shishir and Lu Menghan immediately walked over. The two women stared at Chenfeng with an evil look on their faces and said, "Chenfeng, you and that Dragon Group girl Tianzhou have been out for so long, what on earth were you doing? We must be given a reasonable explanation for this matter." Chenfeng looked at the two women fighting for their love, but he seemed calm and composed. He smiled at Lu Menghan and said, "Wife, Jiang Mengzhu is a female prodigy of the Dragon Group. She must have something important to ask me, otherwise she wouldn't have come all the way here in person. Besides, how could I possibly do something unspeakable with her in broad daylight?" "Humph." Lu Menghan snorted coldly upon hearing this, and said with some resentment, "Jiang Mengzhu is so beautiful, and her legs are so perfect that people can't take their eyes off her. It would be strange if I wasn't worried." "That's right." Zhu Shishir also chimed in, "Men like beautiful legs the most. Jiang Mengzhu flirted with you all the time when she came to see you. If she took the initiative to seduce you, it would be strange if you could resist. Why do you like to stir up trouble so much?" Chenfeng was immediately annoyed. Then, standing behind Lu Menghan, he swept his hands towards Zhu Shishir. Zhu Shishir's body trembled, and her pretty face subconsciously flushed, full of shyness and strangeness. However, Lu Menghan was beside her, so she was too embarrassed to shout out, and could only glare at Chenfeng fiercely. "You damn hooligan." Lu Menghan glanced at Zhu Shishir and subconsciously asked, "What's wrong? Shishir, are you feeling unwell?" No. Zhu Shishir didn't dare to say it out loud. Her pretty face turned red as if blood could drip out. At this moment, Lu Menghan's cell phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, Lu Menghan's expression became a little subtle. Seeing this, Chenfeng couldn't help but ask with concern, "Wife, what's wrong?" Lu Menghan put away his phone and said strangely, "Someone just sent an invitation letter to Fifan Group. Besides, it was given by Jiang Gusu, the son of King Jiangbei. He said he was very optimistic about our Fifan Group. We must attend the exchange meeting he is hosting tonight." Lu Menghan said with an unpleasant look, "This Jiang Gusu's identity is very special. If we don't give him this face, I'm afraid that the development of Fifan Group will be greatly limited and hindered. So, husband, do you think we should go to this exchange meeting or not?" Chenfeng, however, looked calm and composed. He smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter. If you want to go, go ahead. Anyway, if the sky falls, I will hold it up." Lu Menghan felt relieved immediately and nodded, "Okay, let's go over there tonight." I'm going to a meeting, you guys can chat on yourselves." After Lu Menghan left, Zhu Shishir stared at Chenfeng and said with some resentment, damn it, you were so bold just now, aren't you afraid that Menghan will find out? But just as she spoke, she was kissed by Chen Feng domineeringly, and at the same time, one hand was holding her willow waist. Chu Shishir widened her pretty eyes and looked nervous. Asshole. This is an office. You want to die. Chu Shishir blamed Chen Feng verbally, but her expression was somewhat excited. Chen Feng knew that Chu Shishir was addicted to him, and he immediately gave up. Half an hour later, Chu Shishir's back was covered in cold sweat. As she put on her clothes and pants, she said in fear, "Devil. You are a devil. You are so evil. How could I have provoked a demon like you?" At this moment, a call came from the front desk. Chu Shishir cursed while answering the call weakly. "Hello." "What?" After hearing what the front desk said, Chu Shishir looked at Chen Feng, but Chen Feng was very calm and started practicing basketball with one hand. Chu Shishir wanted to cut Chen Feng to pieces. Chu Shishir gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, the front desk said that a large group of people came down from Suzhou and Hangzhou, and they were very aggressive. It seems that they are not ordinary people. You're probably going to be in trouble again." "Trouble?" Chen Feng was unscrupulous and said with a cold smile, "Trouble has always been the only thing that is afraid of me, Chen Feng. Let's go down and see what kind of fool is this who is so ignorant of life and death that he wants to be killed in front of me." Soon, Chu Shishir dressed neatly and came downstairs with Chen Feng. As expected, they saw dozens of luxury cars parked at the gate. Next to the car, there were 30 or 40 people standing in a neat row. They all had sharp eyes and were extremely arrogant. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a blue suit, with an imposing manner and high eyes. The middle-aged man walked steadily and had a majestic aura without being angry. It was obvious that his cultivation level was terrifying. The people they brought with them were obviously not pushovers, and their lowest rank was martial honor. As soon as he saw Chen Feng, the middle-aged man Situ Jin sneered and said arrogantly, "Boy, are you Chen Feng? You are really very courageous. After killing Juan Lighting, you even dare to challenge the young Marquis Situ Nan of the Situ Palace. I think you are tired of living. Do you know what will happen if you offend the young Marquis?" Situ Jin's killing intent was very strong, creepy, and cold. It was the aura that only a true martial arts master could release. However, Chen Feng glanced at Situ Jin casually and said coldly, "Then have I ever told that damn young Marquis Su Hang? If he is not convinced, will I send him down to accompany Juan Lighting?" Chapter 47, Frightened to death, Jiang Mengzhu begged for help. "What? Crazy. Crazy to the point of being outrageous." Situ Jin also looked incredulous. He had thought that the news was wrong before, but only now did he know that Chen Feng really dared to provoke Situ Nan. Suddenly, he was furious. Endless anger, madly bursting. "Boy. You are really too arrogant. Originally, the young Marquis Situ Nan was going to let me take you back, kneel down, and commit suicide to apologize. Now I have decided." But before he could finish his words, slap. Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped Situ Jin hard on the face. "You are so talkative. Son of a bitch. How dare you touch me? Do you know who I am?" Situ Jin's face was burning, and his chest was almost shaking with anger. His eyes were bloodshot. Chen Feng, however, was dismissive, sneering and unscrupulous to the extreme. "Idiot, do I need to know who you are before I can touch you? Besides, judging from your appearance, you are probably not even a dog in front of Situ Nan, right? You are not even a dog, and yet you dare to point fingers at me. How dare you do that? Did the King of Hell give you the courage?" Hiss. Seeing Chen Feng humiliating Situ Jin in such a way, those who followed Situ Jin could not describe Chen Feng's arrogance. They just felt that Chen Feng was absolutely brave as if borrowed from heaven. "You are looking for death." Situ Jin was also furious, his teeth were grinding, and the anger in his eyes was almost burning. "Chen the lunatic. In view of your arrogant behavior, I, Situ Jin, decided to cut off your mouth first to see why you are so stubborn and arrogant. Take it down for me. I want his arrogant mouth to never speak again." Shwa shwa shwa. As Situ Jin gave the order, the 30 or 40 people he brought with him all leaped forward fiercely. Like a tidal wave, they locked onto Chen Feng and attacked him ferociously. "Die. Crazy maniac." Seeing this scene, Situ Jin's expression was extremely cold and bloody. "Chen, wait for death in despair. Although they are not as strong as me, they are the top individual warriors in the Situ Palace. They have killed dozens of US agents on the high seas. You will soon realize." But he hadn't finished talking yet. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and then, he raised his palm suddenly. He pressed down fiercely. Suddenly, bang bang bang. It was like a volcano breaking. A full 30 or 40 individual warriors from the Situ palace actually rushed to his eyes. They all knelt down. The ground exploded completely. 30 or 40 individual warriors from the Situ palace had their internal organs shattered and blood gushing out of their orifices. They were all killed in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Situ Nan's pupils suddenly shrank, almost unbelievable. Chen Feng suddenly pulled his body and arrived in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he slapped Situ Jin's face with a ruthless and extremely mocking palm. Bang! Situ Wangfu, a single warrior cultivator? Bang! Killing dozens of US agents on the high seas? You are not even as good as shit, and you are not worthy of showing off in front of me? What? Is there no one behind you in the Situ palace? Kill people and destroy their hearts, act recklessly and arrogantly. Situ Jin was extremely humiliated, his eyes were almost bloodshot, and he was shaking all over. Mr. Chen, today I will make sure you die without a burial place. Boom! Situ Jin's anger surged wildly. He raised his head abruptly, and then, his fist spun out like a ship. How long Ju, die? Is this worthy of the 3 words how long Ju? It's just a rubbish mother guarding the door for rubbish. This is rubbish at home. But Chen Feng didn't even raise his eyelids, just lightly grasped, snap. The extremely proud power of Haolong Ju was completely shattered. At the same time, Situ Jin was grabbed, covered in blood, and his ribs were all broken. Ah! Situ Jin was in so much pain that he wanted to die. His pupils were filled with fear. He felt that Chen Feng was even scarier than the god of death. Especially when he saw Chen Feng coming, he couldn't stop being afraid and shouted anxiously, Chen Feng! How dare you mess around? I came here on the orders of our young Marquis Situ Nan. You can't afford to offend young Marquis Situ Nan. Can't afford to offend? Chen Feng sneered, and then kicked Situ Nan's leg directly. Crack! There is no one in this world that I, Chen Feng, cannot afford to offend. Situ Nan? He's nothing. You should be thankful that he didn't come with you. Otherwise, he would be the one dead now instead of you. Ah! Situ Jin's legs were almost shattered by kick after kick. He was extremely humiliated and in excruciating pain. He shouted in horror, Chen. If you treat me like this, young Marquis Situ Shao will never let you go. You'd better do it right now. Did I say I would let him go? Chen Feng smiled coldly, and then, with a bang, he kicked Situ Jin on the neck. Situ Jin's pupils widened instantly. Blood gushed out. The neck was torn apart. He couldn't be deader. The whole place was dead silent, but Chen Feng looked at the few followers who were still alive and trembling with disdain, and said with contempt, Go back and tell Situ Shao. Within 1 day. Come to me. Kneel down and commit suicide. Take out the best treasures from Prince Situ's mansion as compensation. Otherwise, the entire Prince Situ's mansion can be expelled from Suzhou and Hangzhou. Mad. Infinite madness. Several of Situ Jin's followers were so frightened that their hearts and livers were about to burst. They just felt that Chen Feng was so arrogant that he looked down on everyone. But they knew very well that if they continued to talk nonsense, they would definitely die more miserably than Situ Jin. After these people left, Chu Shishir suddenly looked frightened, her body trembling, her eyes full of fire. Chen Feng, you are too cruel. Dare to threaten young Marquis Suan. I'm afraid only you can do this. Aren't you afraid that the young Marquis Suan will fight you to death? Desperate? A mere young marquis is worthy of fighting with me? Chen Feng sneered and said indifferently, You should pray that he is smarter, otherwise next summer will be the day when his father will visit his grave. Then, with a serious and playful smile, he said, By the way, I'm very angry right now. You have to help me. Chu Shishir was shocked when she heard this, and her face turned pale. What does this have to do with me? Chen Feng smiled and said, Of course, because when I look at you, I feel an inexplicable anger. Then, looking at Chu Shishir's rosy little mouth, Chu Shishir's scalp immediately felt numb. She knew that this devil was definitely going to make her suffer again, but the method was different from before. Half an hour later, Chu Shishir stared at Chen Feng with an angry look on her face, and her face trembled. Asshole! Have you practiced the steel bar magic skill? At this moment, Chen Feng's phone suddenly rang. It was Jiang Mengzhu calling. Chen Feng had just answered the call when Jiang Mingzhu's delicate voice came from the other end. Husband, are you free now? I have something urgent to ask you. Chen Feng smiled teasingly and said playfully, is it something urgent? Why, do you want to learn a new technique from your husband? Chapter 48, One person challenges the entire Paradise Castle, extremely crazy. Jiang Mengzhu blushed immediately. Oh. Husband, you are so mean. It's not about this, but one of our Dragon Team agents was captured by the people of Paradise Castle, and this agent is my godsister. I know you are quite capable. So, I would like to ask you to help me save my godsister. Chen Feng smiled calmly upon hearing this, and asked with interest, godsister? How does your godsister look like? Is she pretty? Like you, with big breasts, a nice butt, and white legs? After hearing this, Jiang Mengzhu was speechless, her pretty face flushed, and she said anxiously, why are you asking about this? My sister's life is hanging by a thread. If you don't save her, she will probably die. Chen Feng smiled calmly and said, if you save people, you have to be rewarded. First, tell me what benefit you can give me? Jiang Mengzhu bit her flaming red lips and said with a charming look in her eyes, I'll unlock one more posture for you next time. Is that okay? Deal. Chen Feng finally showed a satisfied look, and then, he said sharply, send me the location of your sister, and you can just go over and meet me. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng and Chu Shishir drove to the agreed location. Paradise Castle. A very special force that not only owns the largest casino and underground casino in Tianyang City, but also controls 30% of the smuggling business in Tianyang City. Of course, the most terrifying thing is that behind Paradise Castle stands William I, a royal knight of the Wolf Country. William I is also an S-level member of the Wolf Country Embassy. Therefore, in Tianyang City, there are only a handful of people who dare to provoke William I. Therefore, Jiang Mengzhu did not want to provoke William I, so she asked Chen Feng to come forward, intimidate Paradise Castle with force, rescue her godsister, and leave immediately. Soon, Jiang Mengzhu also arrived. She was still wearing a black sexy leather jacket, looking very sexy. Seeing this scene on Chu Shishir's pretty face, she couldn't help but curse inwardly, bitch. Chen Feng was very interested, and said with a playful smile, huh? Aren't you also very flirty? Get lost. Chu Shishir immediately got angry and said angrily, that's just a woman's nature. She's pure slut. Who are you calling flirty? Jiang Mengzhu sneered when she heard this, believe it or not, I can accuse you of a crime and put you in the dragon group? Chu Shishir snorted coldly, puffed out her chest and said, I'm afraid of you. Catch me, and see if Chen Feng agrees. While the conversation was going on, several strong, murderous, tall and sturdy guards from Paradise Castle came over quickly, stared at Jiang Mengzhu greedily, and said in the somewhat clumsy Dashao language, Miss Jiang, we from Paradise Castle said that your godsister has committed a serious crime this time. She must die to atone for her crime. You won't stand a chance, so get out of here. Jiang Mengzhu's face turned pale when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, you guys from Heaven Castle should not go too far. Although the Dragon Group cannot directly participate. But I, Jiang Mengzhu, am at least the most beautiful girl in the Dragon Group. If you piss me off, I'll fight you to the death. A desperate struggle? Several guards of Heaven Castle sneered and said cruelly, Miss Jiang, your cultivation seems to be only at the 3rd level of Martial Emperor? Do you know how many powerful people there are in Paradise Castle who can surpass you? At least 100 or 200 people. And the Tianyang city officials dare not intervene in this matter. You are a woman. What can you do to fight to the death with us, Tianyang? Hearing this, Jiang Mengzhu's expression suddenly became extremely ugly, but at this moment, Chen Feng flashed and came to the guards in the blink of an eye. He couldn't help but said indifferently, so what you mean is that Paradise Castle is not going to sit down and talk about this matter, right? Of course. Several guards of Heaven Castle sneered, raised their heads slightly, and were ready to be arrogant again, but who would have thought that? Snap. Snap. The next second, the necks of several people were all broken by the collective crushing. Blood was splattered everywhere, and the scene was extremely shocking. However, Chen Feng had a look of disgust on his face, and said indifferently, since you are unwilling to negotiate, then what are you talking about? Jiang Mengzhu was a little incredulous, Chen Feng, how can you kill them just like that? Isn't this clearly increasing the conflict with them? Chen Feng's expression was calm, and he didn't take it to heart at all. He said, obviously, peace talks are impossible, otherwise they wouldn't treat you like this. And the purpose of you calling me here is to intimidate them, isn't it? Killing a disobedient dog is the best deterrent. But the words had just fallen. Son of a bitch. Are you so bold as to take action? An extremely angry, low, and furious voice rang out, and a young man wearing a custom-made suit, with an extremely defiant expression and looking down on everyone, walked towards them quickly. Behind the young man, there were 50 or 60 brave men following in unison, holding sharp blades, with terrifying figures. Obviously, the young man had a good background. Facing the extremely angry young man's questioning, Chen Feng did not even raise his eyelids. He raised his eyebrows with interest. Who are you? Who am I? The young man was so angry that his chest almost exploded. He was so furious that he spoke word by word with a chilling voice. I am the young master of Paradise Castle. Aaron Chris. And when you see me, young master, why don't you kneel down immediately? Do you want to kill your whole family? Swish. As soon as these words came out, the 50 or 60 masters of Heaven Castle behind Aaron Chris all released their pressure, suppressing everything, and shouted with boiling murderous intent. Kneel down. Kowtow. Apologize. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Fuck your dad. Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped Aaron Chris, sending him flying. At the same time, he stepped forward and broke Aaron Chris's right leg with one foot. Aha! Aaron Chris was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. It was horrible to watch. What? 50 or 60 masters of the Heaven Castle were instantly horrified. Their eyes were bloodshot. Chen Feng must have been so bold as to kick the young master of the Heaven Castle in the foot and break his legs. Jiang Mengzhu was also terrified. How could she have imagined that Chen Feng would be so overbearing and unscrupulous? He immediately destroyed the young master of Tianyang Castle. But this is just the beginning. Everyone was so shocked that their emotions were almost exploding. Chen Feng showed no mercy at all. Instead, he kicked Aaron Chris's third leg in half. At the same time, his cold and domineering voice, like a huge bell, suddenly resounded throughout the entire Paradise Castle. Everyone inside, listen carefully. In 3 seconds. If I, Chen Feng, had not seen a girl named Lin Shuer walk out safely, and if the lord of your Paradise Castle had personally knelt down and kowtowed to apologize, and paid 500 million yuan in mental damages, then your Paradise Castle would have been able to collect the body of that piece of shit Aaron Chris. Chapter 49, 500 million in hand, lawlessness. Crazy. It's so crazy that it's lawless. Hearing Chen Feng's arrogant voice, everyone in Paradise Castle was furious beyond imagination. Their Paradise Castle is a very scary smuggling group in Tianyang City, and it has been around for a long time. The most important thing is that the main body of the Wolf Country is quite prestigious, but no one would have thought that Chen Feng did not take Paradise Castle seriously. He even threatened Aaron Bryan, the owner of Paradise Castle. This is absolutely asking for trouble. It is the ultimate way to seek death. Jiang Mengzhu was also a little emotional. She felt that Chen Feng's back was extremely domineering at this moment. However, she was more worried that Chen Feng was no match for the Lord of Paradise Castle. Asshole! How dare you destroy my son? And you are provoking Heaven Castle like this. Do you want to die without a burial place? At this time, a voice of extreme anger, rage and murderous intent rang out, and a middle-aged man with blue eyes and blonde hair, full of oppression and intimidating aura, came quickly with a large number of strong and powerful men, walking like dragons and tigers, with terrifying and oppressive figures. This person was none other than Aaron Bryan, the owner of Paradise Castle. When he saw the scene before him, he was so angry that he was shaking. He was furious. He was really furious. His own son was actually trampled under the feet of a dasha boy who was less than 30 years old and tortured. This is definitely the biggest provocation to Paradise Castle. He swore that he would tear Chen Feng into pieces. When the 50 or 60 people who saw Aaron Bryan and were standing not far from Aaron Chris suddenly looked gloating and excited, Fort Lord. The castle lord is here. This lunatic named Chen is about to die. Chen Feng just glanced at Aaron Bryan casually, and then he mocked him haughtily, and said coldly, I, Chen Feng, asked you to bring people out. You don't understand what I say, right? In that case. Then break one of your son's legs again. Aaron Bryan's pupil shrank when he heard this. He was extremely furious and shouted like a violent storm, how dare you? Can. Crack. Aaron Bryan's threat was meaningless. Chen Feng almost crushed Aaron Chris's leg to death. He crushed Aaron Chris's leg to pieces. What? This scene immediately made everyone's adrenaline surge. That's crazy. Too ignorant of life and death. Aaron Bryan has arrived, but Chen Feng still dares to touch Aaron Chris. This is absolutely arrogant. Arrogant. Aha. Aaron Chris was in so much pain that his eyes were bloodshot and he rolled on the ground. Father, kill him. Kill him. I want him to be utterly destroyed. Utterly destroyed. The Daxia kid with the surname Chen. Based on what you've done right now, I swear, even Jesus can't save you. Aaron Bryan's chest was also filled with rage, and his voice seemed to come from the ninth heaven of hell. Also, everyone who has anything to do with you today, I will kill them all. Everyone could feel how strong the hostility, coldness, and murderous intent were in Aaron Bryan, but Chen Feng just sneered and pressed his foot directly on Aaron Chris's head, saying in an extremely domineering manner, "Then do you believe it or not? If you say one more word, his head will explode like watermelon juice in the next second?" Aaron Bryan saw this scene and was so angry that his mouth was crooked, but he did not dare to provoke Chen Feng anymore. Instead, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Bring that girl out to me." Soon, Lin Shuer was brought out. Her hair was disheveled and she was obviously tortured. However, her figure was very eye-catching, sexy and pure. Jiang Mengzhu couldn't help but shouted in shock and anger, "Shuer! Are you okay?" Lin Shuer regained some consciousness, but she said charmingly and unyieldingly, "Sister Mengzhu, I'm fine, you guys go quickly." Chen Feng looked at Lin Shuer, who was pure and lovely, yet also had a fierce look. He couldn't help but narrowed his eyes and smiled, "Not bad. Your sister is also a top-notch one. It's not in vain for me, Chen Feng. I'm single-handedly taking on the entire Paradise Castle." "What?" Hearing Chen Feng's words, Lin Shuer couldn't help but tremble, her pretty eyes were filled with horror. He challenged the entire Paradise Castle just for her? Is this true or false? This man, is he too powerful? Her pretty face couldn't help but blush, and she was deeply moved. She looked at Chen Feng deeply. Aaron Bryan looked at Chen Feng with hatred, and said with murderous intent, "Daxia boy surnamed Chen, I have brought the person out to you. Now, can you finally let my son come over?" Chen Feng, however, was getting more aggressive, sneering and saying unscrupulously, "Stupid, didn't I tell you that there is still 500 million for mental damages? You want me to let him go without paying? What are you dreaming of? Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Wanton. Extremely wanton. Fuck. You're looking for death." Aaron Bryan was so angry that his lungs exploded. He looked at Chen Feng as if he was a dead man. This was the first time in his life that he was blackmailed by a Daxia person. This kind of blatant blackmail made him go crazy. But seeing Aaron Chris bleeding profusely, Aaron Bryan still forced himself to suppress the rage in his heart. 500 million. Give it to him. Soon, 500 million was successfully deposited into the account. Jiang Mengzhu, Lin Shuer, and Chu Shishir were all stunned. The three pairs of big cows trembled violently. That's crazy. So shocking. He not only crippled Aaron Chris, but also extorted 500 million yuan. Is there another man in Tianyang City who is so awesome? Next, the two sides began to exchange hostages. When Lin Shuer returned to Jiang Mengzhu safely, Chen Feng did not leave immediately. Instead, he took a few steps forward, stretched out his hand and patted Aaron Bryan's face, sneering endlessly, and spoke in an extremely cold and arrogant manner, "Listen carefully, these 500 million are also a lesson you have bought. In the future, take good care of your brain-dead son. If you dare to come to me, Chen Feng, to seek death again, no matter what happens, then you can go to the crematorium with your son. Buy one, get one free. Also, I'm very unhappy with you, Heaven Castle. Get out of Tianyang City before tonight. Do you understand? An incompetent and angry old dog." Chapter 50, No one will be left alive. The Wolf Country Embassy is nothing. What? Everyone was stunned. Aaron Bryan's expression was extremely gloomy. He laughed in anger and murderous intent. "Ha, you bastard from Daxia named Chen. You are really lawless. But the problem is that my son has come back to me. How dare you be so arrogant to me? Do you really think you are so awesome that you can cover the whole world in my Paradise Castle? Little do you know. Without my son as a weapon to guard against the rat, it would be easier for me, Heaven Castle, to kill you than to kill a dog. You ignorant Daxia bastard. This place will only be your eternal burial place today. Go ahead, chop all the men and women into minced meat, leaving no one alive. Kill. Kill. Kill." The hundreds of Heaven Castle masters who had suppressed their emotions to the extreme and wished to tear Chen Feng into pieces could no longer restrain the boiling and excited killing intent in their bodies. Almost in the blink of an eye, it crossed over and faced Chen Feng, covering the sky and earth, like a dark cloud pressing down on a city, blocking him away. Their weapons, strength, and murderous power are so powerful that they can kill anyone who stands in their way. From a visual point of view, it is as dangerous and deadly as the collapse of a high-rise building. Chu Shishir was so scared that she screamed, and Jiang Mengzhu and Lin Shuer couldn't help but shout, "Be careful!" Aaron Chris's face was full of satisfaction, cruelty, and resentment. "Mr. Chen, you will definitely die miserably. Because they are the demon mercenaries that my father hired from the Wolf Country at a huge expense. Every one of them has served in the Wolf Country Marine Corps. You, wait for your body to be shattered into pieces. Your death will be unbearable to watch." Aaron Bryan also thought so, because the strength of these people is so great that even a first-grade martial emperor might not be able to withstand them. Chen Feng was not afraid at all, but the bloodthirstiness at the corner of his mouth was stretched to the extreme. "So, you really want the entire Paradise Castle to become hell, right? Okay, I'll grant you that. As for the first-grade martial emperor? Is there a possibility? You're not even worthy of carrying my shoes." Boom. Extremely shocked. Extremely cold. The most contemptuous voice fell. In full view of the crowd, Chen Feng just stepped lightly on the ground. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ground like an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. Sweeping everything, the terrifying power was like overturning the sky, invincible, killing like a cloud. The next moment, hundreds of masters from Heaven Castle. They didn't even have time to pierce Chen Feng's neck with their weapons. Their power collapsed. Everything was wounded. The miserable sound resounded throughout the entire kilometer. When they looked up, their bodies exploded collectively, and they died beyond death. How is this possible? Aaron Bryan and Aaron Chris, father and son, were immediately horrified and shocked. They couldn't believe that what they saw was real. The whole audience was stunned and silent. Chen Feng's figure was pulled out again, like a raging gale, penetrating everything. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Aaron Bryan. A palm swung out horizontally. Bang! Aaron Bryan flew out in an instant. He hit the steel door hard, and the steel door broke into pieces. He was covered in blood, but he didn't even have a chance to struggle. Bang! Act recklessly? Bang! You were given a chance to live, but it was useless? Bang! With such a vulnerable lineup, you still dare to fight me? Do you have the courage given by Jesus? You. Aaron Klein was immediately filled with shame and fear. He knew very well that if Chen Feng was not killed at this moment, the Heaven Castle would be littered with corpses. Go! All of you! All the strong men of Heaven Castle go together. Kill him at all costs. Swish, swish, swish. After hearing this order, although they were afraid of Chen Feng, the strong men from Paradise Castle who were hiding in the dark still came out one after another. Their speed was extremely fast, like lightning. The extremely violent aura burst out, suppressing everything. Chen Feng sneered and mocked, "You are about to die, and you still expect them to save you? You have a lot of dreams." Boom! As he spoke, Chen Feng held Aaron Klein's neck with one hand, and with the other hand, he reached out with a bang. The next second, snap. Snap. Kill 1 if 1 comes, kill 10 if 10 come. Clean and neat, extremely terrifying. In just a few dozen breaths, dozens of Heaven Castle warriors who had exploded to the extreme were collectively killed. Oh my god. The rest of the people in Paradise Castle were almost scared to death. Aaron Chris also had a horrified look on his face. He was almost scared to the point of his scalp going numb. Aaron Bryan's legs also went weak and he couldn't stop trembling. Don't kill me. I, Paradise Castle, admit defeat. I promise that I will never cause trouble to you and your woman again. Please let me go." Facing Aaron Bryan's humble and fearful pleas for mercy, Chen Feng was not moved at all. He just smiled coldly and said with infinite murderous intent, "But the problem is, I have already given you a chance, but you just don't cherish it. So, you should go to hell and rebuild a Paradise Castle." No. Aaron Bryan was terrified, his eyes were bloodshot, he was so scared that he peed and shit, and he yelled frantically, "You little kid named Chen from Daxia, I have a royal knight from the Wolf Country, the Prince William I, standing behind me. If you kill me, Prince William I will definitely avenge me. Your entire family will be buried with you. However, the ultimate threat, regardless of background, is completely meaningless. Crack. With a sound like a stone breaking, Aaron Bryan's neck suddenly broke. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was almost scared to death, but Chen Feng curled his lips, with a slight smile, and said with deep sarcasm and arrogance, "Don't talk about William I. Even if it's William II or William VIII. So what? I will kill anyone who provokes me, Chen Feng. William I, if you dare to interfere in this matter, I will even destroy the entire William family." So what? Outrageously overbearing. Aaron Chris could see clearly that Chen Feng was a killer who would kill anyone who offended him. He kept backing away, completely devastated. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Your father is gone, what's the point of you staying alone in this world? Let's go see God together. Chen Feng was merciless and smiled coldly. Then, in front of everyone, he grabbed with one hand and snapped. Aaron Chris followed in his footsteps in an instant. He died in an extremely horrible way. Both father and son were killed, and the entire Paradise Castle suddenly became as silent as falling snow. It was shocking. The next moment, everyone fell to their knees on the ground, shouting in extreme fear, Don't kill us. We choose to surrender." Excuse me. I, Chen Feng, said that I want your Paradise Castle to become a purgatory, and then it will become a purgatory. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for following the wrong person and being the wrong dog. Boom. The sound of killing was extremely decisive, and Chen Feng suddenly took a step forward, just like slaughtering cabbages. He slaughtered the remaining people in Tianyang cleanly. Hiss. Jiang Mengzhu and Lin Shuer saw this scene, and their legs trembled immediately. It was not until a long time later that Jiang Mengzhu said with lingering fear, "Husband, you are too awesome, but the problem is that William I is an S-level member of the Wolf Country Embassy. I'm afraid that next, you will have a violent collision with the entire Wolf Country Embassy." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, his face calm, and sneered, "The Wolf Country Embassy is nothing. If they dare to support William I, I don't mind turning the Wolf Country Embassy into a pile of ruins. Also, since I saved your sister, you must not break your promise to me. Come with me now to redeem your promise."